Welcome to our feature group coverage from the BMW PGA Championship, and understandably there is a sombre mood at Wentworth Club with the flags being lowered to half-mast. As you may be aware, the first round play was suspended on Thursday evening when the news broke of the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II at the age of 96, and as a mark of respect, Friday's play was cancelled. Everyone associated with the DP World Tour are deeply saddened by the news. The country's longest-serving monarch, she dedicated herself to a life of public service and devotion to the British people and the Commonwealth with dignity and grace. 70 years of being the Queen in the United Kingdom, she was a reassuring constant in many of our lives and impacted so many over 7 decades of great change. Our condolences to the royal family.
This is game number 12. On the tee from Spain, Jon Rahn.
So play is back underway. This is round 2. We have in our feature group the first round co-leader, Viktor Hovland, the 2020 champion, Tyrrell Hatton, and as you can see on the tee, last year's US Open winner, Jon Rahn.
On the tee, the Rolex Series winner at the Slick Dubai Desert Classic from Norway, Viktor Hovland.
We'll be hearing from Incy Mehmet on the course, Richard Boxall and Sam Torrance alongside myself, Richard Kaufman, in the commentary box. Morning, Boxy.
Yeah, good morning, Richard. Yeah, great start for this young lad here, 64 on day one. Out with the driver, 473 yards this is playing. They've got placing on the fairways as well, so you should see some pretty good scoring.
On the tee from England, Tyrrell Hatton.
One of my favourites, Tyrrell. Great player. That was a huge, I thought he'd hit a huge drive there, Hovland, but he's just at the top of the hill. Maybe we're playing a little bit longer today. Very narrow in the follow through, and it's quite unique. So it comes up through it. Repeats it beautifully every time. This is right. Will it miss the traps? Depending on the lie, should be okay.
A day to reflect, a day to pay respect and enjoy one of the most prestigious events on the DP World Tour. Our featured group all underway in this second round. And a chance for the players, the caddies, the staff, the volunteers, the spectators to come together this weekend, express their condolences, also to celebrate the life of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. And I noted on the first tee when he was walking up, Tyrrell Hatton gave a glance to the electric board which showed some photographs of Her Majesty through the years. Players will be wearing black ribbons, and this is our feature group. Jon Rahn, who had a quiet opening round. Can't say the same about Viktor Hovland, who was one of the 3 overnight co-leaders, starting the day at 8 under par. Richard Boxall, Sam Torrance, we're underway, and you know, we will be paying our respects later with that 2-minute silence, but for now our focus is on what is the flagship event on the DP World Tour.
Oh yes, it's a fantastic event for sure, and I think pretty much, Sam, this will play pretty much like it did on Thursday, I think, the course, don't you? Not a great deal of breeze.
And it'll be a little bit drier, and preferred lies. It's a absolutely idyllic conditions for golf. Course is soft, receptive, greens are perfect, preferred lies. Have some fun.
Well, he did clear. Yeah, go on. Sorry, Rich. I was going to say he did clear that bunker. It all depends on what sort of a lie you've got here. Now down that right-hand side, the pin's 25 on 3 from the right.
It definitely bounced a couple times. Yeah. So, and it was a fairly straight. Around the edge.
Jon Rahm's ball sitting nicely.
183.
Incy Mehmet's going to be following this 3-ball around. Good morning, Incy. It's actually a fairly pleasant morning, isn't it, weather-wise?
Good morning, Richard. Thank you. It is pleasant, relatively chilly. I've got my waterproof jacket and bottoms on. It's about 14 degrees, but it definitely feels about 10. Now, I've got Jon Rahn from 201 yards, Tyrrell Hatton from 200. Technically speaking, Rambo to go first. It's always funny when you're out here, depending on the angle. You might agree it's Hatton next. Let's see.
I don't have any room to miss it. No, this is the right one. It's not a, you know, and the way that ball's sitting, just not knuckly, but just.
Well, 201 yards to go. Pin right at the back right corner. Long is a no-go. Only 2 yards beyond it. This is really the perfect 6-iron. There's not really a breath of breeze at all. It's wet on the ground.
I feel like, you know, a good straight one, kind of edge of the tower. Yep, exactly. All right, man.
Soft ground conditions. You know, trap this ball. I'd imagine we see a bit of a 3/4 follow through.
Mud ball called straight left. That's okay, it's on the green.
Yeah, we got a little close-up of the ball. There was only a little bit of mud on there, but enough to send it down that left flank. Grabbed a little bit of the green.
Well, I had a good look of this lie. It's sitting down a little bit and it's in that long rough, but thankfully it's growing with for Hatton, which is only going to help. Expecting a bit more of a flatter flight with this one.
So one left, one right. That looked like it sat down as well for Hatton, who got off to a fantastic start on Thursday, was 4 under through 7 holes, had to settle for 69 in the end.
What a dreamy tee shot this was for Hovland. Perfect angle in, opens it up nicely. 184 yards to go. Should be all of a 7.
Yeah, difficult pin to get to right at the back there. Not bad though, Sam, going in with the 7-iron, is it? That makes the hole slightly different.
It certainly does, Richard. I think he might should have hit 6.
Yes.
Some of his approach play on Thursday was first class, Viktor Hovland. 8 under par, and much of it down to the fine finish. I said his approach play was great, but he didn't really profit from it through the first 14 holes as much as maybe he should. But the last 4 holes, he birdied 15, here at 16.
The perfect putt for Hovland. Second on a row.
17th, the par 5, dogleg from right to left. I think it's safely. That was back-to-back birdies, 16 and 17.
And on the green in 2 at 18. And this was for a round of 64. And getting reward for some fabulous golf. He said after the round he hasn't actually been playing that well recently. It's been his putting that has really helped him score well. But I think it's fair to say he had all departments of his game very much intact on Thursday, and he'd love to pick up from where he left off, as you saw from that graphic there. First time he's led after day 1 on the DP World Tour. He had a couple of companions at 8 under par, but it's a fabulous start to this BMW PGA Championship for the Norwegian.
It was, yeah. You know, you get round, you don't drop a shot at all. 6 birdies and an eagle. It's pretty good golf. It's amazing what the putter can do. Can save rounds sometimes, can't it, Sam? It's incredible. You roll a few 30-footers in.
That definitely helps, Richard. Well, what a finish, 5 under the last 4 holes, which will hold him in great stead all week, that, you know, tomorrow. Final day when he gets to the 12th, 13th, he knows what he's capable of in the last 6. What a 3-ball this is. 3 of my favourite golfers, such talent amongst them.
You know, sometimes the temper can get the better of one or two of them.
Oh, yes, yes. Yes.
Hopefully today, in terms of, you know, the mood that is around Wentworth Club, maybe that might temper things slightly, but I suppose once you're in the heat of the competition, that kind of the focus is on the game. So 3rd shot now for Hatton.
Almost has to throw this the whole way. Excellent recovery shot from Hatton at the first. And a good chance to make his par. How's the temperature, Incy? Not a breath of wind out there. Jon Rahn just on the left edge of the green, long birdie putt.
Yeah, this is going to be a first putt of the morning. A putt like this, there's a little bit of dew on the green as well.
Yeah, it's a difficult 2-putt from here. That is for sure. Uphill all the way, virtually. A lot more players now. You see, didn't see a great deal of the flag being attended when they brought the rule in that the pin could stay in. So I think a lot of players now are having the flag out.
Yeah, with it.
You know, for 10 and 12 footers.
A lot of them do. We saw Matt Fitzpatrick had changed a little bit yesterday, the day before, sorry. But he's having it attended, which means he has to take it out. He can't just leave it in if he thinks it's going too fast. When you have it attended, you have to take the pin out. That's the difference Richards is making. That we can leave the pin in now. And that's a great putt. Great speed for his opening gambit of the day.
Yeah, if you're watching Jon Rahn on Thursday, I mean, he struggled to hit fairways. Only hit 2 fairways on the front 9. I know the tee shot at the first missed the fairway, but that was by a matter of inches. But it was one of those rounds. He only had 2 birdies, grounded out, no bogeys, even when he found the water at 18 on Thursday evening.
He would have got a bit of a learning curve from Rahm's putt. Viktor Hovland, very similar line, speed. A very similar putt, he's just leaving the pin in. It's a bit speedy. Ooh, one of those. You can see almost the indentations of the footmarks on the greens. Still quite soft. Makes it a lot easier to hit to, but a lot harder to putt on, especially late in the day.
Yeah. It's quite a snazzy pair of trousers he's got on there.
One of 4 players currently in a share of the lead. Andy Sullivan was in the trio at the top. He's had 1 birdie, 1 bogey so far, but Marcus Armitage, after a 66 yesterday, has added a couple of birdies. Fabulous start to round 2 from Ramon Langas. 3 birdies in the last 4 holes.
He's just standing over his line there. He's trying to feel which way the ground's going when you stand between the marker and the ball. And we can tell him it's left to right.
Exactly. It does make sense to me, that standing on the side, because you can feel the slope in your feet.
Yeah.
So just inside left. Nice one to get in on the first for Hovland. And not a nice one to miss, so big putt. Oh, straight in. Excellent. Excellent. A good settler.
Yeah, one of the players bogey free on day 1 and remains that way with a great par save.
Just stand, please. Thank you.
And this one will move very slightly the other way. Should be just inside right lip.
It's one of those, the subtle ones, Richard,
Yeah,
isn't it?
is,
You can so easily miss this right by thinking it's going to turn more than it does. You can't give the hole away here, just inside the right edge.
But, oh, good stroke that was from Tyrrell Hatton. Right in the middle. We discussed it on Thursday, but if you can get through the first 3 holes, you get through those in level, it's a great start. Not so much the second, but it's the first and the third that are the real tough holes.
What's he looking at there, Jon Rahn?
It's amazing. You can repair now anything on the green. So I mean, or sometimes, you know, you see a player miss a putt and he hits the ground in front. You think, well, you can put spike marks down now.
Pars all round at the first. This is a course you two know so well. You played a few rounds around here, Sam and Boxy.
Absolutely, I know it intimately. Wonderful course. They've redesigned it a few times over the years, and I believe it's in the best shape it's ever been in, playing wise and condition wise.
Yeah, there's not too many holes sort of go in the same direction. You know, 15 and 16 are not far off, but and the wind swells a lot round here. I was saying earlier, when you look on the left-hand side there, the 10th, the par 3 by the railway. Used to be a lot of trees before they had the fire, and sometimes you could look at the flag and it's blowing left to right, and then you throw some grass up and it blows into you, and then the clouds are moving right to left. So it's
maybe just a touch more.
Quite a swirly course, wind-wise.
So push it just a hair to get up to the apex. Okay, everybody, just hold still, please. Thank you.
I must admit, especially with where this pin is 6 on, right in the middle, it's one of my favourite par 3s. Anything short, anything with too much spin, it's whizzing back down.
This is a tough pin,
141 yards to go, Sam.
It's a tough pin, isn't it? This front one, it's the one you cannot come up short. Temperature nice, Cincy?
It's perfect. It's warming up now, especially with those steps going up.
Looking up and down means it's online. Oh, it certainly was, certainly was. Magnificent shot from Rahn.
You have two ways of playing this hole, really. You can either club up, so most players in between a pitching wedge and 9-iron here, and try and take the spin off it, pitch it on the number and get it to stop immediately. Or pitch it just beyond it, a bit like what Rahn did there, and spin it back just a little. And the difficulty here is you want to leave yourself with that uphill putt, which is anything just short of this flag. And to be honest, you can't really set yourself up for it. Get yourself in a position, give yourself a chance for a birdie, most likely to be a downhiller next.
Lovely strike. He's eyeing up and down as well. Has he got it right? Nearly. Absolutely all in the line there.
Yeah, Jon Rahn's going to have a couple of looks before he gets his birdie putt.
Yes, he'll be well tutored on the line.
You can see Marcus Armitage has just popped up to 9 under par. An Englishman leading the way now with birdies at 2, 3 and 4. One shot ahead of a quartet of players.
Good. Yeah, good, mate. Yeah, wonderful.
Well, if you're going to watch golf in the morning, it can't get much better than this, Richard, can it?
No.
Great 3-ball. Let's get to watch how they handle all the conditions of the course today.
You know, and 3 players that start the day in different positions. For Hovland, it's about consolidating, and for Rahn and for Hatton, you know, they're looking to put in something now because it's a 3-round event that's going to push them in amongst the contenders.
Yeah, it's a very good point, Richard. It's a whole new mindset now because it's Saturday. It's only round 2, but it is virtually the 3rd round, if you know what I mean. There's only one more round after today. So the boys have to get a move on. Ones that are 2 under or 6 behind. So,
well, there is Hatton at -3. This is where they finished. And you can see they're in and around the area where there's a few greens of the putts that have been made on this 2nd green.
Normally they tell you that was birdies. I mean, they might have hit it in the bunker and knocked it out at 20 feet and hold it for par.
Exactly. There's what I was saying. Jon Rahn and Tyrrell Hatton, you can see in terms of greens hit, they're a little bit behind Hovland. I think in terms of fairways hit as well, I think they were a little bit behind the Norwegian too. Hatton really had a mixed day. There was some fabulous golf. He went into the water at 8. There was Rahn went into the water at 18 as well.
Did he make double on 8?
Yes, he did. Yeah.
He did, yeah.
He was 4 under after 7 before
Wow.
Before he did that. So 3 birdie looks coming up here, Incy.
Yeah, absolutely, Richard. A good chance too, and I must admit it's quite difficult to read this putt. It's very subtle, if anything. My gut is saying it's got to be a little bit off the right. It's one of those things where your eyes can fool you, but you've got to go with your feel and your instincts. But the great thing is, it's a bit dewy out here, which means as soon as Hovland hits this putt, it will leave a bit of a mark. showing Hatton a good line as well.
You know, Incy, Hovland shows how well he played. On day one, he had 30 putts for a round of 64. That's unbelievable.
Surprisingly a lot. That's what happens when you hit a lot of greens.
So it's a par start for Viktor Hovland. Keeps him one behind Marcus Armitage right now.
Yeah, good effort for Hovland. Difficult to really give it a good run for it. It's all downhill. Difficult combination when you know the greens are relatively fast. It's downhill as well, but you've got that combination of dew. But this is definitely moving right to left. No more than a ball though. It'll be a nice way to set the tone for the round, wouldn't it?
Certainly would. Would have got a really good feel for the pace of the putt after that effort from Hovland.
And if Rahm's not watching, he'll never know the line. There's two perfect reads coming before him. It's off the right, it's hit it a bit firm. Oh my goodness.
Well, he should have got a good feel for the pace.
Definitely knows it's quick now. Just a little too aggressive there.
It doesn't look that fast though, does it, when you stand that side, Sam? You know, you think, oh, it's a little bit downhill, but it's within 2 foot of the hole. Really does pick up.
That's the wonderful thing with putting, isn't it? It's not only the line, which Hatton had spot on, its pace as well. Now for Rahn, great chance for birdie. This is no more than a right edge putt.
Putt on the first from Rahn from long distance. Oh, this is one he should polish this one up. A great start, 4-2. No, he's missed it left. Well, I didn't expect. Well, Hatton hasn't made his par yet, but I thought one of them would make birdie, but no, not to be, and Hatton was a difficult one back for his par.
They're just looking at Rahn there, 2 under par boxing. Well, I mean, very early stages of round 2, but where do you think the cut could fall?
Well, there's 74 players on -2 at the finish when it was completed, round 1. So you've got to say that's quite low scoring. So I doubt it would go to 4 under, because the lower it goes, it's, you know, if you get 4 under.
So Rahn needs a subpar round.
Yeah, I'd say 3 under probably the cut will be. May go to 4, depends how they all score again. But nicely hold for Hatton. But 2 under's quite low, Sam, isn't it? It's unlikely to be 4. I mean, it could be 4, but it's more likely to be 3 under.
Yeah, it looks like 3. Preferred lies though, no wind. Anything can happen really, but it's a normal cut.
Couple of stressful holes really for Tyrrell Hatton, and it doesn't get much easier coming to this one.
No, this is I think one of the hardest holes on the course, the 3rd. Straight at that left hand bunkers your line, 307 to reach it. Very difficult uphill, and that's the perfect spot. Pin today is 7 on, 4 from the right, so that's an accessible pin. But you don't really want to miss it left or right. But you can get it very close. A little bank just behind the hole.
A chance to remind you the decision was taken to resume play here with in accordance with the official national morning guidance, and also in consultation with the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport.
All right, guys, quiet, please. Thank
So
you.
pars all the way so far for these 3 players.
Surprised to see that no one made a birdie on the last. Really looked like a great chance. In contrast, third hole, difficult par 4, no real bailout, 2 bunkers on the right, absolutely in play. Miss it left, you get blocked out, requires the perfect tee shot, left corner it is.
It's up the right, will it carry the traps?
Where did that hit, he said? I'm not sure anyone has seen it.
Sprinkler head or something.
Incy, did you get a view of that at all?
I did, and that was the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. It literally pitched at the top of the second bunker. It had this trampoline effect and bounced about 15 feet up in the air and stayed in.
Yeah,
Funny one.
Yeah, I think someone's saying maybe it called a sprinkler head or something. Anyway, Hovland next to go, driver in hand.
Well, normally that kind of underlining of bunkers, you've got that dark, spongy, bouncy black stuff. And I wonder if it was relatively light with sand, hence that bouncing effect. Hovland always goes full whack. The line is that left bunker in the far distance with a bit of fade.
Looks like that's in the bunker.
Sorry, NC, is Rahm in the bunker, yes?
I believe so. From where I was standing, it looked like he stayed in
Okay.
that kind of right corner of it.
So you said it pitched on the top and went 15 foot or so in the air, did it?
I've never seen anything
Right.
like it.
You need to go and have a look and see what's on top of that bunker.
The first two went right. This one looks like it's up the left half. Catch a bit of the fairway. No, that's going to be difficult from there.
Well, it's a tricky hole, and it's become even trickier now for these 3 players in our feature group.
It'll probably be the worst 3 drives we'll see them hit all day. 2 in the right trap and 1 in the left rough.
And just a reminder for those just joining us, there will be a 2-minute silence in around 45 minutes or so, 9:50 to be precise. There's confirmation of how things stand on the leaderboard. Fabrizio Zanotti has been in some terrific round. He's actually had 9 rounds in the 60s coming into this second round, and he's off to a decent start. 1 bogey, couple of birdies so far from the Paraguayan, and you can see Guido Migliozzi there, a birdie and an eagle. For a player who's had a quiet 2022, performed well again at the US Open, but that apart hasn't been at his very best. Mark Warren out in 34, so 1 under par for the day, 35 front 9, 37 back.
The Højgaard, Rasmus Højgaard, named there 5 under par, the twins, pair of twins.
And this is the first event for Ryder Cup qualification, Sam,
Yes.
and you mentioned them, and you can't help but think that maybe they're going to be part of the team in Rome next year.
That's exactly why I was bringing it up. I think they're 2 really exciting players. And Ryder Cup certainly looms for both of them. What a proud day that will be for Mum and Dad. The Molinari brothers, Eduardo and Francesco, in the Ryder Cup in Wales.
We've not had twins though, have we? Teeing it up.
No. Father and son, but not together. Peter and Percy Alice. Yeah, the Ryder Cup points start this week.
Yeah.
The journey begins.
And Viktor Hovland, who's in the background there, he'll be off to play at the DS Automobiles Italian Open next week at Marco Simone Golf Club, which will be the venue for next year's Ryder Cup. Rory McIlroy's playing as well next week.
Look at the third here, 459 yards, a little bit uphill. Rahm in that right bunker, as is Hovland. And Hatton, and as Sam was saying, probably the 3 worst drives you see all day today, probably. from this group. They'll do well to walk off here with 3 pars.
We're doing very well to get 4 pars.
Yes, they're extremely well.
So, Vincy, have you had, I mean, 2 in the bunker, I'm not sure who's going first, but did you get a look at Hatton's lie at all? It was very thick down there.
I did, and Sam said that's probably the worst out the 3, and I can confirm that is the case. Just totally blocked out. Got the tall trees that just get bigger and bigger each year, bang in the way. Can't see this. That's a punch shot, keeping it low. I think you've just got to lay up. Not quite sure if you can see what sort of loft he has in the hand, but I just don't think it's worth it, especially out the rough. It's very difficult to shape.
Incy, did you get a look at any idea what Rahn pitched on or anything as we're just looking
I did.
at? Yeah, go on. What
Yeah,
was
it was
it?
right at the top, and you can see that kind of black, soft, bouncy trampoline stuff that I mentioned earlier. I don't know what the material is, but sometimes when you hit a shot at the bunker and your club bounces off, it's because you've hit that material, hence the trampoline effect.
Not rubber under the sand. No.
That's the one, rubber.
There you go. I think just a lay up and see this looks like just
Yeah, just trying to advance this forwards, not going for it. Can't be.
You don't want to miss the fairway. Oh, he's a great shot, almost just in the greenside trap. And see, that's a very good shot from there.
Yeah, with the contours on the green, it's always going to be very difficult to go at this pin. Good lie for the 2 of them actually in the bunker, and that's the advantage when the sand's a bit wet. It's a bit more compact, sitting on a slight uphill slope as well. 160 to go, no breeze. Just open up a little 8.
I didn't catch the edge. Is it enough? The line's good. Oh, magnificent Hovland. 8 under par, 1 behind at the moment, and that's a fantastic shot.
Well, his approach plays backing up what he did on day 1.
156 yards to go for Jon Rahn on slight more uphill slope. Should be a 9, but given it's uphill and you've got a bit of a insurance policy beyond this pin, I'd imagine he's opening up an 8. Pin's at a bit of a bowl in this front section. Accuracy's everything.
Sounded like a very good connection, that one. Oh, that's kind of steepy sort of slope there. Look at that ball going back. Just needed a little more.
Nice for us, though. I'd like to see them play little chips like that, Richard. Watch these great players show their talent.
Yeah, a couple grinding for par. Definite birdie opportunity for Hovland coming up. Nice to see the name of Soren Kjeldsen on that page of the leaderboard as well. 24th DP World Tour season for the veteran Dane. Played some very nice golf in his homeland in Denmark last week. Didn't quite finish the job. James Morrison started the day with a bogey, but has bounced back nicely since then with 3 successive birdies.
Yeah, players like Soren Kjeldsen tend to sort of do quite well around here because he's a really good manoeuvre of the ball, Soren Kjeldsen. He's a bit more sort of old school, and he moves it a lot left to right, right to left when he has to. And you've got to do that round Wentworth.
Well, worth another look at this second from Hovland.
His feet are very... His leg action, see how nothing moved down the bottom. That's so hard to do. It was just so high above the ball, it was difficult to use his legs, and just a magnificent shot. It's just all hands and arms, just give it a flick away.
Yeah, it looks easy. It looks easy, doesn't it? But it is very difficult to do that. That's where Rahm is, just on that little slope, just short of the green. It's actually a good pin position today. Brings the left and the right-hand bunker in play here today.
I agree, Richard. It's a great pin position today. Another one at the front. Perfect lie, really, especially because it is preferred lies, but it's like carpet here. And so a bit of an awkward chip shot. You've got two options. Try and drive it on the uphill slope, get it releasing, but I've got a feeling, given that Rahm's played a lot of golf in America, probably trying to loft this and fly it all the way. And everything's uphill, so it should stop pretty quick. Soft conditions too, it's like playing darts out here.
Well, that's a poor one from Rahm. That's a good 8-10 feet short. I thought he'd have thrown it all the way there with preferred lies, just 25 yard, one bounce, stone dead. But he has a wonderful pair of hands, really educated hands, but that was a poor one. He won't be happy.
You know what they say, Sam, Spanish hands. But definitely a part of his game that he struggled with. It's diminished in the last 2 years significantly. It's amazing to think 6th in the world, but still 180th in the rankings around the greens. Definitely an area he needs to work on. Hatton definitely opening this one up, trying to fly it most of the way.
He has the sprinkler right in his line, and see, we can see it from here. He couldn't run it up. No, he's played that beautifully. That was what I was thinking Mr. Rahm could have done. Each to his own, but that was delightful. But he didn't really have a choice here. If you look, we're going to see it again. And if he plays Rahm shot, he's just going to hit that sprinkler right in the head. So he's played it beautifully.
Yeah, lovely played. Our friend Derek Cooper would have enjoyed that one.
Yes, but 4 times.
Hatton's tapped it in. So he's got through the first 3 holes in level par, despite some issues at all 3 holes. So I think he'll be fairly satisfied with that.
Yeah, it's a good sign. It's a really good sign for the day ahead when you could be 3 over, but you're not. You're level. Par 5 coming up, make 3 there. Bob's your uncle.
We're waiting for our first birdie in this 3-ball, and here is an opportunity for Viktor Hovland to break the duck.
Definitely be beating the field if you made a birdie on this hole. Difficult par 4. I don't know about you, Sam. I'm seeing this almost dead straight, but whenever it's a downhill putt, always wanted to give it a little bit of something. So if anything, my gut's telling me this is a bit left to right.
Yeah, I think so too, NC. I know exactly what you're saying too. Because of the speed of it, you can't really be aggressive, so you've got to get a line dead right. Left edge. Delightful. 3 perfect shots. Actually 2 perfect shots. The driver's a little bit pushed, but a great birdie.
And that takes him into a share of the lead, just the 6th birdie so far today at this 3rd hole. 12th group out.
Yeah, that really was a great birdie. It'd be about this point, Sam, where the walk up to the 4th, you and I playing, there would have been a press coming on around about now, I would have thought, wouldn't you? One of our games.
Yeah, I think Richard means when you're 2 down, playing for a bit of money, you can start another game from that point. It'll be expensive by the time you get round to the 17th, 18th tee. Hearts are fluttering. Now, Ainsley, what do you think? Straight in?
Yeah, definitely. Very little movement in this one.
Watch the red line on the top, see if it turns over perfectly. Yes, it did. Straight up and straight in. Great putt from Rahm.
Yeah, and Incy made the point. He's scrambling stats. His strokes gains around the green on the PGA Tour this season gone have not been the best. 143rd in terms of amongst his fellow pros, but good up and down in the end for Jon Rahn. Ditto Tyrrell Hatton, a fabulous birdie from Viktor Hovland, and now off to a hole where there's a good look at birdie, maybe eagle coming up.
Yeah, they love this hole. It's the 3-wood, maybe 3-wood driver off the tee, turning it around the corner down to about right there, and a nice, quite an easy shot in. Been today's 12 on 6, 27 on 4 from the right. So it's an accessible pin. All the way at the back of the green. Nothing to worry about, no bunkers there.
I used to like the back left pin, Sam, didn't you? Back left was the nice one.
Get the nice draw in, yes.
Well, a little bit of a hold up. You can see that the group ahead, Min Woo Lee down there, is waiting to play his second into the par 5, so they'll have to wait back on the tee. Min Woo Lee and Lucas Herbert, 2 Australians who missed out on the President's Cup picks, playing with a 2-time winner this season on the DP World Tour in terms of Ewan Ferguson.
I think you like that. You see that crane in the distance, Sam? I think that's your finishing point, isn't it, with your driver?
That's the one just above there was a tree there.
It was. You looked like a Vikings helmet, didn't it?
It always stuck out, but not anymore. But you're exactly right. That is the perfect line with driver.
Yeah.
You can go maybe 10 yards right of the camera tower with 3-wood. Or reach the right-hand rough. You really just want to get it on the fairway here. It's going to run down, and you're going to have an iron into the green. But if you hit it in the rough, it just becomes so much harder.
Well, there's where the eagles have come from. We've had one from Soren Kjeldsen, one from Guido Migliozzi, and one from Lucas Bjergård, as I found out last week is the right way to say it.
Well, how is it? Bjergård?
Bjergård, yeah.
Not Bjergård.
No. But listen, we can say what we like, I suppose.
But the Højgaard,
well,
it's not a D, it's Højgaard.
I like the beer bit.
Yeah.
I'm sure you do.
Actually, I want to know. I don't know whether on Thursday the tee was 56 yards up and now it's 57. Any idea why they've done that?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe just to put the right corner in play a bit more, give the guys a chance to take on this par 5 and 2, perhaps. I don't have the accurate answer. That's only my opinion and assumption.
I can only assume that the tee was soaking wet, but I think we asked Wayne the other day and he said no, it was fine.
Yeah, I had a look at the tee boxes myself. I mean, they're in pristine condition. I think given how soft the course is playing, everything's just a bit longer. And I think they just wanted to give the players a chance, you know. Take it when you can.
Feeling sorry for these poor young men, eh? Get the tee off the back, make them rip driver. It's a par 5. It's just 3-wood for Hovland, didn't see if he's first. He is. He's got 3-wood. So has Hatton, and I'm sure Rahn will as well.
We definitely have 2 options off the tee, 3-wood or driver, depending on how long you hit it. And these guys are big hitters, looking to draw a 3-wood if you can. And this tee box, it aims right towards that red penalty area. And so if you did have the driver in hand, you could run out, hence the 3-wood. Just want to see a powerful draw. Come on, Hovland.
He's very good at this. It's perfection. Could not have put it in a better place.
Yeah, I mean, he's even got it down the left side to a back right pin, hasn't he? Three-wood for Rahn.
Yeah, normally likes to hit those lemonade fades, so it could be a little bit funny for Rahn to the eye. It's a bit of a blind shot, so you can take more of a left aim than what meets your eyes.
That is undoubtedly the best tee shot I've had.
He's happy with that one.
That's a beauty, that. You can go a little further left than you think off this tee shot here. I mean, you will end up in the rough, but it all sort of cuts back on that left-hand side there. Three would also for Hatton.
Well, just trying to follow the lead of Hovland and Rahn there. Both hit it absolute perfection drives. Like Richard said, you can play it more down the left than what you can see. No wind out here whatsoever. You think it's a perfect day for it.
This is left, isn't it? A little bit left, maybe catch the rock. Yeah, he's been lucky. Well, not lucky, it's the perfect shot. In these soft conditions, they might even think in a 2-iron off that tee, but because it's preferred lies, it doesn't matter because there'll be no... You're cleaning the ball, so if there's any mud on it, it's not a problem.
Yeah, let's look back at the action so far from this three. Hovland making a good par to keep the bogeys away. No drop shots yet from the Norwegian. One of the 3 co-overnight leaders.
Second hole's a par 3, playing 141 today. This is Rahm's tee shot, not much more than the wedge in his hand. But it can be tricky with the front pin, so pitch it past the flag and spin it back down. He would miss that one, unfortunately, as we're about to see. So good chance gone there for Rahn.
A magnificent shot from the trap here from Hovland. Watch his legs, they don't move. It's so difficult to do that, just hit it with your top half. Because of the slope he was standing on, he couldn't use his legs. That was absolute beauty.
Third of Hatton here, beautifully played. Pitched it about 2-3 feet on the green. Just walked straight up and tapped it in, no problem. 3 pars to start.
Great chance for Hovland here at the third, one of the hardest on the course. It goes straight in the middle. And he gets the 9 under, joint leader.
Yeah, all 3 players very aware of the prestigious nature of this event. Tyrrell Hatton grew up in High Wycombe, which is about half an hour away from here. Viktor Hovland said he grew up watching it on TV. This is his 3rd time playing here. And Jon Rahn, aware of some of the previous winners, namely Seve Ballesteros and Jose Maria Olazabal. He'd love to join his Spanish companions by getting his name on the trophy. Rahn, a runner-up in his only visit here back in 2019. Hatton a winner in 2020. And Hovland wasn't the first time he's posted a low number around here. He shot a 64 on the 3rd day when he played back in 2019. Matched that on Thursday.
I think Tyrrell Hatton will be very pleased to see where his ball's finished. You know, I think... Oh, he nearly got stung by a wasp then. I think he thought he was going to be in the rough there, Sam, down that left side. That top tracer seemed to follow it going a lot further left than it actually finished. Yeah,
it did look like it. Even now it looks like it's in the left semi, but I think it's just on the edge of the fairway, so he'll get his hand on the ball. You see it just in front. No, maybe it is in the first cut. Yeah, Hovland's asked, looking at it. Tyrrell's asked him, is this on the fairway or not?
I always think, a good friend of mine, Mike Penny, sort of said to me when we would have winter rules or placing, he said, I said, Mike, is this on the fairway? And he always used to say to me, if you have to ask, you know the answer.
Well, a good chance to have a look at how Hatton's ball's sitting, and I don't think it's on the fairway, unfortunately. You've got to look at both sides to see which way the cut comes in. And I think it's just, I mean, by smidgens on that first cut. Therefore not on the fairway, therefore not getting preferred lie. Unless I'm wrong, of course.
No, that's not going to happen, Lindsay. Is there mud on the ball? Do you spot any mud on the ball?
Not really, it's not too bad. It's just slightly wet underfoot. It's pretty pure around here, to be honest. Not enough mud on the ball to really affect anything.
Yeah, it looks
I think
pretty.
what Hatton's doing is the right thing to do. Double check.
Yeah, from the angle, especially we're looking now, you can see the cut line there, and he's the wrong side of it.
The Hovland's going in first. Incy, what do you think he's got? 5 iron? Or?
We're going to go.
Yeah, he's right in between a 5 and a 4 iron, pin right at the back once again. We've had a real contrast. It's either at the back or the front so far. No pins in the middle. 214 yards to go. 5 iron usually carries about 211, and I think this playing slightly downhill. This is the club.
Doesn't like that one. I wouldn't say that was so bad. He said that's so bad. I mean, I'd have to take that, I think.
If it was you and I, Richard, that would have been shot of the day.
High standards, Richard. Game of fine margins, isn't it?
Well, it is, isn't it? When he said, "Oh, that's so bad," I thought, "Well, that's left trap. It must be."
If I could take his bads all day long, I'd be a happy lady. Well, we've got 209 yards to go. Jon Rahn taking advantage of preferred lies. You can dry the ball. Make sure your club face is nice and dry as well. Gives you a much better chance of controlling that ball flight.
Come on over.
Has Hatton asked for a referee? Incy?
Yeah, he's on his way. Taking his time.
I saw Ram just waving somebody down like the referee had arrived. Didn't show him it. But
Oh, well, I'd say that's in the rough, Sam, wouldn't you?
We all think it's in the fairway, so.
Oh,
I think it's just that tire track is throwing it off. I mean, the paint marks typically right on the edge.
Okay. All right.
80. I like playing like an 80 number. Thank you. I still think it's a ton of help, and I think 82 we're trying
the
to fly
marker's
it.
in behind the ball. So
Fully stock, is it?
just
No
listening.
way. I'm surprised.
Just off of stock, I would say, Rambo. Plus, you know.
Just got out my first
Yeah.
mortgage. I would have put it all on that and say that's off the fairway, but referee makes the call. Now normally when it's firm and dry and bouncy, this whole green does slope right to left, but given the soft conditions, you're pretty much looking to take dead aim. A solid 6 irons required.
Well, he's missed it left, but it's a simple chip, a lot easier than if he'd missed it right. So a bit of safety play coming in there for Ram for a poor one.
Ron definitely surprises me. I mean, watching him on the range, he was absolutely flushing it. And talking about range sessions, speaking with Tyrrell Hatton, and he said this is the best range session I've ever had. So clearly feeling quite confident.
I'm not against that. Okay. It's going to land near the pin and yeah.
Just the 205 yards to go. A bit of a diddle for these pros, taking on a par 5, 3-wood 5 iron. Imagine that.
Incy were right behind it, and I have to say, I think they're 100% right. It certainly doesn't look like it's on the fairway. But the referee's called it. He's had the preferred lie. He's got 5 iron. Missed it right. It's not where to miss it. It looks like anyway. Yeah, that'll be a difficult one from there. Another poor shot from Hatton.
Yeah, terrific drives and terrific positions, but none of the three taking advantage of it. You can see Fabrizio Zanotti has picked up another birdie. That's come at the 9th, so he moves within one shot of the co-leaders. The likes of Shane Lowry Rory McIlroy, the defending champion Billy Horschel, all out later this afternoon. There's Francesco Molinari, just made a birdie at the second, former champion, the Italian. Francesco winning in 2018 when he saw off Rory McIlroy with a bogey-free weekend. There is the Northern Irishman in that group at 4 under par. It's a very pleasant morning, very different to what we saw on Thursday where it was raining on and off. Nice to have a little bit of early morning sunshine. You can see the yellow balls there on the graphic there. That's where the eagles were made from. Hatton in that bunker, you could saw 3 players found in very similar positions, all made birdies. So who's to go first here, Incy? Is it going to be Hatton or is it going to be or Jon Rahn?
It looks like it's Tyrrell Hatton to go first for sure. On a slight uphill slope, quite a bit of sand behind it to be fair. As soon as it lands on the green, everything works away from you. The greens are quick, but it's also quite soft. It's very dependent on the quality of strike and how it releases. Looking to open up the club face, generate a lot of speed. I'd imagine trying to carry this all the way. Don't quite strike it though, land it short, should release.
He had to carry it over that corner, just carried a little bit too far. Not a good one from Hatton.
Richard Boxall will be back with us a little bit later, but Laura Davies is with us in the commentary box now. Good morning to you, Laura.
Yes, good morning. Exciting day ahead of us, a bit sombre, but nonetheless we're here playing and looking forward to a couple of days of top-level golf.
Yeah, we'll see hopefully some short game skills from Jon Rahn. As you mentioned, his scrambling stats on the PGA Tour season just gone haven't been the best, but he got up and down in the end at 3.
Yeah, and this lie's a little bit quirky, but it shouldn't be too difficult. On a slight uphill slope, ball above his feet, and then as soon as it lands, you've got a bit of a tier to go over. So I'm seeing this as a bit of a back foot release shot, because the ball's above your feet almost eliminates you taking it on all the way.
Yeah, just a little bit firm, but a little bit clumsy. That was a very simple chip for a man of his talents, but he's left himself a tricky downhiller for his birdie.
It's amazing how many people have still turned up today. It's great, brilliant atmosphere. Now Hovland to go. This is a putt for eagle. I'd imagine we'd see quite a few of those today. Gettable par 5. Downhill putt all the way, working off your right. I'm seeing at least 1.5 feet or so. It's a relatively generous amount of break. To be honest, actually, I'd go a bit more.
Yeah, from here it looks like he's almost got to go aim up towards the edge of the rough. It's a huge slope.
Laura, I wonder how you took on let's say a 30-footer with this much break. Did you always work from the hole back?
I always find a spot at the breaking point and just hit a straight putt to there, and don't even look at the hole. I would just find that spot, and that would be, you know, for him I'd see about a 20-foot dead straight putt, and if you hit your mark, you've got a chance.
Well called, Laura. Every putt's straight. You're just aiming for it to take the break, and you're not trying to hook a putt or slice it. See where he started it, huge swing from the right, and he still didn't give it enough, but it's a beautiful putt. It'll be a tap in 4, and Hovland will go to 10 under par.
The Norwegian now the sole leader at this BMW PGA Championship, 10 under par, one ahead of Marcus Armitage now. Yeah, very nice start from the world number 10. Straightforward birdie for him, not so straightforward though for the other two.
Hatton hoping it's going to be straightforward. A little bit uphill, just a smidgen off the left. I'm seeing this as a left edge putt, maybe just outside.
Well, he hit a good putt, didn't he? Just through the break, and that will feel like a drop shot today down the fourth.
It made a really fast start on Thursday. All pars so far today for Hatton, who's right now around the mark where we think the cut mark could come. 3 under par.
Downhill, a little bit tricky for Rahn, just a little bit aggressive with the third shot from off the left-hand side. It's not a difficult putt. It's just harder than it would have been from short of the hole. Should be just inside left, set it rolling. Exactly the same procedure for every putt. And there you go. Well done, Jon Rahn.
Well, his only birdies so far this week have come at the par 5s, and there's another one. 3 under par. Alongside Hatton, 7 behind the leader. And they're off to the 5th hole.
Yeah, 5th hole. It's a lovely par 3. They got the pin on the front left corner today, 12 on, 6 from the left. It's playing 196, as you can see there on the caption, and the only place really not to miss it here is in that left-hand bunker, because it's a little bit downhill away from there. Not an impossible up and down, but you just want it just right at the pin, and there's your birdie chance.
Yeah, very popular spot just to the right of the green. Chance for people who've got here very early in the morning to maybe grab a little bit of breakfast and watch these players coming through.
Talking of breakfast, I've never seen so many biscuits in my entire life, Sam Torrance. What you've got in front of you here, it's a huge selection.
It certainly is, but I didn't bring them in, I must be honest, but they put them in front of me. They just know I like them.
It's boxy, isn't it? He's brought them in.
I didn't want to say that, but yes. He's probably got a pack in his pocket as well out there. Now, Hovland just only be 7-9. I think this is the toughest pin on the green. As Laura says, you can't miss it left. And if you go right, it's a very difficult 2-putt. He's all over this, I think. Looking up and down, maybe a fraction left. Just a fraction, and that's okay. You'll see when it pans out, it's only 15 feet.
Yeah, that's one of those he'll be looking to make that, won't he? That's a very easy up and down, and like I say, possible birdie.
Do you know what you hit there, NC?
I'd imagine it was between a 6-iron or 7. I've got his yardages with me. 6-iron carries 191 yards. Excuse me, 198 yards. So it just depends how you really see the shot. And I agree with you, Sam. This is definitely the most difficult pin, that front left. Anything left of this green, you've got the bunker that comes into play. Overpower it or miss it to the right. Because it's a higher plateau, essentially. Everything works away from you if you miss the target. You've got to be so precise with the number. Now Now, Jon Rahn, I reckon a strong 7-iron is the call. If you can, start it in the heart of the green, draw it in. I know he likes to work it left to right, but that's a shot.
Bro, what are you doing?
You heard him. What you're doing. This is way left. My goodness me, Jon Rahn. He's got away with it. He doesn't have to come over the bunker, so you just flop it down and run it. But he'll be wondering what's going on. He's hit some strange shots so far. I mean, what a competitor, what a player. But not today yet.
I think Incy was right there. I think he was trying to muscle one in, and that's the shot, isn't it? If you try and hit it sometimes a little too hard, you just get that thing moving a bit too far left, and maybe that's given Tyrrell the idea. Just a nice, easy one.
Yeah, look up
That's
to
a
the
couple
trees.
misses to left now for Jon Rahn.
Just looked up to the trees there, Tyrrell Hatton. Change of club.
It's an awkward number. It's actually right in between clubs for pretty much all the players, between the 7 and 6-iron. And to be honest, you've got amples of room right. That's the bailout if you're going to do it. With a mid-long iron in hand, you'd back yourself to hit the green. Come on, get on the dance floor.
The one-handed one totally hates it, but that's in the front bunker. Well, we're seeing a variety of shots from these three today. Not what we were expecting, Laura, is it?
No, not really. The thing is, Hovland's setting the target for the other two, where they've got to go. They've got to make birdies. Incy says just hit the middle of the green, but for these guys, they're thinking front pin birdie. So it's tricky.
Yeah, it's been a mixed bag, but very steady from Viktor Hovland. Couple of birdies. Roman Langascard in 32. He's got inside the group at 6 under par. So let's look back at what the leader has been up to so far. The world number 10 from Norway. This was a tester at the first, Sam.
Yes, it was a real important putt for your first putt of the day to get a nice par save.
Had an outside chance for birdie at the second, but this was probably his shot of the day.
Exquisite shot. Had no stand, standing away above the ball. Just had to use his hands and arms. Got the perfect connection. And left himself a nice, easy, comfortable downhill putt for birdie.
And Laura, I don't know how much you saw of his round on Thursday, but that was pretty typical of the way he was playing on Thursday, and he's profited from it here.
Oh, absolutely. He set himself up beautifully with that first round, and he's just backing it up. If he keeps playing like this, he could be the man to beat come Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, this was his eagle attempt at the 4th hole, and stress-free birdie it turned out to be.
It's perfect putt almost. Remember, we know this is round 2, but it finishes tomorrow. It is a 54-hole event.
There he is, 10. You can see Andy Sullivan's dropped a shot, but Sullivan hold a 10-footer at 9 for a par and a 12-footer for bogey at 10. So even though he slipped back at 7 under par, could have been worse for the Englishman, who was alongside Hovland overnight at 8 under. Hatton from the bunker then.
Oh, Hatton missed out the sand save opportunity on 4. Uphill slope. This is very doable. Should be his bread and butter, to be honest.
A lovely bit of check on the second bounce. It's taken a little bit closer to the pin. An excellent bunker shot from Hatton.
Yeah, Tyrrell Hatton should be a par from there, despite missing the green. Now, Jon Rahn, what sort of lies he got here in seat?
It's an awkward one, extremely difficult shot to pull off 2. You can see the clump of heather and grass behind the ball. Looking to get all his weight on the front foot.
Sorry, hey, listen, there's fans out here watching golf. So.
No, I know.
Okay, just
moving up and down and
okay?
sideways.
I know. Just everybody be still back here, okay? Thank you.
This looked horrid, didn't it?
It's so horrible. It's going to be really difficult to pull off. Definitely have to land this on the rough as well. Anything long, it works away from you. Wouldn't be surprised if he overpowers this one. So difficult to control. Looking to break his wrist pretty quickly and just trap it. And you want to try and pinch this one and pull it off. It's going to feel quite a lucky one.
Stay on the green.
Easy to do.
He's asking it for it to stay on the green. Not sure it will.
Yeah, it was a poor shot, but he was a little unlucky. He hit one of the spectators' shoes, didn't it? They just shot it into that position, so he's going to pay the penalty, at least one. That's a really tough two-putt.
Just a heads up, in the next 5 minutes, we will be taking a pause with a 2-minute silence across the venue to commemorate the life of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. I know both the people sitting alongside me, Sam Torrance and Laura Davies, have been honoured by the Queen in the past. I'm sure momentous moments for the both of you.
Yeah, no, extremely special. Very lucky. My wife as well did 3 Royal Command performances, 2 for the Queen, 1 for the Queen Mother, and I was lucky enough to be introduced to her 3 times. An amazing woman, Laura.
Absolutely incredible. Yeah, what she's done for us over her lifetime, and certainly since she's been the Queen. Marvellous, and very nerve-wracking when you meet her, but she tries to put you at ease, and that's the incredible thing about her. I think everything we saw yesterday, all the people from the street, the politicians, they all said the same thing. She had wicked sense of humour, and she always put people at ease, and I think that's her greatest gift she gave us all.
Yes, absolutely. There's a lovely piece with I think his name is Michael Griffin. They were out walking in at Windsor, and these 2 Americans bumped into them, and they didn't know who the Queen was. And she actually took a picture of them. And it's absolutely, you need to watch it. It's on YouTube. It's absolutely priceless. What a lady.
Well, that was almost a full backswing from Rahn. Oh, that would have been a bonus, wouldn't it? But he's gone a little bit too far past, a bit heavy-handed.
Yeah, and I'm sure it was a similar situation for you, but all the stories I've heard when she's meted people, the knowledge she had of you and how she was able to retain that. I don't know if that was the experience you had when you did meet her.
Yeah, when I in front of me, I'll never forget it. Obviously, it was a memorable day for me. There was a lady that had been 50 years in the National Health Service, and the guy behind was in the army. He was being honoured, she was being honoured, and so you went from nurse to golfer to soldier. And when we met after we'd been given the award, she had something personal about all of us, and I found that incredible. And there were 90 people on the day, so everyone had the same experience, and it was marvellous.
So this is for the bogey 4 now for Jon Rahn.
Huge putt for Rahn. This is for bogey. He misses this. He's back to -1. And he's missed it all right.
Well, we will be taking a pause very shortly here. A chance for everyone at Wentworth, the players, caddies, staff, volunteers, spectators, a chance to express their condolences, express the life of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. This second round of the BMW PGA Championship being played with heavy hearts in the waking of her passing. And as a mark of respect, everyone involved in the championship will now observe a 2-minute silence to reflect the impact the Queen had on so many people's lives around the world. Oh yeah, some spontaneous applause there around the first green in the clubhouse here at Wentworth Club. It's hard, isn't it, to just move from that and back into competition mode, but that's what Viktor Hovland has to do here.
Yeah, important putt for him to stay at the lead, but you kind of feel like that's what she would have wanted, and that's my impression of her. Things go on. Well done, Viktor. It's a nice part.
You know, we say the words with a heavy heart, Sam, and I can see that etched on your face right now. So I'll give you a moment or two to gather yourself as well.
I think it's quite difficult for the players, obviously. They're professionals, they've got to get on with it. There's a massive tournament to play in, but they'll be feeling it, whether they're from the British Isles or the Commonwealth or from other parts of the world. It's Jon making his double bogey, unfortunately.
Yeah, as Emmanuel Macron said the words, you know, it was your queen, but she was the queen to us.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. If ever you heard the Queen, you thought of Elizabeth. You didn't think of, no disrespect to any other queens around the world, but you always thought the Queen was Queen Elizabeth.
So let's have a look at the sixth hole, which has been pushed back a few yards over the years.
Yeah, they made it a much better hole. It used to be, it was just a non-entity, a 5-wood and a flat wheel long wedge, but they put the tee right back on the, I think it's the east course, and it's a much better hole. It's 3 wood straight out the right-hand trap, doesn't reach it now, and then leaves you just a nice comfortable wedge 9-iron in. Definitely a birdie hole, but a harder birdie than it used to be.
Yeah, you can't afford a wild tee shot here, can you? Because it's not good left and it's definitely not good right either.
Oh, right's the worst, isn't it, Laura? As soon as it comes off, you know, no, that isn't drawing. I used to like hitting driver here over the bunker, be aggressive, but not anymore. Driver, I can't reach the bunker.
The distances they hit it now is incredible. I was just listening, Hovland 7-iron there, 196. I mean, that you'd probably hit an 8-iron, Sam. I know how long you are.
Yep, twice. Yeah, I think Rory's 197 for a 7-iron. It's incredible. Driver in seat.
Viktor Hovland, yes, going for the big dog. Interesting tactic. Maybe trying to take on the carry. It's 299 yards.
Just about perfect.
Yes, I don't think you can do much better than that down this particular hole. He seems to be feeling it. He looks confident. He's not had the greatest of years, but all of a sudden, it seems to have clicked.
I must admit, I do like what you're saying there, Sam. 3-wood, just short of the right fairway bunker. But going for the driver, I'd imagine similar sort of line, maybe just trying to take on that left corner a bit more. It's a small target though. You can't miss it right, you'd be blocked out, and the left rough is looking juicy.
He's got away with a few so far, Hatton. Not sure if he has there, though.
Well, unfortunately for Hatton, it's not looking too pretty at all, but the fans are excited. He got it surrounded. Now Rahn clubbing down to the fairway metal. I like this play. It makes the fairway just look and feel a bit wider, I think. And if you can aim it down that right half, it opens up the second shot nicely.
A confirmation it was a double bogey at the last for Jon Rahn.
There's not much difference between those two tee shots there, Rahn's and Hovland's, and Hovland hit driver, and it makes it such a much harder target, whereas Rahn there had like a 50-yard fairway to hit at.
Hovland made a fabulous birdie on Thursday at that 6th hole after a really nice start to round 2. Soren Kjeldsen's birdied the par 310, so out in 32, 4 under par now for the day. You see Francesco Molinari, another who's going well. Birdies at 2, 3 and 4 have taken the former champion within 4 of the lead. Victor Perez has birdied 2 and 3 as well. So some players making nice foundations to what they're hoping is going to be a big morning and afternoon. Justin Walters, another who was out early this morning, who's playing very nicely. Just had birdies at 10 and 12 to start the back 9. There is Hatton, and we're looking at the cut mark naturally being round 2. It could fall at 3 under par. Depends on, you know, how the weather progresses during the day. It's been very pleasant so far this morning, but you'd think it will be around that 3 under par mark. And Jon Rahn with that double bogey now moves outside it at -1.
They're going to have to play well though to make the cut 3 under. I mean, it's 3 under's lying 34th. I think they cut to 65 and ties, so it is perfect conditions. It is preferred lies. You would think it would go to 3, but if I was on 2, 57th, no, it's not looking good, is it?
Well, there is Rahn, 4 stars by his name, reflecting the fact that he's won 4 Rolex Series events. That's equal most with Tyrrell Hatton. I wonder where Hatton's ball has exactly finished. I think he'll be scurrying down there to have a look for us. Rahn and Hovland don't have to worry about that.
Well, she said it's not pretty, and the crowd were excited. They've got it surrounded, so it's under a bush or something. So we'll wait to see how he plays this. How will he get out of here?
The key is, has he got a backswing? If he's got no backswing, it doesn't matter. But if he's got a backswing, these boys can find a shot.
This is the 6th hole with our featured group of Jon Rahn, Viktor Hovland and Tyrrell Hatton. This is where their tee shots have finished at the 6th hole, and Hatton is in there somewhere down the left. Trying positions for Rahn and Hovland.
I think the marshals do a fabulous job, and it's great work, all the people that come in to help out. But when you're 25 yards from the ball and the marshal turns and looks at you and he says, "You're not going to like it." Never cheered me up, Laura.
It's a brave man that'd say that to Tyrrell as well, I tell you. Oh, well, look at that. Looks like I think he's got enough of a view, maybe to whip one round the corner here, try and hook one down to the front of the green.
Looks like he's going to wait though, Incy.
Yeah, it's Jon Rahn to go first. Pin's right in the back right corner. Ball slightly above his feet. Went a little bit of her into off the right. Couple feet left. That'll be a good leave.
I mean, how bad is this today, man?
Not swinging well.
No, told us it himself. He has hit some, by his standards, poor shots so far this morning. Hatton coming out sideways by the looks of things.
Yeah, we call that taking your medicine. I thought he might be a little bit more adventurous, but that's not a bad play. Guarantees a chance of a par now. Hit a good wedge in.
Well, he knocked it to 6 feet on Thursday at this hole. Incy, the way he's been playing so far, probably going to expect more of the same, really.
Yeah, definitely swinging with confidence. You can tell by the way he's walking, that body language. He's feeling comfortable out here. 145 yards to go. This is the perfect pitching wedge. I think short right of this pin, you've got a little bit of a mound. So I'd imagine if you can take this dead on, it would be pretty good, but you just don't want to overpower it.
That's a really poor one from our leader. I mean, he's only 120 yards. It should be dancing round the hole. Easy to say that sitting here. He'll be really disappointed with that. A real good chance at birdie. Was aggressive off the tee with driver, put it in the perfect spot, and then you hit a shot like that.
Yeah, Laura referencing it's not been his best year. It started well enough, that the win at the Slink Dubai Desert Classic, winning the playoff against Richard Bland, but it's been more down than up since then.
Yeah, without a doubt, and his short game's let him down. His driver's not been great, and that, that's two of the huge parts of the game. Getting it off the tee, obviously, but this could be just that little thing he needs, that little spark to get him back going again.
Well, Hatton was definitely forced to lay up there between him and the pin before this shot. And the tree trunk was about 4 feet wide, so hence taking the medicine. You can pretty much corner this pitch shot. You've got a bit of a backstop beyond this flag. And like I said, anything short right, you've got that small mound as well. Especially with this much loft in your hand, you can look to carry it all the way. This is what the pros practice, dialing in the numbers.
That looked nice. And it was. Perfect balance. Funny, you watch a player play, you can always tell the balance after they've hit the shot. And that was just perfect. You knew it was a good one as soon as he hit it. Have a look. Taking dead aim, not a full swing, just a nice three-quarter one. Look, that's just gorgeous, isn't it? Gorgeous.
Just an effort to take the spin off, Sam, isn't it? That's all that is, that little abbreviated follow-through.
Yeah, they talk about the dead arm shot for that, and it's exactly right, Laura, as you say. And it's just almost taking the risks out of play.
And he may yet escape now with what would be a very good par. But I just wonder, I'd noted down when I was watching him on Thursday, I'd noted down hitting a few drives left, and we've seen it again today. He's had over 24 hours between the two rounds. Obviously, it's something that doesn't appear like he's been able to work out.
Yeah, well, it's my father always told me, if you don't take it with you, you won't find it there. So if you've got a fault in your swing at a tournament, you're better off just forgetting about it. Hit a few shots, loosening up. You start practicing, trying to fix it. You're really just endorsing that fault into your swing. Wait till you get back home, see your coach, unless your coach is with you. But then you shouldn't be working at a tournament. You should be here to just play golf, free mind, and go and do it. But it's definitely niggling him, Laura.
He was a wise man, your dad, wasn't he?
He certainly was. Miss him.
Another breaking putt for Hovland. Big right to left swing downhill in that last third.
Big swing off the right. It looks very good. What a great effort. Virtually stone dead. Beautiful putt from Hovland. Yes, Laura, my dad was a wise old man, but those comments about taking it with you caused the biggest arguments we ever had, because he told me that when he wasn't on tour. That was just when he got home to get coached. Then he started to come on tour to coach because he got many more pupils. And I'd finish my round and he'd say, well, let's go at the range. I'd look at him and say, well, what for, Dad? Next week? I didn't bring it here. I'm not going to find it. Oh, the arguments.
Oh, it's your dad. You've got to bow down to your dad. If he says it, it has to be right.
Yeah, I wish my children thought that.
You can see Jon Rahn not missed a cut at one of these Rolex Series events, but work to do to keep that 100% record going.
Right to left, should straighten up towards the end. Uphill all the way. Might be quite slow.
Well, the work's begun. He might be playing horrid. He's scoring. Even with that double bogey at the last, gets himself back to level par for the day, 2 under.
That's what the greats of the game can do. He couldn't be in a worse state of mind. He just made double bogeys. That horrid wedge shot in here, but still trying, still aiming, and he's got it. Back to level for the day. Start again.
Yeah, the back nine a lot more scoreable. It was certainly in the first round. Now Hatton, can he just make what will be a really good par? Yes, he can. Well done, Tyrrell Hatton. That was great stuff.
Well, hopefully Hovland will tap this in. I don't know how they got 2 pars and a birdie out of that, Laura, do you?
Well, if Hovland misses this, mind you, he did hit a bit of a poor second shot, but the greens are so perfect, you know, from distance. I think these guys are actually looking to hold some of them, because if you get it online, they're going to roll out pure. This one's gone a tiny bit too far past, but you'd have to think the way he's playing and the way he's feeling, this is a formality.
Oh, we both looked at each other there. The commentators cuss. Ah, he's very solid, Laura. I think you got it dead right. Straight in.
Hey!
It's 10 under. Still leading.
Kom aan, Viktor.
So off to 7 now.
Yeah, it's just a shot down the hill. 277 gets you in the perfect position. I can't see anyone even considering going over the ditch. I don't think I've ever seen it before. No need for that. A positional shot. You need to be in the middle of this fairway and then hit up straight up the green. We got the back position today, and I'd say that's one of the easy ones. You got a little bit of a slope behind it, so you can be aggressive. The one thing you can't be is short. It'll come all the way back down, and you'll have a really difficult 2-putt.
With the softness, the tee shot actually becomes a little bit easier, because you can use a 3-wood and fly all the way to the bottom. It won't run through into the ditch. Normally just a 2 or a 3 iron off the tee, top of the hill, run all the way down to the perfect spot. But I don't think you can take that chance with it being so soft. I think he's got a long iron in, so you can't tell.
I like it a little straighter. Get it down there, yeah. It's not going to go through. No.
We can pretty much hit anything off the tee, to be honest. You can take that fairway metal, carry it all the way. The ground's soft enough, it'll stop. Otherwise, you can drive on with the long iron. Should run down the hill. I think Rahn trying to carry it all the way.
I think you're right, Incy. I think he went with the long iron. He's tried to drill one down there. It looks like he's pulled it again.
He's groaning again. I mean, I hope they're okay down there. But more ragged golf from Jon Rahn.
He has been so lucky too. Fortune favours the brave.
Now, Sam, you know this. Is he going to have a shot from there? Because those trees do cut in quite a lot, don't they, from that left side?
I believe so. Maybe just a little bit drop. He's got the perfect lie, so should be fine. We shall see.
Looks like this is on a much nicer line, a little bit down the right side, little kick down, that's perfect.
You definitely want to try and favour the left half of the fairway, opens up the next shot. If you miss it out to the right, you've got some tall trees in the way, it might block you out. So like I said, 2 ways to hit this. Carry it all the way or try and drive one down there.
Good looking shot and draw back into the middle of the fairway. He's unlucky. He's very unlucky, but that'll be okay angle-wise.
Well, there's been a little bit of movement behind Viktor Hovland on the leaderboard. Fabrizio Zanotti dropped a shot at 11, but from no more than 3 feet, he's made eagle at 12. Soren Kjeldsen has started the back 9 with a couple of birdies. Marcus Armitage, all pars after those 3 birdies in a row from the second. They're one back. Andy Sullivan's birdied that 12th hole. Yeah, Francesco Molinari, he's liking for this place. 4 birdies in a row for the Italian. It'd be lovely to see him finding a little bit of form. Him and Tommy Fleetwood making such a great partnership in Paris National on the last Ryder Cup on home soil.
And you watch Francesco Molinari, he's just got the most beautiful swing, and you wonder how these great players can just lose it even for a couple of months. I guess golf's a very tough game.
Do you think you lose it between the ears before you lose your actual swing? Because it seems to me it's so relatable that if you lose your confidence just a smidgen, it makes such a difference.
You start thinking about everything, don't you? It's a freewheeling game, spoiled by our brains. We've all got one too. Can't hide from it. It comes with you everywhere you go, and it doesn't listen. You send the messages down to your hands and they stop at the elbows, and then all of a sudden everything's clear, everything's bright, everything's rosy, you're hitting the ball great, don't even think about missing a shot. As it said, some weeks that I'm playing, I can't imagine myself hitting a good shot, and other weeks I can't imagine myself hitting a bad shot. Golf. Wonderful game.
See a few Scottish flags there. Connor Syme, Ewan Ferguson, Robert McIntyre, all 2 under par. Eddie Pepperell got a tournament invite this week. He's been playing very nicely again, but work to do this morning for him to push up the leaderboard. Well, it really does look like Jon Rahn has got away with one here at the 7th hole, down that left-hand side. Looks to be sitting okay, and Incy, it looks like nothing in his way between where he is and the green.
It's actually a lovely angle in, to be honest, Richard. The ball sitting in some bare, wet stuff, 148 yards to go, all uphill, pin right at the back. And with this sort of lie, you're just looking to get that ball first contact, trap one, carry it all the way. It'll be pretty spinny.
That's where the 3 balls finished. Obviously Hovland's the perfect one. He has a ball in hand, can clean it and place it, and the perfect lie. The other 2 just struggle a little bit, although Ram's got a very clean lie. Yes, just ask them to keep the shadows back. La sombra.
Anything short, this is coming way back down, so looking to carry this all the way. I'm seeing quite a bit of spin from this sort of line. Got a bit of a slope just beyond this pin. Could use it if you like, but not too much.
Well, I'm not sure why they're clapping, to be honest.
Well, it was straight at it. That's the people behind. It looked good when it took off, but that's a horrid position to finish in. But really difficult to keep that on the right level, all the way down the front.
I walked up to this light, looked down, I just thought, oof, grim. This is horrible. Most amateurs would struggle to advance this at least 2 yards. But Hatton trying to get this out, 145 yards, back pin. Really trying to muscle one out there.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky, as Incy said. As strong as these guys are, that must have been a really horrible lie. And that'll be a tricky up and down from that front bunker, front right bunker.
Go.
Once again, another perfect tee shot for Hovland. You'd like to think from here, this is another good chance for birdie. A couple yards beyond the pin, you can use it to your advantage. No more than a pitching wedge.
That's a beauty from our leader, 15 feet. Just thinking of those second shots in there, Rahm, so lucky with his tee shot. I mean, missed his fairway by 30 yards at least, and it even kicked right to come down the perfect spot on the flat. Hatton misses the fairway by 3 feet and couldn't move it, could barely move it. It would be nice if it was fair, but you can't make it fair all the time.
The thing is, with the three guys, you have to say Hovland's playing nicely. He's 10 under. The other two just struggling. They're at 2 and 3. So I think the course is very fair. It'll give you a little bit, but you have to eventually hit good shots, or else you're just not going to climb that board.
And worth mentioning, there's been a couple of withdrawals this morning. Ryan Fox has had to pull out with a knee injury, unfortunately for him. I think he was 1 over par on Thursday, but we wish him well. It's been a fantastic season for the New Zealander.
Yeah, I was a wee sorry that, I mean, Immelman would be a fantastic captain. I really thought he was going to get a pick for the President's Cup next week, but not to be. Let's hope his knee's okay. It would have been ironic if he got a pick and then had to pull out because of a bad knee. But he didn't, so we'll not worry about that.
No bad knees amongst these three, but maybe a couple of headaches, certainly for Jon Rahn. I mean, it's about trying to keep it on the right level, Laura.
Yeah, he's got to be brave here. He's got to, if he wants to keep it there, he has to take the aerial route for me. If he tries to hit that little bunt and run, I think the momentum will just keep it going down. So, yeah, just go for it. Hit the shot that's going to give you the easy par, because it is doable. But you've got to take a chance in possibly leaving it short, which obviously is not a good idea.
Unfortunately for Hatton, there's a lot of sand on the back of this ball. I just wonder if it's going to come out dead. The cleaner the ball, the more friction and spin you can create, hitting up into a steep elevation.
It may look quite average, but it was a really difficult shot. Danger of coming all the way back down to the front of the green. It's okay. 6 out of 10, I'd have to say. Now, into Rahm, he's got to be aggressive, as Laura just said.
Absolutely, and you described it perfectly. I mean, it's not a very nice lie, so you need a bit of speed between club and turf. So opening up the club face, trying to get this landing softly, but everything's downhill from here as well. I wouldn't like this chip shot, to be honest. Of course, anything beyond this pin as well, you've got that steep tier. Full commitment is needed.
Well, you gave 6 out of 10 for Hatton. What do you give that? Are you thinking 7 maybe?
Yeah, at least 7.
Yeah, it's
at
good
least
effort.
7. It was a good aggressive shot, carried it all the way pin high, but still stopped it before it went down the hill. So very good from Rahm. A poor second from a lucky tee shot.
Hovland just marches on, doesn't he? A nice birdie chance here from about, well, probably 16, 18 feet.
A player that likes to use aim point as well. I'm seeing this at least a cup left to right, given this is a 12-foot putt, let's say. There's a bit of movement. Just noticed moments ago, it looked like he was pretending to roll the ball just to try and visualize the break-in line of this putt.
Well, the groans told us what we needed to hit. And look how far past that's gone.
That's a tricky one back.
Incy, what's Hatton's putt here? A little bit right to left, or is there not much in it?
Well, it's for par. And I'm seeing this uphill right to left, like you said. Definitely outside the cup, though.
Now this would be two very good pars back to back for Hatton. He's got to hit it.
You always know how Tyrrell's feeling about things. It's not been a straightforward day for him. He's dug in really well. Unfortunately, that's going to be first bogey of the round for him. Rahn looking to avoid a 5 here himself.
Yeah, it'll be some up and down. The trouble is when you've seen someone that's just missed a putt like Tyrrell did high, you might just try and take a tiny bit off this, so I'd worry about this one missing low left. So if he keeps the speed up just on top of the hole, a good chance for a really good up and down.
Well, a terrific putt for birdie at the last, and a really good up and down for par there. But he's going to have to get that long game sorted if he's to find himself the right side of the cut mark come the end of the day. Now, Hovland actually now has company at the top of the leaderboard. 47-year-old Dane making his 657th appearance on the DP World Tour. Søren Kjeldsen has joined the Norwegian at the top, and this for Hovland to stay on that mark of -10.
Very solid from Hovland. And we'll stay at 10 under. Kjeldsen at the top. Very solid stuff from Viktor.
It's a confirmation that it's co-leaders. Kjeldsen and Hovland both at 10 under par. Rasmus Højgaard, certainly one to keep an eye on, has made another birdie. In fact, he's birdied the 2 par 3s in that opening stretch at Wentworth Club. Andy Sullivan takes another step back. He's dropped a shot at 13. So scoring very good. Kjeldsen 6 under for the day. I mean, through a dozen holes, 6 birdies, 6 pars. That's some going so far. Romain Lagasse steps back. He was at 6 under, now back at 5 under par, the Frenchman. And Justin Walters, another having a very good day. He's just picked up his 5th birdie of the round at the par 3 14th. We're off to this 8th hole next.
just think I think if you hit it good and it turns over, I think it almost gets in the water. But it's gonna get so. Well, I mean, 280. Yeah, let's hope and win. Yesterday you got hurt. You know, it almost went through.
We were up there. I understand. 20 yards out.
Get whatever you want, buddy. I mean, 3-wood. Just a stock one's fine. Okay.
Well, I'm not trying to turn it.
Yeah.
What's the alternative?
Either just 2-iron down the fairway, or I mean, you could hit a 4-iron and a wedge too. I mean, it's 12 off. It's only 211 to there. You can have 130 to the flag if you hit a 4-iron. So 2-iron gets it down there where it's just a little closer, but then obviously that brings the.
It shouldn't bring it into play.
No, you just got to keep it. Just keeping anything right at the fountain with the 2-iron. You have all the way over to the tree. Right at the yeah, I think that's what I thought it was all along. I thought it was a 2-iron and a 2-iron and a wedge.
Great stuff. Great stuff from the caddy there, Lindsay. I don't know if you could hear it.
Yeah, absolutely, from Adam Hayes there, a long-time caddy for Jon Rahn. I'm a big fan of this play. I think you have to lay it back. It's no more than 260 needed off the tee. And this 2-iron, which is 21 degrees, carries about 245. And so from an elevated tee box play slightly downhill with the pin right at the front, this is great play.
He doesn't want to turn it over. I think he can reach that left bank with this one. Let's hope not. Perfection, Lindsay.
Well, you said it, Sam. He was close to the rough, but that's how good these players are. The attention to detail is just absolutely spot on. Fairway metal doesn't hit it as far as Rahn's, perhaps.
Yeah, perfect.
Well, Tyrrell Hatton is one of those players who's got a 3-wood and a 7-wood in the bag. I don't know about you, Sam, but I've never played with a 7-wood before. It should be the perfect 7-wood. Carries about 245 yards as well. Similar sort of yardage to Jon Rahn's 2-iron. Just trying to hug the right half if you can.
Lindsay, I've used a 7-wood for 30 years. It's a cheat stick. And then I needed a wall behind the green to stop my 3-iron, so it was a great fill-in for me.
Well, he's had all the misses left and now one right for Tyrrell Hatton here in amongst the trees. He needs a break because he's got to come over that water. It's been a mixed bag, I think it's fair to say, in our feature group, Sam.
Pretty grim. Not much golf but played at all. Proper.
Hovland's had his moments, I think.
Yeah, but even so, he still had to do a bit of work to keep his pars. He's only a couple under.
Thanks to Laura Davis, but Richard Boxall back in the hot seat.
Yeah, thanks. And this is from 141 at the second. The par 3. Not much more than a wedge. Pitches it past the flag. Screws it back down. Fortunately, he wouldn't hole that.
Gorgeous escape here for Hatton. Played this exquisitely. A little more, he would have hauled it, but good save at the third.
It's one of those days where Hatton could easily have been 3 or 4 over. The way things have gone through this opening stretch, he is 1 over for his round.
Hovland isn't, though. This was for a birdie. First one of the day at the third. And made his way to the 4th, the par 5.
Was very disappointed with the second when he hit it, but it wasn't that bad. Come up there, just 35 feet, but big swing from right to left. Got the distance almost perfect. The tap in birdie.
Yeah, Jon Rahn was disgusted with his second shot into the 6th. I think he was pretty pleased about the 3rd, though.
Good tee shot from Hovland at the 7th. Second shot just uphill most of the way to the flag today. 24 on 7 from the right, so right on that top layer. That's a good shot. Unfortunately, he didn't knock that one in, though.
Yeah, Hatton down the right-hand side. The other two in good position.
Only 4 birdies here today. You've got a dodgy pin there. 3 from the left, only 10 on.
And Boxy, if you're Tyrrell Hatton, let's hear this conversation first, maybe.
115, 124. A little bit of help.
The help's straight down, isn't it?
Yes.
If anything, pushing it
If
right.
anything, pushing it to the right a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of a north-northwest, so it's kind of almost like a hat. It's like that.
The caddy said to me, Rich, that the wind's coming from north-northwest.
Kind of right of it. Use that
Oh
slip
no,
and
that would have been.
feed right back to
So
it,
what is that? Down off the right or into off the left? It would have been one of those for me, yeah. So go on, Richard.
Yeah,
So I'm Tyrrell Hatton.
Yeah.
Let's just
Yeah,
focus
let's
on
watch.
Rahn first. We'll come to Hatton in a second. Incy is probably there for us.
I'm a big fan of this play. It just gives you a fuller shot in, laying back off the tee. 134 yards to go, and the pin's cut relatively tight. 10 on from the front edge. Just looking to the pitch, this back right of this pin, spin it back a little bit, but you don't want too much juice.
Yeah, well played. Yeah, the point I was going to make about Hatton, Thursday, he made a good start. Went in the water here, made double bogey. Today he's made a poor start. He doesn't look to be in prime position down that right-hand side. So decisions to be made.
Yeah, I mean, he won't be thinking, you know, this was a bad hole the other day.
Well,
for
look at
me,
this.
But this isn't pleasant. You've got the overhanging tree there, Incy. What's the story?
It's awkward, it's sat down, but you've got the tree in front of you, so trying to keep this low whilst trying to make this carry at 109 yards. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes long right.
That's it. And he played that well. I must have played that with about a 7 iron, I would have thought that, threw that under that tree. And you think you've got a, what was it, 109, she was saying, Sam, to the flag, so it's difficult, isn't it, to control that.
Yeah, very difficult. Very well called from Incy. That's exactly what happened. But beautiful tee shot from Hovland. Up in the mayor's office again, Incy.
Yeah, so good off the tee so far today. He'll test his wedge play. Not the strength of his game, but 92 yards to go. It's all feel from here. Oh, I love it.
When you look at him like this, Sam, you just think, well, he's going to finish about 22 under par here. Nothing can go wrong, can it? Every shot is right down the throat of the flag every time.
And it's just a wedge. It was a wedge at the last, maybe a 9 iron. It was a wedge in at the hole before. They're not difficult shots. They're great golfers, these people. They should be dancing around the hole.
Actually, I probably went a bit high or low, whichever way you look at it, with 2200. I forgot it's 54 holes, isn't it?
It would take some effort from here for Hovland to reach that mark. But we are talking about a player who was in the top 5 of the world rankings by the age of 25. But it's not just a young man's game. 47-year-old Soren Kjeldsen alongside him at the top of the leaderboard after starting the back 9 with 3 birdies in a row.
Well, he'll be playing next week in Italy alongside Rory McIlroy and Marco Simone, or Simone Golf Club. I think it's Simone or Simone?
Simone.
Simone, put the A in on the end.
Molto bene.
See.
No, I think that shot from Hatton, that took some guts. I know you're saying that, you know, as a professional golfer, you forget about what happened Thursday, but still, there was a lot that could go wrong there.
100%, but sometimes you have no choice, and that's when you can be aggressive, when you have no choice. He didn't really have a shot there. Very difficult, even under the trees when you're carrying over water. Very tricky. You can see how long, it's a very long, narrow green now, the 8th. Always been a great wee tester, this hole. Who's first, NC?
It is Hatton to go first. It's definitely a hole that used to scare me when I used to be a junior scholar here. And for the amateurs too, with that water feature just short, it's definitely easy to get that in your head. Now left to right putt for Tyrrell Hatton, lengthy 1-2. At this sort of length, it's all about the strike of the putt, getting that pace right. He's done the hard bit, and that was the second shot. What a worldie that was. Had to make that 109-yard carry. The pin was 119. There was no way he was missing this short, hence he's gone a bit long here, but still gives yourself a chance for birdie.
That's a magnificent putt from Hatton. Wonderful speed control. Virtually stone dead. Gave himself a wee whack in the back there with his putter. Just, it's a subtle bit of, is it flagellation?
Self-inflicted wounds. Yeah, don't do that too hard. But yeah, like a jockey maybe trying to just whip his horse into gear. Hatton doing that to himself. And I think Laura made a really good point, Sam, as well. You know, Viktor Hovland, you're seeing it. He's hitting fairway after fairway, beautiful approach shots and scoring fantastically. And yet, Rahn and Hatton, you're seeing the difference it makes. They're struggling to make sure they're here for the final round tomorrow.
Yeah, and great that we actually get to watch this right to the end and see how they handle it, how they control it, if they get better, which I'm sure they will. What do you think, Incy?
Well, it's more right to left to start off with. It's all downhill as well. Should straighten up towards the end.
Oh, my. Thought he'd hold another.
So did he. That was a gorgeous putt. Just got the edge of the hole, didn't fall in.
I had to let Laura in. So how did he make his double bogey on the 5th? Rahn.
He went left off the tee in a horrible position. Had to play a really difficult chip shot. It went through the green on the other side.
All right.
And then 3-putted from over there.
Overall, just very little in this one. If anything, it's creeping off the right edge. Subtlety and break.
Just to get to 11. No, it's a poor one. Just talking that double bogey. Richard, and then finish with the 3-putt. As all great disasters do, always finish with the 3-putt.
Always finish with the 3-putt.
Although statistically, he was just off the green, wasn't he, for 2? But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a great believer in that. If you hit it with a putt, it's a putt.
It's a putt. Yeah, I'm with you with that.
Excellent first putt from Hatton. Great second shot to get it on the green. Good putt up to here. Level par today. Let's just stay there. Not quite. He's not got going yet, Hatton.
No birdies.
No
drop shot.
He's got a hard hole. He's got the 9th come out, which is a tough one. And then 10's what you call an averagey sort of hole. But then you've got 11 and 12 are 2 good birdie chances. But they're saying the projected cut's 2 under. I think it'll go to 3.
Yeah, projected as it stands right now on the leaderboard, yeah. Look at this 9th. You said it's not an easy one, Rich?
No, it's a fairway it's pretty flat, just a gentle left to right slope on it. But you see the bunker on the right. If you go anything 10 yards from the edge of the rough there, you've got to move the ball from left to right to get round that tree that's just gone off your screen. And they've obviously reshaped the green. There's a stream at the back that comes into play, very much so now. If you missed it down that right side, you actually had a look at the other day, you actually would run into that water. And with the pin today, where is it? 9 on 3 from the right. You've got to be careful going into this green. See, it's pretty flat. It is a very gentle stroke. They've got the railway line and out of bounds down the right as we're looking at it, but there's a left as you play the hole. 2 birdies so far. So, you know, you take your, or this week, you take your 3 4s and run, wouldn't you?
Yes, you certainly would. Go back to that cut mark, Richard.
Yeah.
It's a projected cut. It's the wrong terminology, isn't it? It should be cut at the moment as -2.
Yes.
And projected to go to -3.
Yeah. Yes.
We'll tell them.
We'll sort that out after this.
We'll
is done.
tell them,
Yeah.
Richard, for sure.
Listen, your stock driver finishing on the tower, even if it's at the right edge of the bunker, coming down, it's slow, it should be short.
Yeah.
So
You shouldn't have to maneuver.
that's right. Okay, quiet, please, guys. Thank you.
Quite bossy, this caddy with the crowd, isn't he?
He is. What's his caddy? Adam Hayes.
Yeah.
If you're a fader of the ball, it's that left bunker up the left-hand side, the right edge of it, and just cut it a little left to right. Right there.
That's more like it.
I've often thought, Sam, watching these players, the big hitters, you know, like McIlroy and all that, wouldn't it be interesting to see what you could score when you were playing well, if you could take McIlroy's drive and play him from there?
I'd rather see what McIlroy scored from my drive.
Well, yes, no, that's a good point.
No, McIlroy. No, what have you got? Hovland, I'm so sorry. Normally a great driver of the ball, and that is magnificent.
Seem to give that just a little bit more. You can see him in the practice swings as well, pretty aggressive there. Viktor Hovland. He is driving the ball. Oh, he's hitting the ball superbly. Now there's a vantage point up there. Not sure any of us three could clamber up into that spot.
I might get there.
Or getting down.
Not sure I'll get down. Hatton. A bit wayward, couple left, one right. Surely one down the middle now. All right, Tyrrell, that's the one.
Well, a tricky hole, but all 3 in good position off their drive. Soren Kjeldsen has parred his first hole of the back 9 after opening up with 3 birdies alongside Viktor Hovland. Fabrizio Zanotti getting towards the end of his round. The Paraguayan, who's been in really nice form the last couple of weeks, continuing at Wentworth Club. Just looking at that page of the leaderboard, just wonder, so player that's not on these first 2 pages, Min Woo Lee, had a 9 at 17 on Thursday, shot 76, looked out of it, but he's on the front 9, he's just gone out in 30 shots, had a run of 5 birdies in 6 holes, and he's got himself now to within 1 of where the cut mark sits. So a great effort from the Australian.
Yeah, and the 3 par 5s on the back 9 coming in, you know, 12, 17 and 18, so he's got a good chance now to make the cut. You always, I mean, it doesn't matter who you are, you always want to make the cut. There's nothing worse than having the, you know.
He's had a while to stew on that 9, though, hasn't he?
Yes, you definitely need to be employed at the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Richard, that, you don't get paid unless you're employed at the weekend.
And this is a Rolex Series event, so $8 million prize fund. So it's and a lot of DP World Tour ranking points as well.
I remember a long time ago, in my days of playing, there was a chap came up to me and he said, "Oh, he said, that must be nice to going out playing golf every week, getting paid for it." I said, "It's not quite like that." I said, "You know, there's 156 or 144 start each week." I said, "And then 65 entires make the cut." He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, 65 and players tying for that score, that's when you can start making some money over the weekend." He said, "Well, you don't get anything." So no, you don't get anything at all if you miss the cut. You go on a bit of a bad. I mean, you never really went on a bad run, but if you go on a bad run and miss 4 or 5 cuts, you've laid out some money and got nothing back.
But you haven't missed a cut in over a decade now.
23 years I haven't missed a cut.
Is it 23 years since you stopped playing?
Yeah.
Or since you stopped going around the golf course?
So, since I stopped walking around the golf course,
Yeah.
yes.
Hard to believe that, Richard. 23 years.
It is. I played for 17. You must have played. How long did you play for? So 72. No, you were before that, weren't you?
Oh, 43 years on tour.
Was it?
Including the seniors, but enjoyed every minute. Well, almost. Felt like I enjoyed every minute of it, put it that way.
Well, you know, we were reflecting earlier on the honours you've got from Her Majesty the Queen, and I think that was a reflection on the career you had, Sam. So, a lot to be proud of, I'm sure you are. Now, these are the tee shots at 9, and all very close to each other, all, I think for the first time today, in prime position.
It's all in the fairway. Hatton first to go, 154 left.
So you've got the caddy with a yardage book, and Viktor Hovland himself has got a yardage book. And now what they do here is they work out yardage to the front of the green, and then they work out how far the flag is on. So the flag is on 9 today, and they might ask for what's the run out past the flag, how far have I got to the sort of back right edge. Work out the breeze.
And then they have to work out what it's playing. It's up,
yes.
It's uphill 5 yards, so it's playing another 3 yards.
Yeah.
It gets a wee bit complicated than it was in our day.
Yes.
Give me the 5 iron.
Well, yeah, certainly when I played amateur golf, I never had a yardage book. I just went out and eyeballed everything.
From the perfect spot, Viktor Hovland. Side of the top with Soren Kjeldsen.
I mean, when you were taking my money around Sunningdale and Wentworth, you didn't have a yardage book, did you?
No, but I had deep pockets.
I remember that.
Great chance here for Hovland. Not a difficult shot at all. Maybe gone to 8 iron. No, never like to hear that. Pulled it a little or pushed it. Let's pull it a fraction. That's pretty good actually. 15 feet down the hill for birdie.
He has some standards, doesn't he, Viktor Hovland? Made a nice birdie here on Thursday, and he's got a chance to make it 3 again.
.154 he's got to the pin. He'd be aiming probably just a little bit right at that TV tower at the back of the green, just past the right edge of it.
He likes this one, Richard. Up and down.
So he should. Chance for his first birdie of the day there for Hatton. Trouble is coming from this left side here. You've got to be very careful you don't go too far, because remember you've got a stream over the back of this green, a little penalty area that runs along the back of it, back right of it. It's quite wet though, so you should dig in. All right, fold that one, I think, a little left. It's the safe side.
Yeah, it's funny when you're that good, like Rahn is. You hit a shot and you look up and it's just a disappointment.
Yeah, Jon Rahn today. Mixed bag from last year's US Open champion. This was his tee shot at the second after a good 2-putt for a par at the first.
That was like a really good iron shot, and it did give him a great chance for birdie, as we'll see here, but can he make it? No.
Yeah, he'd been given the read as well, because the other two. This is it. They are. Boxer, you're asking about the par 3 fifth.
Yes, it was. Oh, he had no chance from there, did he? Stay on the green, you hear him say.
It actually got there because it hit a spectator's foot.
Did it?
So double bogey there, but here comes the bounce back.
At the 6th. Long way from the hole, 45 feet or so. Don't think it's going to make it, but it does. So back to level par for the day there at the 6th.
Rahm, who became a dad for the second time a few weeks ago. There's his average finish. In fact, before the Scottish Open, where he didn't particularly have a good week at the Genesis Scottish Open, his scoring average at the Rolex Series events was, going into that week, 67.05. But it's gone up a little bit since then.
Yeah, but that's going to give you some good finishes, 67.05.
It's going to swell the bank balance a little bit.
It is, yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, he became a dad for the second time about a month ago. And Neko Cahill was born on August the 5th.
Quite severe on the right-hand side, you can see that. I think you'd have to have probably a bit of pace on the ball to make that penalty area, Sam, over the back, don't you? You've got to have to catch the downslope.
Yeah, even then you might not because of the softness of the course, but when it's fast and running, just run off the edge of the green and go in there.
Yeah, cracking second shot. I had to play left this pin. Anything right just swales away from you. Bit of left to right for Rahm. But birdie, of course, needs some of these putts to drop now. Any other tournament, you feel like you've got time, but knowing this is a 54-hole event now, there's no time to waste.
Good effort, lovely pace. The tap-in par for Jon Rahn.
Yeah, I think if he's going to win, Sam, he's got to come back now in about 30 or 31, hasn't he? Really, he's got to have a ripping back nine.
Yeah, he's capable of it.
Yeah.
But is the man they're all chasing, apart from Soren Kjeldsen, is got another look to make a birdie here.
Similar sort of putt for Hovland, just not as much break, I reckon. I think whenever you're giving yourself a good birdie chance, you know you're playing pretty well. I think if I've got this correct, normally is a par 5 for members.
Not that I know, Insay.
Maybe off
don't think it
the
is.
lady scorecard, Sam, when I was a junior.
Yes.
Felt like one anyway.
You'd still have been hitting the driving iron in here, Insay, I know you. Good chance here, though. Almost identical to Rahm's putt, just leaking to the right. Well, it's a good 9 for Hovland.
Sam, this used to be par 74, or was it a par 75 once?
It may have been 5.
Yeah.
I think in our day it was 74.
Because the first was a par 5, wasn't it? And the 15th was a par 5. Oh, the third, so it would have been 75.
The first, the third, the fourth.
Yeah. 15th.
These guys have got it easy.
They have, yeah. They've made it much shorter.
What do you think, Incy, left edge? Right, Incy's just slipped away. It's going to come off slightly off the left. The both players in front have missed it on the right, so he knows it goes left to right. He's done exactly the same, all three of them.
So birdie free, front 9 from Tyrrell Hatton. And Hovland, 27 holes, no bogeys, so tied at the top at 10 under par with Soren Kjeldsen. Our feature group head to the back 9. So here's how this golf course is scoring, and quite clearly there is a few more birdies potentially to come on the back 9 than there is on the front half.
That's amazing. That's a huge difference, isn't it? I mean, that's you got the first and the third, the two real tough ones to start with. You know what it's like at the start of a round. You get, if you drop a couple over in the first 3 holes, it's difficult to recover from that. But then, prime example of the 3 par 5s on the back 9, 177 under. Crikey.
And it all starts at this par 3 10th. This group got underway at 8:30 this morning. Just coming up to 11 o'clock now.
That's the right one. Feeling like this.
Par 3, this 10th hole. It's playing 184 yards to the pin today. And the pin is 22 on 3 from the left. That's not that little bank on the left. That sort of gets in your way a little bit on that hole. But that's quite a good pin position, I think.
I'm with you, Richard. I've always been a fan of this par 3. It's a slightly slanted green on a bit of an angle, and so from the tee box, this is a back left pin position. Like I said, 184 yards, 7-iron. Usually likes to play a left to right fade, but I really like the thought of a draw starting at the heart of the green, trying to draw it towards your target.
Yeah, I'm sorry about giving the yardage out there, Incy. Sorry about giving the yardage away, but we had a graphic come up and I had to give that away. But it just sort
You're making my job much easier, Richard.
Well, no, it's always nice to have things to say, isn't it?
I've always got plenty to say, don't worry about that. Miss this left, it's awkward, you end up short-siding yourself, so the fat part of the green is just right of this pin.
That's okay, it's an uphiller from there. Good stopping off point around about the 10th. Get yourself something, a bacon sandwich or something like that, Rich.
You should do like a YouTube video saying, you know, food stops around Wentworth.
And there's plenty of them.
Well, I would tune in. I'll be your first like and subscribe, Richard. If you know what that means, of course. Hovland, anything short left of this pin, it does kick it back to the right, but you're not really looking to play that. It's just a bit of a safety blanket, really. Anything right at the pin gives you the uphill putt.
Oh yeah, lovely shot. Does that mean, Incy, does that mean to join up, to subscribe, yes?
How much time do you have, Richard?
Oh no, I always thought if you subscribed to something, that was you were signing on to it. Got that right?
Kind of.
Kind of.
Yeah. You got it kind of right. You'd become an influencer. Do you know what that means?
184 to the pin here.
Exactly. And 7-9 it is for Hatton. Has real low hands, doesn't he? Quite a flat swing. Did a bit of studio work yesterday.
Doesn't like that. That may be a little left, maybe. Only just. That would do nicely. The left to right swinging putt, that one there, but 2 out of the 3 very good chances there for birdies. You're going to laugh at this, Richard. I tried to, and hopefully Ince is listening, but I had this. I had something wrong with my phone, and I popped into the town Bracknell, and I said to a young lad, he was probably 22 or 23, and I'll get to that in a second. Can't quite finish it off.
Leave it hanging.
So anyway, I went into the shop and I said to the young lad, I said, look, I've got something wrong here with my phone. He said, well, just open it up. So I opened it up and had a look. He said, oh, that's easy. He said, listen, just go onto the toolbar. I said, whoa. He said, what do you mean? I said, toolbar. I said, is that a new pub or a wine bar that's opened in Bracknell? And he just sort of looked at me. And I said, look, you're hitting your second shot into the first at Wentworth. I said, the ball's very slightly below your feet. What natural shape should it hit? Or should it fly? And he looked at me with a complete blank face. And I said, you haven't got a clue, have you? I don't know what you're talking about. I said, now we're all square. I said, I'm used to a red telephone box and, funnily enough, writing letters to people.
Did you get there in the end?
He fixed it in the end for about 300 quid, yeah.
Very good, very good.
Well, you know what I mean? It's like anything. It's only easy if you know what you're doing.
Everything is, yeah. That's true. As long as you know, then it's simple. But if you don't, it's extremely hard.
You'd have liked to have been in the queue, though, behind.
Yes.
See the chap's face.
It would have been terrific if it had said, yeah, what you need to do is...
Yeah, it'll go left to right to a back right pin. It'd be perfect. And I'd have walked out then.
These are the players hovering around the cut mark. There are 3 players out on the course at 6 under. We've seen a couple of them go through already. But look, we mentioned earlier Min Woo Lee. He's added another birdie, that is, at the par 3/10. So 6 birdies in the last 8 holes from the Australian. And he's now on the cut line. That was smart playing from Min Woo Lee, a winner of a Rolex Series event when he won the Genesis Scottish Open last year.
Oh yeah, I mean that would have been 76 yesterday. That's packing your bags material, you know. We've all done it. You bring your bags to the course thinking you're going to miss the cut. Doesn't happen a lot, but we've all done it where you've had to recheck back into the hotel again.
Well, that happened to James Morrison last week. He had the suitcase in the car. He changed his flights, checked out of the hotel, and shot a 62 in round 2. So had to find a new place to stay for a couple of nights.
What about the ones that think they've missed the cut after the second round and fly home, get home and realise the weather turned horrific in the afternoon and you've made the cut, you're on the tee at 7:30.
Yeah.
That has happened.
It happened, I can't remember the golf. It happened, I think, at the Wyndham Championships just a few weeks ago.
It happened at the Dutch Open with Wayne Riley. He flew home. I had to come back.
That's a good chance for birdie. Uphill, pretty much all the way. A little bit of right to left movement.
What a good effort that was. Three to start the back 9 for Jon Rahn.
Looks like it's Hovland to go next. A little bit of right to left once again. Bit more break than Rahn did. Also back up the hill. You like to think that this is a good chance. And busy part of the golf course too. You've got the 11th tee box just beyond this green. Also shares with the 8th tee box too. Might be a little bit of waiting later perhaps. But birdie chance first.
Nothing wrong with the putt, just didn't quite read it right.
It's very similar this round to Thursday for Viktor Hovland. A lot of looks, lovely golf, sort of ticking along nicely, no bogeys on the card, and it took that finish, the birdie eagle finish, for him to shoot a really no number 64. He'll be hoping for some more of the same later on in this round.
Quite a bit of left to right in this putt for Hatton. At least 2 and a bit cups maybe.
Yeah, that'll annoy him.
He's simmering there, isn't he? You can see
Yeah.
he's not sure whether to laugh or scream.
Just takes it so personally, doesn't he? It's a tough game if you can't take the rough with the smooth, but it's what makes him exciting to watch. Plus his great golf, obviously.
They say it's a funny game, Sam, but it's never really made me laugh.
I can look at the tee shot at 10. Gone, tee's a bit farther back now. The object is to miss the traps on the right. Just get it just past that there, and that's just a nice little wedge up the hill. Good birdie chance here with a good drive. But conversely, if you hit a bad drive, it's a really difficult hole. Quite a slopey green. Pin's on 24 from the right. That's a difficult pin. Anything left of the pin, you can see the arrows, it all screws back down to the front of the green, and if you miss it right, you get a very difficult little chip with no room. So a tough pin, but as it should be on shortish par fours.
Yeah, look back to the raised tee there. As Sam was saying, it's moved back. Used to play right at the very front there. You see the path that goes up. There's a tee just in front of it. That's where we used to play from. And as years have gone by, as you said, Sam, it's moved up, and that's the 8th tee to the right. And then the other side of that.
Jon Rahn with the driver in hand, elevated tee box. It's pretty, you can see everything, but it's not pretty if you miss the fairway.
Great swing
He
there.
loves that. Great swing there, the caddy said. You can be rest assured if he says it's in the fairway.
Backwards. Let it roll along.
Driver once again, he's been driving it beautifully so far. You've got 4 bunkers protecting this fairway. All of them come into play. I mean, a draw off the tee is the perfect shape.
They both did.
Yeah, the last one.
Yes, on the right to right.
Incy, sounds like you left your motorbike running.
Does it?
Do you not hear that?
No, I'm just standing by. Oh, that might be the generator. That's what it is.
Or the
Now,
sausage
Hatton
hut.
usually has a pretty high ball flight. I'd imagine as soon as this lands, it's going to stick to the ground like glue. It's a loud driver too.
3 perfect tee shots, all good chances for birdies.
So 10 under still the mark. Zanotti and Armitage 1 back. Andy Sullivan back at 8 under par, picked up a birdie at 15. Francesco Molinari, those 4 birdies in a row, alongside his fellow Italian, Guido Migliozzi.
Well, is that a referee to recognise him? Box, is that a referee coming in? He said something to the 3 players. I don't know whether it's to hurry up or slow down or...
And Rahm's running now.
It's downhill.
It might be a guest referee, you know, like from Italy or France or something like that. We do have a list here.
No, I didn't really want to know who it was.
Oh, no,
I wanted to know what he was saying.
You've done it now.
No, I wanted to know what he was saying.
Oh, I see.
No, not who he is.
Well, it's 2 hours 45 minutes. They're playing the 11th hole, so it's not been pacey. But whether that's anything to do with the threesome or just the way play is at the moment.
It was about 5.5 hours yesterday, wasn't it? Start to finish, what they took them to get around.
Eddie Pepperell's had 1 bogey, 1 birdie so far in his round. So as he was overnight, 3 under par.
Well, the group in front of them are going down the 12th, so they're not that far behind, are they?
Well, it's a whole hole.
Yeah, I suppose it is, yeah.
Just to be out of position, that's probably what it was.
Yeah.
Just a wee warning.
Yeah, Victor's caddy's striding, isn't he?
Yeah, he's off and running, isn't he? Yeah, 1 on the right, Ram's caddy's running now.
It's like a race, isn't it? They used to do that actually at the 16th at Himmerland, didn't they, up the hill? They used to have a little caddy race.
Did they?
Yeah.
Is that the one where they have the squeaky ducks?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like, if you've seen the horse racing, something they had the football mascots having a race. Always amusing to watch. So these are where the tee shots have finished at the par 4 11th. All on the fairway. Only been 5 birdies so far in this second round at this hole. Jon Rahn has officially, so far today at least, hit the longest drive here at 314 yards. He's only got just over 100 left in.
Look at the crowds, fantastic.
Means not many birdies here so far. I guess it's a very, looks an easy pin, but tough to keep it on that little ledge.
Yeah, I'm relatively surprised by that because I'm walking up to the green. There's more room than what meets the eye down by the fairway anyway. Hatton to go next, 114 yards. It's an elevated second shot, had a couple of yards there. It's a bit of a 2-tiered green though. So pitch it in that second tier. It's very easy to spin it back down, leave yourself with a longer putt. It's very much about spin control from the slight uphill slope off the fairway.
Oh, sit, 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 sit.
It doesn't matter how many times you say it. If it's going long, it's going long.
It's more of a plead, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's how my dog reacts when I shout that.
I agree with you in terms of the spin, but the last place we want to be is over the screen. It's such a chippy wedge, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just hit this one.
Hovland up next, 111 yards to go. And knows exactly what not to do. It's overpowering this back pin.
Yeah.
It's always difficult, I think, when you're playing slightly uphill. If there's any sort of breeze, Prevailing should be a little bit into off the left. Can't feel it right now though. It's controlling that distance and spin.
Back it comes. Oh, very good control there. You're always going to get a lot of spin when you clean your ball and you're putting it on a decent lie as well. You know what it was like there, Sam, with that wet turf and uphill. It always used to spin a lot.
Yeah, same sort of story where you're just trying to take the spin off. Anything long and leaves you with that short-sided shot. Trying to do what Hovland's just done, pitch it a little bit beyond. If it spins back, great. If it doesn't, give yourself a chance. You can just see there trying to take the spin off it with that three-quarter follow-through.
Get in the hole.
I thought it was back in America. They used to shout, "Get in the hole."
They're normally inane shouts, aren't they? That one was a realistic chance.
That certainly was, Sticky. What a gorgeous shot.
And look at him, he knows, doesn't he? Look at the way he's eyeing that up and down. He knows this has got a chance.
So close. But it's a birdie, he'll get him under par for the day. Hopefully.
Yeah, and you know, there's these par fives coming up. He's on that cut line as it stands, but you suddenly feel something in your game. You know what Jon Rahn's capable of.
Anything.
Yeah, Rahn looking to find a spark, whereas Viktor Hovland, he just looks so in control. I mean, from the first, I was going to say yesterday, Thursday, I should say. It's hard to believe Viktor Hovland, after like sawgrass all the way until the Open where he finished fourth, he didn't have a single stroke play top 20.
This needs a decent lie here. For Hatton, have you had a look at that one, Mincy?
Of course I have, Richard.
Okay.
It's a decent lie, like you said. It's needed. Everything works away from you as soon as it lands on the green. A little bit left to right, if anything. But you definitely need to open up the face in this one, trying to get it up in the air, land it softly as quick as you can. I'd say this is a delicate shot.
There's been some nice short game moments today from Hatton. He's going to need to find another one here.
Exquisite. Absolutely magnificent, wonderful hands. Expertly played. Mick Donaghy's not on the bag with Tyrrell. Hope Mick's okay. Long time caddy.
I was saying earlier, Hovland just standing over the line of his putt there. You can see where his foot is.
His right foot is nearly on the line,
I was going to
isn't
say, it must be left and right. What he's trying to do is get feel the slope.
And the fingers, what's that for?
Well, it's like the aim point, isn't it? But I mean, I don't agree with all that. I mean, you know what it's like saying you walk up onto that green. You pretty much know the line, don't you, when you get up there? I mean, it's as you're walking up the green, you think
20 yards short on the green, you
yeah.
know exactly what it's going to do.
Well, Richard, I hope you don't mind me saying this, but you're old school. This is a new school method. I mean, I don't use it myself, but it's something. It's there to help you. I think it's great to help amateurs actually learn to read a putt. But anyway, for Hovland, this is just moving a little bit left to right. Not much, though.
I think he plays slow enough into it. Let's not get the amateurs into it. Oh, he's been so unlucky. He looked like it was going to go in. Maybe a fraction firm.
Well, it might start to grate on him, chance after chance. I think we're into at least a handful of putts inside of 20 feet. That one was just inside of 10 feet that he's had to improve on his 10 under par score since he went birdie at 3 and 4. Excellent up and down from Tyrrell Hatton, keeping it together really well. No birdies, but there could have been more than that solitary drop shot.
Just a tap in par for Hovland, stay at 10. A chance goes a begging there. Par 5 next.
7 successive pars for the co-leader. Now this for birdie for Jon Rahn.
No problem. That makes it 61 players now on 3 under and better. So if you're on a couple under par and you're in the clubhouse, you're not looking in a good spot.
Well, longest drive of the day at this hole, just 103 yards in.
And probably the shortest second shot. Delicious, almost went in. I love the way that green slopes a lot right to left, and that ball, when it span back, came up the hill because he cut it in there. Very special.
So it's still 2 at 10 under par. Messrs Kjeldsen and Hovland.
Quite a lot of English players, aren't there, on that first page of the leaderboard? Matthew Jordan, he finished, was it 4th or 3rd last week, did you say, Richard?
I think he was tied 4th in the end.
Jon Rahn, 12th tee, just off the left edge. Just made a birdie. Oh, it's a cracker. It's an absolute cracker. No, he doesn't like it, is it?
Apologies for any poor language you may have picked up.
No, he's on the fairway. On the fairway. Sorry about the language there, but maybe it might be first cut.
Did he say out of bounds then? I thought he said something is that out of bounds? Never anywhere near it.
Well, this par 5 caused a lot of trouble yesterday. Plenty of casual water in play, especially down the left. Jon Rahn in that first cut on the fringe on the left. Hovland aiming at that second bunker in the distance.
Well, there's a little creek that runs across there. I don't know if did you see that finish?
Yeah, I'm just walking towards the red penalty area. Looks like the ball went straight in it. Would be surprised if I can see it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Might have a good chance of being plugged with the height that it came in at. Now Hatton, I reckon he's got the loudest driver on tour. Two bunkers on the right, woodland on the left. Start it right, draw it in. That's your line.
This is way left as well, it looks like, in the air. And there's OB in there.
Yeah, another one down the left flank for Tyrrell Hatton.
Surprised you didn't play a provisional ball off there, Sam.
Yeah, this was,
That was
sorry, Boxy, I was going to say this was round one where he made a really nice move again after the setback at 8 where he made double bogey. He made birdie at 11, just off the green in 2 here at the par 5 12th. Up and down for another birdie, and then at the next, the putter certainly warmed up.
Yeah, 13's a good hole. Back left pin, on Thursday, sorry, here, and a long 40 foot that probably was.
He got himself to 5 under par at this point, but he dropped shots at 14 and 15 and parred in after that, so a round of 69. There he is on the DP World Tour rankings, just outside the top 10 right now. Ranked at number 16. Well, Hovland will get confirmation, but could be in that creek. Hatton's in amongst the trees. Jon Rahn, who sounded like he hated his tee shot more than anyone, is actually on the fairway. Just want to point out while the players are walking down, we've been talking about Min Woo Lee, who's just gone to 8 under par for his round through 12 holes. He's just walked out. He's in the group ahead of this, by the way. He's just walked off this 12th with an eagle 3. So 76 yesterday with a 9 on the card. He's now just outside the top 20 at 4 under par and only 6 shots off the lead.
Good fight back, that. As you say, after a 76 yesterday, he's got to, hopefully he can get back and get the same hotel room.
Didn't somebody win recently with like a 7 on the first? Or?
Yeah, Rory McIlroy.
Well, Rory did.
Yeah,
two championships.
Tom Kim as well had an 8 at the first when he won in America.
That was the one I was thinking about.
And they're looking down.
Yeah, there was always a horrid feeling that when you walked down the tee and you saw about 3 people staring into the ditch, you think, you just wanted to go, I know where it is, I know where it is.
Well, it kind of looked left there, like he was just going to knock it out. It's like maybe has he been plugged in the ditch, Incy, or was he plugged out of the ditch?
I was just looking at how Rahn's ball was sitting, so I don't know if the ball in Hovland's hand is the ball that he found in the ditch, because I spent a good 3-4 minutes trying to find it and talking with the spectators. It bounced short, and the second one was straight in the water in the penalty area, and I couldn't find it, so obviously just taking relief hit, 1-shot penalty.
Just looking for some grass going towards the hole, really, rather than certainly not the other way. Drop it into grass that's coming towards the camera, you've got no chance. So he wants a shiny bit of grass there, really, to drop it on.
Excellent drop.
So I just spoke with Shane Knight there, and I couldn't find Hovland's ball, but we know it was definitely in the penalty area, hence taking the drop with a new ball.
Okay? Good target just left of it at that BMW sign, okay? Come on.
And from here it's about 122 yards to the front, pins 11 on, so make that 233. Looks like this is his 2-iron, if not the 3-iron in the 2-iron, excuse me, in the hand. So clearly going for it. More than capable. Lies good.
Flag just right of the TV tower at the back of the green. Another groan on that one. That's why this time I think it's found that bunker on the left.
Incy, where's Hatton's drive? It seemed to go miles left.
Sam, it's because it did. He got lucky, hit the tree and clattered out right in the middle of the fairway. How's your luck?
Good.
216 yards to go. Pin pretty much in that middle front right section, I would say. Pretty well protected by the bunkers, all surrounding it in that short section. And right of it too. Fat part of the green, just left of this pin.
Leaning left usually means right. Just on the edge, maybe. Oh, it's magnificent now. Well, Mr. Hatton. Incredible chance. What a bit of luck off his tee shot, and he's now got a 5-footer for eagle when he should have been chipping out sideways.
You should never moan ever again. When that happens.
I reckon he will.
Yeah, so do I.
195 yards to go for Jon Rahn. It's very soft in this left part of the fairway. Of course, coming out that first cut, can't pick and place. So it's a wet and muddy ball. So watch out. Should be the 6-iron.
Started it left. Pretty well up over the tree, stayed there. That's going to be an interesting 2-putt from there. Because if I remember rightly, Sam, coming from that side of the hole down towards the hole, it's pretty quick, isn't it? Left to right.
Yeah, the last 12 feet will be extremely quick. Richard?
A couple of players have completed their rounds. We've had a 67 from Justin Walters and 68 from Romain Lagasse. That leaves him at 7 under par. But an equal chance coming up for Tyrrell Hatton. Viktor Hovland striding down the 12th hit in a share of the lead with Søren Kjeldsen.
Hovland, remember, he was in the ditch, so he's played 3 as they go up and down for par. Fantastic shot from Hatton. Very lucky with his tee shot, but that's gone, dusted, forgotten.
It's got 3 written all over it, Sam,
It
isn't it?
certainly has, Richard, it certainly has. So how did he eagle 12? Oh, a great shot into 8 feet. Hold it, well done.
Yeah.
There's Eddie Pepperell there, he saw tied for 11th. He's hold his second shot at 9. Nice way to end the front 9.
And a funny man, Eddie Pepperell. Does great podcasts. Very funny. And honest.
Yeah, and it's good to see him back playing golf at the top of his game again as well.
Yes, he took the defeats recently very well for someone that hadn't won in a while. Really nice man, Eddie.
Flat lie, you need to land this in the perfect spot. Anything past the pin works away from you. Quite aggressively too. Looking to land this 2 yards short, bit of spin, 1 hop and stop. Let's see the magic.
That's fairly magical. God, what a shot.
What a par.
I know it's all different nowadays, Sam. Isn't it amazing how square they line up for those bunker shots?
The club face.
And the stance. You know, normally it used to be wide open, didn't it? And cut across the ball.
Yeah, I think it still is. I think he was just playing a kind of
a runny shot.
Almost a pitch and run
Yeah.
there. Just a wee bit fat with a pitching wedge, maybe.
Hatton's ball sitting there waiting to be knocked in for a 3.
Well, the power run will continue for Viktor Hovland. Hovland will stay at 10 under par. Oh, well, you know, given his power and strength, he'd be disappointed standing on the tee not to make par. But given where his tee shot landed, 5 is a decent result for him. Now, a couple of eagle putts still to come here, Incy.
Yeah, and this green, essentially he's got two parts to the green. You've got the front section and the back, which works away from you. So awkward for Jon Rahn, where he's kind of on the spine. So considerable amount of right to left to start and should straighten up towards the end.
Got the speed. Oh, again, just touched the edge.
Yeah, it has been quite a few, John.
There's a birdie.
Yeah, I think it's been since the 8th. He's had a lot of putts. Have a look. Again, apologies if you picked up that language, but it was close from Senor Ram.
Glad we didn't hear what he said under his hand there. Now, great chance for Hatton. Come on, Incy, what do you think?
Oh, a little bit of right to left. What a second shot this was. Clattered off the tee, into the trees, into the middle of the fairway. 4-iron, eagle putt. Thanks for coming.
Don't. Good 4. I'll tell you what, as the ball was in flight off the tee, they said you can have a 4 here. He'd have said, let me go straight to the 13th.
A dull day for Hatton. 1 birdie, 1 bogey. Nothing much happened. He's not played well. He knows that. But it can be turned on the sixpence, this wonderful game. 1 good shot, the 4-iron into that green may just give him the confidence to play the rest of the holes really well. See, Shelveston, Hovland at the top, 10 under.
There's Eddie Pepperell. Guido Migliozzi has taken a step back, and Rasmus Højgaard, you can see they're now tied 18th. He started so well, 3 birdies the first 5 holes, but he dropped shots at 6, 7 and 8, so back in that group at 5 under par. There is Min Woo Lee. What a round he is putting together. Sensational round. Jon Rahn ready to go at 13.
Tough driving hole, Ram.
All right.
This is not good because they reach the trees there over the trap.
Get a good lie, please.
Not sure.
Dogleg from right to left this 13th hole. 470 yards. Difficult drive this one. There's a hump that sort of runs right to left and sort of up the fairway. Anything left, you've got no view of the green whatsoever. And anything right, you're in the thickish rough. So ideal is to draw it from right to left if you can. Starting it down that right side.
So get in the fairway, and then it didn't. Really got a nice bounce off the tree at the last.
Yeah, I mean, he said it kicked right there, but the fairway slopes a lot left to right. It's always going to kick right.
He did sarcastically say thank you for that bounce right into the rough. I wonder what he said when it bounced out the trees in the middle of the fairway and gives him a 10-foot for eagle. Well, that was unlucky. A lot of power there. Touch down the left, maybe. No, perfection. Absolute perfection. You couldn't place it in a better position.
No longer leading though, Viktor Hovland, because Søren Kjeldsen has birdied the par 5 17th, and it's the 47-year-old Dane who tops it all.
So Hovland so far, no drop shots yesterday.
What do you make of Søren Kjeldsen's performance, though?
Brilliant.
I mean, 7,300 yards. You know, he doesn't put it out there like Hovland and Rahn.
No, but I was chatting about him earlier. You know, I used to, in my days of playing, I played not loads with him, but I played a fair few times with him. He's a great manufacturer of shots. You know, right to left and left to right, high ones, low ones, and round here, tree lined. They're the kind of shots you have to play. You know, you've got to manoeuvre the ball. It's not just a great big belt here.
But it's 7,300 yards and it's very soft, so it's playing all of that.
It's playing its full hit. Yeah, but listen, Kjeldsen's a great player. Multiple winner. Was it 4 or 5 wins?
4 wins, yeah. 7 years since the last, though. But
yeah, no, what is he? 47, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's
24th year on tour. So
he's choosing a big one to put himself in contention.
Well, he played well. He did the first couple of days, particularly in his homeland last week. He played very nicely. Didn't quite see it through over the weekend. There's Incy striding ahead of our.
Striding. Give us a wave, Incy. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. And waterproof jacket off. There you go.
Yeah, good that that's not required right now. We've got one Norwegian up. There's another Norwegian. They're just starting out. Christian Krogh Johannesson in the group at 4 under par.
Good story, wasn't it, about him last week, Rich?
Yeah. He hadn't registered for the Challenge Tour event, where he's fourth on or was going into the week, fourth on the road to Mallorca, the Challenge Tour ranking. So he entered instead. He was still able to the Made in Himmerland. He obviously been focusing on the Challenge Tour this season, but he ended up finishing 3rd, his best ever DP World Tour finish, and that got him into this event. And he's the right side of the cut mark, 4 under par. There's Thomas Bjorn, 2 under par. So these are the tee shots at 13. All gathering down that right side.
Yeah, from the bunker on the left to the bunker on the right here, it's like a spine that runs from sort of one edge of the bunker to the other. It's a hump in the fairway, and anything pitching on this right side does tend to kick to the right, especially when it's a lot harder, the ground. It kicks off and it can almost go through that path there on the right-hand side. As you can see from that, it's just gently uphill. Green's raised, always has been raised here at the 13th hole. Crowds are good though, look. Quite deep lining this fairway.
So the exact
168 yards to go for Viktor Hovland. It's a perfect number for his 8-iron, to be honest, and pin the front left portion. I'd like to think a little draw would be ideal. Pin's cut tight though, 9 on, 4 yards off from the left edge. Bunker short left as well. Can't miss this left, so maybe a couple yards right at the pin. That's your line.
Again, his approach play, it's been top class this week. Looking very comfortable, Viktor Hovland. I know the tee shot at the last found the penalty area, but in general, looking very smooth.
Well, I know Hatton got lucky with the tee shot on 12. I'm going to say he's got a little bit unlucky here. It was a decent tee shot, just bounced to the right. Now sat down in some thick stuff. 166 yards to go. Very similar sort of yardage, playing from the correct side, which is the right. Great angle into left pin. It's all about the contact now.
heavy, wet rough
Real still, please. Thank you.
right now, so that's...
Thanks, guys.
We'll run back a little bit down the slope there at the front of the 13th.
Okay, that means everybody real still. Thank you, sir.
I'm not sure if you guys can see it, but there's a young man just behind Jon Rahn. He must be absolutely loving this. 160 yards to go. It's the perfect 9-iron. Decent lie too. It's been trampled down by the spectators. Likely to have a crack at this.
Yeah, if you're going to miss the fairway, go a little bit wider than where the spectators have been, and you get a decent break like Jon Rahn had there. 11 under leading, the likes of Tommy Fleetwood heading out this afternoon at 8 under par. Billy Horschel and Rory McIlroy a little further back at 4 under.
8 under leading the first day, Richard. Then normally when it's 72 holes, you say double that score and add 2 for the winning score. Now, are you going to do that with this? Double it and add 2 to 18 under.
Well, Kjeldsen 11 under. I mean, he's still got the par 5 18th to play. And saying Tommy Fleetwood at 8 under, but you'd be surprised if 12 or 13 wasn't leading. Maybe at the end.
Oh,
of the day.
I think so. Yeah, at the end of today.
If you're supposed to double it and add 2 for
Yeah.
72-hole tournaments, I'm going to get to your maths here, box. It's 2 rounds now, 3 rounds. So you have to half.
Double it and add 1.
Well, no, you can't double it either, you see. You can't double it.
No, you can't. No,
you can't do it. So I'll
All right,
put
well,
you
let's-
back into school. So I'll
let's
leave
go-
you with that one. I'll come back in a week. You can tell me the answer.
I've worked out. I've worked
You won't
out.
get it by Sunday evening, will you?
I'm still going to go for. I'm still going to go for 18 under winning score.
Yes, but that's totally different analogy and totally different method of getting it. 2 rounds to go, you double it and add on 2.
Yeah, no, I got it a real secret way, but I can't tell you. I
No,
can't
I
tell you
don't.
how to do it.
It's a complicated equation.
It's no wonder the bookies love you.
Hovland eyeing up an opportunity shortly to get back alongside Kjeldsen at the summit, Wentworth Club, which is celebrating its centenary this year.
Quiet now. Thank you.
Well, Hatton's short game's been pretty tidy so far, hasn't it? On a slight uphill slope, looking to carry this most of the way. As soon as it lands on the green, it should trickle a little bit off the left.
Spin on the second bounce, that one nipped it beautifully, and it did. Stone dead.
Seen this all day long from him. Really has been a real lesson on how to get a score from Hatton today.
Yeah, if he can get through 13th, 14th and 15th in level, I would very much think he will finish under par today. It's a good example, Sam, isn't it, of a top pro not playing very well but grinding out a score.
Exactly. No pictures on the scorecard.
No.
He's just going to tap in here for his 4 without bothering anyone standing in the lines.
Safely in. I remember one of the best players who I ever watched or played with who wasn't playing well and grinded out scores was Jack Newton. He was unbelievable. He could hit it everywhere, and then at the end of the day, he said, "You get on 71." You think, how does all that add up to 71?
I'm a little bit disappointed this 9-iron isn't any closer. I think it's slightly wide given he had a short yardage in. Nevertheless, birdie chance though. Not really downhill, mostly off the right, I would say, but it's gradual. Just a gentle curve, right to left.
Speed's good. How's the line? Oh, it's going to come up short. Oh, not quite. Another gorgeous putt from Rahn. He's hit the edge 4 or 5 times in the last 6 holes. And that one just hangs over the hole, agonisingly close. It's just another part of Jon Rahn.
Great chance this for Hovland. Birdie putt. Not as much right to left perhaps, but it's definitely still moving. A little bit downhill from this angle. Slightly quicker. Must admit, struggling to fault the guy today.
Well, Hovland rooted at 10 under par at the moment.
It's pretty good. He's gone 31 holes. If he knocks this one in, not had one single drop shot. That's very good round here.
But when you get to 10 under through, 4 holes, and I mean, you just got to stay patient, I suppose, and just let it happen when it happens.
No, if that was me, I want more. I really do. I would want to keep going. I'm playing great. I'm 10 under. Get 11, get 12, get 13, get as far ahead of the field as you can.
Because it's
when
not
you're
like,
in control.
It's not like Hatton, who's making the up and downs. He's giving himself birdie putts
every hole. Every hole.
Well, he only had 30 putts yesterday and around a 64. 8 under, so he's 2-putted 2 of the par 5s. Probably been a bit different to that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, he's 2 on the par tee to green, basically. Yeah. Look up the hill at 14. Pin front right today. 10 on 6 from the right. That's a great pin. Very accessible. And they'll be dancing around a hole in a beautiful i7 BMW for a hole-in-one. We've not had one yet this week.
You get any cars, Sam, ever? Hole-in-ones or...?
I did. I was playing Ron and Rafferty in the Hennessy Cup, I think it was, and there was a car for a hole-in-one on this par 3. His honour, and he asked me if I want to share, and I said no. He's over the ball, he's about to take a back. I said, Ron, stop, please stop, just stop, please back off. He backs off, and I said, I will split, and he held it.
Did
So
he?
I got half of it, yeah. Took me a while to get the half, but anyway. Back to Jon Rahn, 14th up the hill.
That wasn't at Ferndown or somewhere, was it? Was it at Ferndown? People won't see you nodding, Sam, but Sam is saying yes, you're just taking a sip of coffee. So if you're that's a projected cut there. If you're on 2 under par, you're not looking particularly good. Now this will come back down a little bit towards the hole. Yeah, very good. That would have looked excellent from where he is. You can't see the bottom of the flag from down there on the tee.
Yeah, 176 yards, but it plays 14 yards up the hill.
I'd love to have known what Ronan said when it went in.
Check or cash. No. Hatton. Be very aggressive to this flag for Hatton. Go straight at it. Oh, gorgeous, gorgeous. They'll let you drive the car for a week for that one.
Well, between the three of them, they're getting closer.
Yeah, this is if you hit the ball left or right, this is a lovely pin position in a little bowl on the right-hand side. You just aim right at the front middle of the green and let it drift in from left to right. This is your natural shot.
The car was under threat there. What a tee shot from Viktor Hovland, and that par run's just about to end.
We have to watch that again. That was going straight in. They jumped right first bounce, one bounce.
Yeah, excellent point, Sam. It was dead on line.
I thought it was just going straight in. Have a look here. Gorgeous strike. And watch when it lands. It looks like it's just going to go straight in the hole and decides to go right there. Oh, what a shame. Almost the perfect shot. How good are those three?
Well, I suppose if you will cut it in, Sam, it's always going to kick to the right, but...
should have aimed left.
Yeah.
Well, Soren Kjeldsen's got an eagle putt to come at 18. Viktor Hovland with a birdie putt to come at 14. What a very deserved reception for these three after those tee shots. There is Rahn 4 under par in that group. That includes Min Woo Lee, who's 8 under par today. Had a couple of pars since that eagle at 12. Lucas Bjerregaard with a 68. He's tapped it in. Co-leader for now with Soren Kjeldsen at 11 under par.
Another good viewing point here. Get in that stand behind the tee, you can watch him tee off the 15th and play this hole here. Again, it's another part of the course. It was quite noisy. Making 2 on here, Sam, was always nice, wasn't it? Nice feeling.
Yeah, you had to, well, a very good tee shot, give yourself a chance. Especially when the pin's at the back. 80 good over the back of this green. Really tough little chip with that grass over the green. Never liked that.
Yeah, it took one bounce. You thought, well, that could be okay. And then you heard, and you thought, oh, no.
Now, Ram, it's a bit more off the right than you think this. It's in between... maybe cup right. Look like he's given it that much. Maybe I've got it wrong. Hopefully he's got it right. That's all that matters. It's going to miss left. Never gave it. Oh, does it? Did it? No, it's not. Well done, Jon Rahn. It just hung on.
Yeah, there is nowhere near as much swing as there used to be. As there, I know what it's like. We're looking at putts that you think that's got to go quite a lot from right to left, but I thought he'd missed it left as well.
So come on, Tyrrell, don't hit the side down. This to make it 3 2s.
Yeah, if he does miss it, he won't need any propelling to get to the 15th tee.
Nice little run from Jon Rahn, though, isn't it? 3 birdies in 4 holes.
Well done, Tyrrell. Fine birdie. It's up to 4 under, 7 behind, I think. Still 1 round to go, though.
Yeah, they're all looking good to be around tomorrow. Off to 15 they go.
Yeah, tough par 4 this one. 453 yards. We've got out of bounds left, out of bounds right. They've put a ditch in down the right-hand side as well, which never used to be there before. And then you've got the penalty area that winds its way across. Bunker left, bunker right. Pin right at the back today. I would have got it 24 on 7 from the right. And the green generally slopes from right to left. And get your tee shot away, you can knock it down that right side, and you can draw it in from right to left and use the shape of the green and get it back to that flag.
I don't like to get too overexcited, but we're looking at this 15th hole. Up ahead, the news is that Min Woo Lee has holed out for an eagle 2. So 2 eagles now in the last 4 holes for him. And he's now 10 under par for the round with 3 holes left to play. If he could, it's a could, birdie the last 3 holes, he'll break 60.
Well, listen, if he's playing that well, there's a fair chance he's going to be playing for eagles on the 17th and the 18th. So,
yeah, what a round.
You never know.
Had a 9 at 17 yesterday, so he probably thought he was heading home, and now he's just outside the top 10. What a round.
Let's go for birdie, eagle, eagle finish.
Yeah,
let's really be adventurous.
What's that,
here.
58?
7, I think.
Yeah, 57.
1, 2, 3, 4.
5 under.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
Let's be really adventurous. Then if it goes birdie, par birdie, we're not too disappointed. What a round of golf. I remember somebody sitting very close to me shooting 62 round this course with a hole-in-one on the 10th, winning lots of cash off me. But I can't remember his name. So we'll just go back to Jon Rahn on the tee.
You must have played well that day, Rich.
That was net.
Just 3 wood for Rahn. See him down the left side. Loves the fade. He can actually move the ball both ways simply, without even knowing. Us seeing how he does, gorgeous, just gorgeous. You could stand and do that all day when he's on top form.
Yeah, I thought, for me personally, this was the hardest hole on the course. I always thought it was a difficult drive off here.
I drive across this road quite a lot to get home, and I always stop at the start of it and look back at the tee and imagine myself on the tee.
Dear.
Yeah. Haven't hit the fairway yet.
Oh, that's pretty arrow straight, that one from Hatton. That has not, look at that. Perfect. Three wood for Hovland. Oh, just at least he's going to keep an eye on that one, just down that right side. That's right.
Trading by 1 again, Viktor Hovland. It was 2 putts for a birdie for Simon Kjeldsen at 18. Birdie finish, and an excellent round. 64, 5 unanswered birdies on the back 9 from the veteran Dane. So he has set the target at 12 under par. Matthew Jordan has eagled the 4th. That's why he's moved already to 9 under. Francesco Molinari, after those 4 birdies in the first 5 holes, just picked up his next at the par 5 12th. And there is Min-Woo Lee now 6 under par, having started the day at +4. So 10 under, 3 holes to play. Rahn with those 3 birdies in 4 holes that we've watched. Tied for 20th now. Hat off for Hatton.
Very good, Rich. It's a much easier course, Sam, to play, isn't it, when it's a bit wet like this? I mean, when it's hard and bouncy, it's brutal.
Yeah, it plays longer like this, obviously, but definitely easier. And the point you're making, and just to let the viewers know, is the fairways become wider when it's softer. Because when it's hard and you pitch it left half of the fairway and it's drawing a wee bit, it'll go into the trees or into the rough. Whereas it's soft, it just stops very quickly, still on the fairway. So longer but easier.
2 under now and a share of 64, so very close to the cut line, moving to 3 under. There's last week's winner, Oliver Wilson, in that group, starting his second round at 2 under par.
Great story, isn't it, that Oliver Wilson winning like that? It was so emotional at the end. I don't blame him either.
Unless you're back Ferguson.
Well, oh.
Had a few shekels on him in the morning at 10-1, 2 behind, 2-time winner this year. I thought it was a good chance. Great stuff from Wilson. Second win.
Well, there's where Min-Woo Lee holed out from 192 yards for his eagle 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think where Hovland is, I think you've still got to move it a little bit. Have you got to move it left to right there? Maybe, maybe not.
You're certainly not drawing it.
Well, you could try.
No. Yes, couldn't agree more. Keep it just a hair left of it as well, okay?
It is back right, Boxy. You have to just get. I think he has to cut it a little bit. Well capable of any shot, this young man. Draw, fade, straight, whichever you want, you can hit it. Quite a long way back. Probably 4 iron, 5 iron maybe. As soon as he hits it, oh no. Well, the first poor one for a while from Hovland. We'll see how his short game is.
It's not as bad as my own nose, I can assure you. You just see that club face just closing a little bit as it came through there. I was trying to cut it left to right and just pretty much hit it where it was. Where he was aiming, sorry.
Now Tyrrell. Excellent shape here. Better line, still a little bit left of the pin, I think. Not much. Beautiful iron shot from Hatton.
Yeah, so 60.
Keep it left of it, yeah, fine.
I mean, maybe it's not a little swirl. I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's certainly not helping. It's just left to right.
I think it's just straight up that 3 left of it.
Exactly. You got it,
My
man.
natural fade, but
Yep.
Well, he's on a good run, Jon Rahn. Just want to keep that forward momentum.
chances coming up there for their threes.
Yeah, people talk about Viktor Hovland, Sam, and say maybe the chipping is an area of his game that's not the strongest. He's going to have some work to keep himself at 11 under par. Not dropped a shot yet, remember, so far this week at this BMW PGA Championship.
We'll get a chance to see it here. I was actually thinking that when he missed it left. I haven't seen much of his chipping in it. In the back of my mind, I kind of thought that was the weakest department of his game, but only marginally. He's a very strong player in every department, so it'll be interesting to see.
And we'll be keeping an eye on Min Woo Lee there. He's playing in the group ahead of our featured group. Is last season's Scottish Open winner, playing with Lucas Herbert and the aforementioned Ewan Ferguson.
It'll be Hovland to go first.
So
good crowds, aren't they, Rich?
Oh, the fact that
yeah, go on. What were you going to say?
No,
So
25,000 sent out every day. So yeah, fabulous that they are able to come here and enjoy the golf. Obviously, it's been a somber mood, understandably, but crowd enjoying seeing these top players in action. Now, what are his options here, Sam?
Well, he's uphill, so he wants it to release. So he'll play back in the feet, probably with pitching wedge or the sand wedge, not as lobber, and just push it in low, a couple of bounces, and trickle up to the hole side. Hit it far. He got lucky there, because no, he didn't get lucky. It's not that good. He hit that far. You heard it.
Head, yeah.
You heard it in the strike. It was definitely hit far. Hit the big ball first.
You know, we say maybe he's not as strong in his chipping, but the way he's played this week, he hasn't really had too much practice with it either.
No, and it's a strange thing you say that, but a really good player that will happen over the space of 6, 8, 10 tournaments. You're just not missing greens. Yes, you can do lots of chipping and practicing, but it's not the same as it is on the course with a pencil in your hand.
Well, the next of our featured groups is about to start. Rory McIlroy, the #1 player on the DP World Tour.
You never tire watching that swing.
No.
It's just extraordinary.
Playing with Matt Fitzpatrick and Billy Horschel. McIlroy and Horschel starting this second round at 4 under par. Horschel, McIlroy, one better than the US Open champion at the start of today.
Rahn up the hill off the right as they get to 6 under. 6 behind. Remember, just 1 round to go. 3-round event this week. Gotta go. He hasn't hit it. Jon Rahn. All that muscle.
Runner-up behind Danny Willett in 2019, Jon Rahn. Five under par, so could do with a couple more maybe with these closing holes. Took him a little while to open up his birdie account. Took until the par 5 12th, but This to make it 3 in 4 holes for Hatton.
I should have learned a bit off Rahm. It's slow. I think he's hit it, hasn't he? Yes, he has. He's hit it perfectly. Well done, Tyrrell Hatton.
Yeah, among the best putters on the PGA Tour, and the season just gone, and Hatton just making a move at the right time. Comfortable now, aren't they, in terms of making the
weekend work.
I was going to say the weekend, but making Sunday.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what standard you are, you know, how you play it, you're so desperate to make it through to the weekend. And that was a good run for him, 3 in the last 4 for Hatton.
Yeah, I would always fight as hard as I could to make the cut, because my game wasn't obviously in great shape if I'm struggling to make the cut. But it's much easier to work on your game Saturday and Sunday when you're like first out.
Yeah.
And with the pencil in your hand, it's just that much more important. And it's always better to do it under the heat of battle.
So this to not drop a shot for Viktor Hovland. Hasn't had one all week so far. Out the middle of the putter. Oh, unlucky. So first shot dropped.
Yeah, comes at his 33rd hole of the week, so Hovland now 2 adrift of Soren Kjærtsen. Sun shining over the west course at Wentworth Club, and this is the 16th hole, short par 4.
Yeah, they're taking all the bunkers out on the left. That used to be a bad place to be, but it's just 3 wood, maximum 2 iron up towards just inside these traps. Just leave you like an 8 iron into the green. It's a hole not to be too aggressive on. They don't give you anything away. See the greens feed in from left side and right side, but the front comes off. Pin today's back left, 23 on 3 from the left. Interesting to see where they hit, probably 5 wood. That's an iron for Hatton. Sounded like my laugh there, trust me, wasn't it?
Yeah, lovely to hear the hullabaloo though of the crowds.
Playing just under its par today. Been 5 birdies on it. Remember, this is the 12th game out. Tracer following the flight of that one. That seems fine to me. Straight down the middle. Yes, playing every inch of its yardage, this course. And also for Jon Rahn.
All perfect. Viktor Hovland to go now. E2's got an iron. With the preferred lies, it's just so much more important to get it off on the fairway. You go with 3 or 5 wood, you'll be another 30 yards in front, but a much tighter fairway. So this is the right play. Yep, perfect.
You must have played this hole before, Sam. You know, sometimes you could get it. There's a road that runs across there. You could sometimes get your drive up to it, or possibly over it sometimes. But it's a dangerous shot.
Downwind, strong wind. Some of these boys can get very close to the, well, pitching it on the road and get to the green. But
yeah.
But it's just not worth it, is it?
No.
You know, it's just a slight off hit and it's double bogey.
Well, disappointing drop shot at the last, which means Søren Kjeldsen, after his 64, now has a 2-shot advantage. James Morrison with a round of 67 birdie finish to a player that started his day with a bogey. 72 from Andy Sullivan, found water at 18. There's Min Woo Lee, who's got another birdie opportunity to come at 16. Been a tidy back 9 for Jon Rahn.
It certainly has.
Doing the phone
And it
lines
started
still,
right here. We thought it might have been an eagle, but not quite. Almost hold it. Tapped in for birdie. Par 5 coming up.
A lot to be said for being at home.
A good drive, but just a little bit long with the second, but a wonderful effort with the putt. Goes very close for eagle. Just touched the edge. Not many more. They're going to go in from there on, John. I thought this had gone left there, but it's on right to the end. It just fell in. A good birdie.
It really was. When he made that double at 5, you just worried that maybe the cut. But I mean, we're talking about, you know, world-class players in the top 10 of the world.
There's one thing you can know for certain. He wasn't thinking about missing the cut.
No, he wasn't. That's a very fair point. I can tell you, Min Woo Lee, as we are on 59, missed his birdie opportunity at 16, so he's going to need a birdie eagle birdie finish down 17 and 18.
It was only 14 feet too, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So he's sneaking in there, getting them all. Full, what's it like? What do they call it? Live play? Full coverage. One of them.
So Hatton first in here.
Straight right. Will it catch a piece? Oh, it did just. It's not as bad as it could have been. He's been off all day, hasn't he, Richard?
Yeah. How nice is it to see some blue skies above again?
Yeah, 150 is exactly right. He's got a little bit of room past it, so. Yeah. Love it. You got it, pal. Very much 3/4. Huh? Yes, sir. Stand shot.
All systems go for Jon Rahn. Wedge or a 9-iron. He's taking dead aim. think he likes it. Looking up and down. The line's usually good when that's it. And that's a great one. A good chance for birdie again for Rahm.
Now, given the drop shot at the last, maybe adds a little more focus. First drop shot of the week for Viktor Hovland here.
...149 yards to the pin. Back left pin. So ball above his feet, just aim a little right here, probably just move it in a little right to left. Yep, that'll do.
Francesco Molinari, the 2018 champion, getting a little closer to the top now. Birdies at 12 and 13 from the Italian. Matthew Jordan up there again, second week in a row. Players trying to put themselves into position heading into the final round tomorrow. Try and get themselves a late tee time. And so much can happen. You know, we've had occasions, Alex Noren, Rory McIlroy, I think both 7 back going into the final round, walked off with the trophy. Depends on the weather as well. Shane Lowry, a player, not one here, but it's so many times in the top 10 and top 20. Well positioned after his opening round, 66. Connor Syme making his BMW PGA Championship debut, 4 under par. Well, not too many have been made in the areas where our 3 are right now. Everyone got a little wet on Thursday. Some torrential downpours on and off throughout that first round, but been far more pleasant out on the course today for spectators and everyone concerned. Just to remind you, the Rory McIlroy group, that'll be off in the next 10 minutes. Be part of our feature group coverage.
Rahm standing, looking down at the 17th tee there, watching them drive off.
Shout of 4 right.
4 left, I think it was, okay. Which is even worse. OB down the left, maybe it was right, let's hope for. Could be Min Woo Lee, who's the group in front of them. So a little bit of hold up at the next. 2 par 5s to finish, it's always a little bit slower. Players don't mind it, birdie chances, that's what they're looking for.
Well, there's the putting green straight ahead of you, the practice range just beyond that as well, the first tee to the left. And the crowds have been building all day, you can see them there getting close to the first.
Well done with everything. Thank you.
Billy Horschel. Trying to see, who was that? Was that, I just wondered, was it talking on the putting green? We only got to see him for a second, but was that Declan Rice, the West Ham United player? Of course, no Premier League football today, so...
Well, Billy Horschel was standing there as well, so there's a fair chance.
Yeah, I think it was. I only got a brief look, but I think it was, if you don't know who I'm talking about, Declan Rice is a midfielder, plays in midfield for West Ham United in England.
Amazing you recognise people that are not from Fulham. Very good.
Yeah, an unexpected weekend off for the footballers. Tyrrell Hatton, I suppose, today appropriately dressed in black.
Just over 40 feet for Hatton. He's on a bit of a good run right now. Hatton, 3 birdies in the last 4 holes. No birdie here. Should be good enough for a par, though. And then the 2 par 5s coming up.
It does look gorgeous, doesn't it, when the sun is shining on this wonderful layout. Such a familiar layout, I'm sure, to a lot of you watching. Had the World Match Play here. Of course, this is the 38th year in a row that they've been played the BMW PGA Championship here as well.
A good look here at Rahm, up the hill right to left. You can see how far past that par has gone of Hatton's. I think he's off the right a little bit. You'd love to get another one now, especially with par 5, 17, 18 to come. A wonderful way to get to the 17th tee if you knock this in. Speeds up, speeds up. How's the line? Oh, that would drive you mad. He's so many times touched the edge today. I think that's about 6 in the last 8 holes, and they hold the other 2. Great putt. It's so annoying when it finishes right behind the middle of the hole and only a foot past it.
Just a par. 5 under, 7 behind the tournament leader, Søren Kjeldsen.
Hovland to try and get to within 1. Say Hatton's putt from the other side when we had a camera view, it looked a lot shorter than that. 4.5 feet easily. Coming back, this one should have a little bit of right to left on it as well for Hovland. And he's got it to within 1.
Well, that's how you respond to a first drop shot of the week. Excellent from Viktor Hovland. Back to 11 under par he goes.
They call that an American bounce back ability. Very good.
Yeah, been some excellent rounds out there today. 64 from Kjeldsen himself, the leader.
Nicely holed. So off the back of the 16th, down the slope towards the 17th tee, and they'll have a bit of a wait on that tee. Difficult drives down this one.
Oh, is it? Well, it was for us when we were about 80 yards forward of where the tee is now. It's even, I wouldn't go over that road, but that's irrelevant. But it's a great driving hole, a fantastic golf hole. Both the last 2 great risk-reward holes. 17, a little tougher drive. You've got to really hit a long one to be able to get a view of the green, or you won't see it, just to get a straight view without the trees in your way. So tough driving hole. Not too difficult after that. Pin today just 11 on, 3 from the left.
Rory McIlroy making his way onto the first tee. He, you know, we got so many wonderful players here this week, Sam, but he is the draw.
Yeah, he is the man. Wonderful young man too.
As you say, a wait for the players on the tee here at 17. This is how they play today. Doesn't feel like it tells the story, does it, in terms of those fairways hit, in terms, according to the stats. Hatton won better than his playing partners.
They've not hit many fairways at all, have they? 8 out of 14. Missing 6.
Confirmation of how things stand here, sort of midpoint of round 2.
Nice to see Francesco Molinari making a nice ease up to nearly into double figures under par. Is it 9 under?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier on, you know, with the Ryder Cup qualification starting, and Tommy Fleetwood, his partner in France, having a good start as well to this BMW PGA Championship. I'm sure Luke Donald wouldn't mind that partnership getting rekindled next year.
Yeah, Paris National, that was a thoroughly enjoyable Ryder Cup. What do you think, Sam? Medina, in all your time, would that be the one, apart from the one that you won, obviously, as the exciting big...
that was the most incredible comeback.
Yeah.
I think the best one was Muirfield Village, 87. First time with Americans were beaten in America on a golf course designed by Jack Nicklaus, and Jack Nicklaus is captain, God himself. So to beat them there, but
and they had a team, Sam.
Oh, they did. But we had it was Langer and Lyle, Faldo and Woosnam, and the ultimate Seve and Ollie. Those 3 pairings just about took care of the whole Ryder Cup that week.
Well, there's game 36 about to get underway. Looks like the US Open champion teeing it up this week in England for the first time as a major champion. He'll get proceedings underway. Back there in a moment. It's all, everyone's having a stand around waiting.
Another cup of tea inside. It's one place you see the caddy comes. None of them are looking down the fairway. You just don't want to look at this fairway, Richard, do you? Have a quick glance at it and then just take. You don't. There's an Irishman asked years ago, I've forgotten his name, bless him, how are things going? He says, too many don'ts, not enough do's. And it was such a good analogy of what he was doing, because it's true, you stand on the tee, well, don't go right, oh, don't go left. Yeah. Instead of getting on there and see don't. Don't see don't.
This is game number 36. On the tee from England, the US Open champion, Matt Fitzpatrick.
Was 1 over par at the turn on Thursday and turned things around nicely on the back 9. Got himself in position to maybe make a Saturday move.
Golf's most improved player, I would say, in the last couple of years, and he was brilliant before he started to improve.
On the tee, the leader of the DP World Tour rankings from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
Looking very smart today in a sort of a crushed strawberry number, I'd call that colour of that top.
It's pink box. He gets some glasses.
Yeah, so I didn't do a lot right, didn't do a lot wrong in his 68 on Thursday, McIlroy.
On the tee, the Rolex Series winner here at the BMW PGA Championship. He's the defending champion from the USA, Billy Horschel.
Well, the top's certainly West Ham colours, isn't it, for Billy Horschel?
It looks like crushed strawberry to me, or raspberry. Looks nice and cozy too. I don't understand the hoods though, and these wobbly things. You think they'd have to get in your way when you're swinging, but they don't.
Oh, we saw McIlroy's ball run out of fairway. Looks like he's run into a thickish sort of lie there. It's just going to stay in the first cut.
So we're ready to go at 17 as well.
Viktor up first. No. It's down in the replanted turf over there. Needs to get lucky. There used to be plenty of gaps to get back to the fairway there, but these trees have grown up and the gaps have got smaller.
Next up, Tyrrell Hatton. A terrific shot, really, as you can hit it on that white grass down the right. Just hit on the left edge of that and draw it right to left. If you can do it, it's a very dangerous shot, but if you can do it, that's the one. Oh,
You called it, Richard. You called it. That was magnificent, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's when the third one up, he thinks, I'm so envious of that.
Needs to cut the ball, Jon Rahn, and this is a very difficult tee shot to think about cutting it. His driver. Just got to come down, going in the right rough. He knows it. Well, I hope it's further away from that tree than it looks. I think it's okay.
The Rory McIlroy, Billy Horschel, Matt Fitzpatrick group heading down the first. Remember, Matt Fitzpatrick pounded a tee shot down here on Thursday. Made a great birdie out of the rough. He's hit an even better one, I think, today.
Yeah, Rory's with that unlucky one today has just went into the second cut. It was the straightest drive, come down the left half of the fairway, but still managed to sneak into the right. Thick stuff.
Yeah, it was an interesting day one for Matt Fitzpatrick. The way he started, we thought, you know, he was going to get himself in amongst the leaders. I mentioned the birdie at the first. Here it is.
Yeah, and he gets a lot of action on this shot as well. It comes in very flat, very low, but look at that, little bit at the end. Setting up a 2-footer, fast putt down the slope for a 3 though. More than 2 foot, more like 3. Nice start though.
And it was to get better. This for birdie on 2. Looks like, oh, US Open champions off and running. And went a little sour for a little while after that.
Yeah, made the double bogey at 8 and out in 1 over par, but 4 unanswered birdies on the back nine means he starts this second round at 3 under par.
Now Horschel should move from left to right, natural flight with the ball well below your feet. Used to run on in the old days from there, used to be flatter, but now it's quite a steep slope at the front.
Well, it's certainly going to be a fun watch, this one, and out there all afternoon for us watching this fantastic threesome is going to be Warren Humphreys. Afternoon to you, Warren.
Good afternoon, Richard. What a marvellous afternoon it is too. Bit of sunshine coming out to greet these players as they come down the first. A little unlucky, all the drives, they're just kicking off to the right, but for Fitzpatrick, although he's in the first cut, the ball is actually perched up as if it's on a tee, so he's got the most perfect lie. 176 all up to the flag, looking to just cut one in to a tough back right flag here.
Warren, what was Rory's like? Was that the one that you said was sitting up like a coconut?
No, Fitzpatrick's up like a coconut. This is not too bad in the rough. I mean, the grass is with him. 146, he won't have a problem here. Just doesn't want it to slide off the club face, though. Good contact, come down.
Excellent shot from McIlroy. You see it just a couple inches off the back, simple little chip and run, maybe even a putt. Good chance for birdie.
Just the noise volume's been turned up a notch or two, hasn't it, following that through ball around. Hovland had to chip out from the trouble off the tee, so he's played 2 already here. So where Rahm is right now, I mean, he's trying to get a view, is he, of where he wants to put this second shot?
Yeah, I mean, he's got, as long as he's got a backswing, which I think he has, he's actually not that bad there. He's just trying to hit it low and run it down towards 50 yards short of the green, I would have thought.
Yeah, with a good lie. I mean, he could be looking at the 3-wood here and just drilling a low runner. But we're not quite certain how close he is to that tree. I think you're probably right, Rich. He'll just be laying up, just nudging it. Well, it is sitting pretty good. You can see the ball. There's nothing behind him. What's coming out? Any head covers about? No. Just a layup, Richard.
I think so, yeah.
Not sure if they're waiting for the players ahead. So while they wait, we will pop over back to the first, where Billy Horschel has got a bit of work to make sure he doesn't drop a shot at this first hole.
He's got a lovely lie though, guys, on a little bit of an upslope. Whole green slopes right to left, so when this ball pitches on the green, it's going to have a little kick to the left. Just got to judge the amount of run out here.
Oh, Billy.
Yeah, completely duff that one.
It's exactly the same sound as Hovland's.
Yeah.
15. Turf first, not the cut stuff. It's not a nice one to have on the first either. A little bit of negativity comes in for every time you get a little chip. The rest of the round, great crowds, Richard.
Yeah, it is, and Enjoying the sunshine, enjoying seeing these top players in action as well. 3 players here, all ranked inside the top 15 of the world rankings.
Interesting green this though, chaps, isn't it? I don't know if you found this, Sam, but I always thought the first green here, when you're putting uphill, was remarkably slow to get it above the hole. My goodness me, how quick it was. Quite a contrast. This is uphill, right to left, fair bit for Fitzy.
Well, his long putting was brilliant yesterday. Got off to, that's a nice 2-putt from the front of that green.
Solid 4 to start round 2 for Fitzpatrick.
Not a good start to the day, guys, is it, when you don't chip it inside? The player who's played the second shot. This one downhill right to left. Tough one to make for a par on the opening hole.
Good try, but it will be a bogey 5 to start this round for Horschel. McIlroy.
This is game number 37.
Birdie putt to come. You can hear the next group are back on the tee. We're heading back to 17. Still waiting here, Jon Rahn.
Well, that's great news for Jon Rahn. He's obviously going for the green. He's got a great lie. We can see it now. Nothing impeding his backswing.
Had to wait a little bit for Minwoo Lee, who's been in trouble down that right-hand side in the trees.
Very easy to see who the favourite is here this week. There'll be an enormous cheer if this goes in for Rory. Crowds gave him a wonderful reception off the tee, and with the second shot, this one breaking downhill left to right. Awkward one for a right-hander to start with, but this is very makeable.
Just gave it too much and too much speed. Perfect line, just hit it too hard. It's finished right behind the middle of the hole. Excuse me. Just a wee tricky 2.5 footer back. Inside right.
It was one of those, Sam, he had to sort of jab it, didn't he? You know, when he played that punish stroke, he just sort of squeezed it a bit. Just gave it that extra pace. Should be no problem though, just right half this one.
He'd have picked a number in his head, would he, before heading out today?
Yeah, what was he, 68 yesterday, 4 under par, and he's, you know, the leads is getting, what's it, 12 under leading. He's going to have to shoot 67, I think, really, today would be what he'd be looking to do, I would have thought. Get to about 9 under if he can.
Yeah.
Well, obviously he's trying to shoot 62.
Well, he was 7 back, wasn't he, going to the final round when he won this in 2014. So.
Good memory.
I think when you're as good as Rory is, you don't pick any numbers, you just play and let it unfold.
Look at the crowds, though, there over the left shoulder of that second tee.
Yeah, and they'll get big. Once the Rahm game's finished, they'll all have a little soup and a sandwich, Rich, and then they'll make their way out to this game.
Fitzpatrick to go first.
141 to the pin. Not bad, that one at all. They're not hitting too much club in here. Wedge 9-iron they're hitting here. Maybe not a
It can't
nine-iron.
be anything more than a
wedge.
wedge, Richard, really, for these guys. And it won't be a full wedge either, just a nice one. They will have to pitch it past the flag, though. The amount of spin that Rory creates, be very easy to spin this one off the front edge and you'd be right down into the swale short.
Great shot. I could watch that swing all day, every day. You just wonder how it ever goes offline.
Yeah, Horschel might be in between clubs here. He works on about 135 for a wedge distance. So at 141 he may just go down to an easy 9. It would be a very big one to get it up to that flag. Why force the pace when you can play a nice little chippy one with a 9-iron?
Tiptoed onto the green, but leaves himself a birdie look. Billy Horschel. Gareth Lord on the bag for Billy this week. Well, Soren Kjeldsen has set the pace on day 2 of the BMW PGA Championship. Birdie finish for a round of 64, one ahead of Viktor Hovland. Eagle finish for Guido Migliozzi for that round of 68.
68 players on -3 now, Rich, so it is into the 3 unders. Look here at the top of the hill at the 17th, third shot of Viktor Hovland. In 11 on 3 from the left-hand side here. What's his view? The flag stick's about 6 feet left of the TV tower at the back of the green. It's fine. Another birdie chance. Well, he waited a long time, Jon Rahn, with that iron in his hand, but obviously, as you say, Rich, Min-Woo Lee must have been in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, he was in those trees down the right side. So he made bogey in the end, by the way, so bogey 6. That ends those sub-60 hopes for the Australian.
The opposite of the it still looks more than what it is. It's crazy. Yep, that's right. The front, it's 10 on, so 54 front, 64 total. Okay, pop. Yeah, it's not going to do anything to this ball. It shouldn't.
Pretty slick putt here for Fitzpatrick. Down the slope, right to left, probably a ball or so.
Bit quicker than this morning, Sam.
Yeah, dried out a lot since the morning dew. 4-3 start for Fitzpatrick. It's pretty good.
Well, he's got a chance to make amends here, Horschel. Not too much break in it, but it should move just a little from his right. Oh.
Not quite. Three under par now, Horschel, like Fitzpatrick. Much in this one for Rory, Warren?
Well, there's not much. There is a little bit. The fact that it's so quick, you know it's going to move a fraction. So he is going to have to allow a little bit of break. Be a brave man to bullet this one in with any sort of pace.
Bigger swing than he thought there from left to right, so probably just a par for McIlroy. Third shot of Tyrrell Hatton at the 17th, the par 5. Oh, nice. 1-2 birdie there for Hatton.
Been a really good back nine, hasn't it?
Yeah, been excellent. Excellent back nine.
I mean, he dug in so deep, didn't he, over those first, what, 10, 11 holes where it could have easily slipped away. And now the way he's going, you know, pick up another birdie at the last, he's right in the mix.
Yeah, classic round of somebody who wasn't really playing well for the first sort of 10 or 11 holes and holed a few putts and stayed one over. And then obviously he's found his game down the last 7 holes.
Viktor Hovland. Straight up the hill, probably just off left edge, but it's a bit slower than you think. With a good strike. It's coming off the left, is it? Oh. Just outside, unlucky, good try.
Those eagle eyes, Sam, they can still read the putts.
Only by memory. I was a good reader of putts though, funnily enough, in my career.
Yeah.
I never asked the caddy. The only time I asked the caddy was when Malcolm was getting married.
Right.
And we had a week off playing in Barcelona, and Billy Foster caddied for me. And the first hole of the Pro-Am, I asked him to read the putt, and it was magnificent. I never looked at a putt for 72 holes.
Really?
And won.
Is that right?
And won, yes, with Billy. The only time he caddied, 100% record with me. I was his best player.
Where was this? So where was that, Sam? That was at where? Which
it was.
Remember?
I think it was the one that got snowed off on the last day. With the horse riding in the middle of the course.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that was cold that week, wasn't it?
Good chance of birdie. Again, this is off the left, but not quite as much. Just don't want to give the hole away. Great view there. Just like carpets, the green, stunning. Is it going to turn? No, John, so unlucky. Another one hits the edge.
Yeah.
It's about 8 in the last 10 holes. Quite extraordinary. It's not your day, it's not your day, they just won't go in. Looks like the golf ball scared of the dark.
So off they go to the final hole. Not a long walk, but it's probably 150 yards or so off the back of the 17th down to the 18th tee.
Yeah, and if Viktor Hovland can find a birdie or maybe something better, he'll be on top of the leaderboard again. Andy Sullivan 72 from him today. Francesco Molinari's given one back. Now dropping back to 8 under par. Bogey coming at 15. Thomas Dietrich looking for his first win still. 4 birdies, no drop shots today for the Belgian. Iconic course, and I suppose it's fair to say this is an iconic hole.
It is. I'll do the drive, you do the second shot, Sam. Dog-legging from left to right. They want to go into those bunkers on the left-hand side. That's a certain layout. And that's your view for the second. On you go.
Yes, I hit it in the bunker and they splashed it out in the middle of the fairway in perfect shape, but that's where you want, exactly where you said, Richard. And it's now a much more aggressive second shot. Risk reward is rewarded, and a great chance of a birdie and a good possible chance of an eagle from the fairway.
Sam, there was a bunker, wasn't there, behind that flag? There used to be, yeah.
Back right, yeah, it was horrid.
It was.
You could barely keep it on the green from
possible.
it. Just made it too difficult. But they can take the driver down the right-hand side, but these guys hit it so far that it almost brings the water into play.
Oh yeah, yesterday, Rory, not yesterday, Thursday, Rory was miles down, wasn't he?
It's pitched right down there
Yeah.
as well.
Just stand now, please.
So just a 3-wood for Tyrrell Hatton. .523 yards in length. Just be aiming at the right edge of that bunker and the distance there, and just cut it a little left to right. Or pull it left.
There is OB down there.
Not sure where that's gone. That's gone along. Well, the hands in the air is a good signal.
I think he'll be on the driving range this afternoon, Tyrrell. He's a perfectionist and he needs to perfect it. He's been off kilter all day.
Driver for Hovland. He'll have to aim a little further right than Tyrrell Hatton was trying to aim in the first place.
It's heading to the bunker as well. Needs to cut off it, will it? That was magnificent. That is the mayor's office.
Well, some nice support down at the 18th for Jon Rahn, waiting for last year's US Open champion to come their way, hopefully with a birdie or an eagle chance.
Just 3-wood for Ram in the perfect spot. Or Rambo, as his caddy called him.
They've picked up a bit of pace, haven't they, since they had a chat on the 11th, since that ref came along. I mean, they're going to be virtually under 5 hours now.
Yeah, and they've been waiting.
Yeah.
So you would want to say, well, why did the referee make us play quickly?
That's
Well,
what
there's
you'd
a
want to
big
say.
hold up at 17 and 18. Because you were a hole and a half behind, son. Just keep up.
Yeah, I used to hate being put on the clock. I mean, I was quite a quick player. You were quite a quick player, Sam, as well. You didn't really mess around, did you?
I was once leading the Scottish Championship, got into the last round, and halfway around the referee came out saying, "Sam, would you mind slowing down?
Oh, did he?
We've got too much TV coverage." And I politely told them to go away.
Might have noted the name of James Morrison on the previous page. A couple of birdies to finish for his round of 67, so he's in that share of third place at 9 under par. Off to the 30.
Shot Fitzy.
Perfect.
Listen to the roars for
Yeah.
Rory. Do you think that's why his dad gives him the name Roars?
Yes, well, his dad. I remember I first met his dad here years and years ago.
Well, the crowd really trying to get behind Rory here. Big tee shot to carry the right-hand bunkers over 300 yards.
No problem. If you're out there or you're here at the golf course and you've never seen McIlroy hit a drive up close, please go and watch it. It is quite phenomenal. It's like something you've never seen before. Like the first time you saw Concord.
Yeah, you better have good eyesight to watch the ball flight. It goes out of sight, doesn't it? Horschel now, again, such a difficult tee shot. The bunkers down the right-hand side really catch your eye. If you go left, pull it in the left rut, that's thick, and you get blocked out by trees.
Well, just to update you on Min Woo Lee, 62 in the end from the Australian. You'll see him on that leaderboard shortly. So 76-62, just the 14 shots better off today. Tommy Fleetwood bogeyed the first though, so he's gone back to 7 under par. Shane Lowry has birdied the second hole, so he's moved up to 7 under par.
I see Eddie Pepperell going well again. 7 under with 3 to play. Round 2. Effectively, round 3.
There's that 62 from Lee. Been an up and down day for Rasmus Højgaard. Now, Hatton.
That's still leaving a very long third shot in. But he had no choice. All he could do is chip out that.
I haven't seen that pin for a long time.
No, it's. I expected it to be sort of hugging the water today, I have to say.
Yeah, and that's well on the right-hand side.
Just hold still, guys, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Rahn from the perfect tee shot. Just a long iron. And 17 on 3 from your right. It's not a pin I've seen. I'm sure I've ever seen this pin.
Love it.
Normally the back right one, it's another 10 yards on. The right hand bunker is not a giveaway birdie now. Quite tricky. Just go in the middle of the green, try and fade it just a little bit. Hates it again. It's way right bunker. Oh, lucky boy, lucky boy. He's be a happy boy now as well.
Yeah, he didn't get all of that, did he, at all? He called that a little thin, probably. Didn't think he thought that was going for a swim.
Well, there hasn't been too many fireworks from Hovland on the back nine. It's been a solid day. Just the one mistake, and he was made to pay for it with the drop shot at 15. But birdie here would take him alongside Kjeldsen, an eagle, and he'd be back as sole leader.
If you look at that walkway, that tunnel in the middle of that stand at the bottom there, the flagstick is 15 feet right of that. Now, did he get a decent connection on that one? Did, look at that, what a shot.
Over to the third, Billy Horschel first to go, as I think might be the case for plenty of the round here, given the hitting of his playing partners. Well, safely on, not on the right level, so it'll be a tricky putt from there.
.154 for Patrick. 7 more than that as we go uphill. Awkward flag too. Narrow neck on the front entrance of this hole. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Rory 155 all up to the flag. 162 it's going to play because it plays that bit uphill. Such a high flight ball player, this fella. Again has to watch the spin, can use the slope behind the flag.
Oh, he's getting a clap, but he won't be happy with that one, McIlroy. Again, as Warren was saying, that'd be a fairly difficult 2-putt from there.
Well, sunshine on what has been a sad occasion in terms, but great to have a little pick-me-up watching these best players in action. Hatton with hopefully a strong finish. It's an outside look at birdie, that's all you'd call it.
No, but he'll take that, Rich, from where he was off his drive. You know, he could only chip it out some 40 yards. Left himself a long shot in.
I suppose it depends where the lead finishes. We know Hovland's got an eagle putt here, which would take him to 13 under, but you look at where Rahm and Hatton are, 5 and 6 under respectively. It's not an impossible deficit. Viktor Hovland, he grew up watching this event on TV, his third start at the BMW PGA Championship, 49th last year. Winner of the Dubai Desert Classic earlier this year. Tyrrell Hatton hasn't won since he won another Rolex Series event, that was in Abu Dhabi.
So Keddy's cleaning the golf balls there for the players. We'll go out to the third. And Warren has had his eagle eye. You're always a good putter, Warren.
Yeah, I tell you what though, I don't fancy reading this one and actually trying to use it with a putter. Whew. I mean, it's a fair bit of break left to right. Where he's standing now, it's severely downhill. It flattens out a bit and it goes up and again left to right by the hole. I mean, this is tricky for pace. And if you don't get the pace right, you won't get the line. So it's a fair bit of break left to right, but you've got to have the touch of a safecracker here. Needs to hit it about 10 feet and then it'll catch the slope.
Excellent long putt from Billy Horschel there.
Rahn, big break with his second shot.
He's done well to take the flag out and see the hole. He's a long miles away.
Hasn't quite got all the way there either. Back with that in a moment. Back to the third, where it's going to be Rory McIlroy to putt next.
Okay, so he's missed 2 chances that he probably should have hold, or maybe hold one of them. This one, you think is very unlikely. It wouldn't surprise me if he popped it in, but again, it's like Horschel, quick, left to right, all about pace.
Wow, I never thought that was going to get there. Just crept over the hill. Excellent putt from McIlroy.
Hatton, 4 of 4, in trouble off the tee down the left-hand side. Round you come, not to be. So that'll be a birdie par finish for Tyrrell Hatton. That'll be around a 69 today.
Yeah, a couple of 69. Started fast yesterday. I should say Thursday for his 3-under. Today it was a slow start and a better finish. 6 under par, you'd have to say, on the periphery of things. Tyrrell Hatton, maybe a little bit of work needed on the driving range.
Well, this is a big, big putt for Fitzpatrick, because if you make 3 on the third, it almost feels like an eagle. Severity of the hole is so tough that birdies, I would think, hard to come by. Outside the left edge, got to hit it perfect pace, but this guy's a wonderful putter.
Missed opportunity for Fitzpatrick. Now, 12 under's the pace right now, Boxy, but that could change with this putt.
Well, he eagled it last time he played here, which was Thursday. Knocked it in for an eagle 3. Be a great way to finish.
So near. Nothing well, kind of a little bit disappointing finish to Hovland's day. It was going along splendidly.
But his all-round game has looked really solid. He's played like a potential champion, and he's certainly going to, if not be the favourite heading into the final round tomorrow, depending on what happens this afternoon, he'll be amongst them.
For sure. Tommy Fleetwood maybe got a chance to do something special this afternoon. It's back to Jon Rahn. Just off the right edge. So he's this for 68. Lunch will taste so much better if this goes in. Have some tapas. Yes, well done, John. Goes 68. 6 under par alongside one of his playing partners, Hatton.
So should be no problem for Hovland here. And over to you, Richard.
Yeah, Victor by name, and right after getting to 12 under par, you never know. It could be his week at this BMW PGA Championship. 64, 68, and alongside Søren Kjeldsen at the very top of the leaderboard. It's going to be a late tee time tomorrow for the final round for the first Norwegian to play in the Ryder Cup. Confirmation then, it's Kjelsen and Hovland alongside one another. Both shots 64s, 68s, other way round, but 12 under par. They have a 3-shot gap to the rest.
Well, good afternoon. A little substitution in the commentary box. My name's Kat Alexander, and here alongside Mark and Jamie Spence. And now focus switches to this 3-ball this afternoon. The all-star trio of Rory McIlroy, Billy Horschel and Matt Fitzpatrick. And we join them here on the 4th tee, the first of the par 5s. Excellent scoring conditions out there today, Mark.
Yes, we've seen some great golf so far, but for this group, not a birdie yet, but they're now in a birdie stretch. Fitzpatrick down there, looking like he's trying to pull it back with the club, but that won't work, we know that. Oh, that's a nice break there. Just into the very edge of that right cut, so get club on ball, and all systems go from there.
Tee up today, first 2 days on this 4th hole. Sort of a pace of play thing, really. There's a tee about 50 yards back. They'll probably use that tomorrow for the last round. McIlroy just a 3-wood. Trying to draw it. I think he's just leaked it. He's trying to come back. Well, there's a clue. Might be okay there. On the walkway.
Yeah, hopefully might be on some trampled down grass from where all the fans have been, and you can see hundreds and thousands of them in attendance today. An absolutely superb turnout here at Wentworth.
It's great to see so many people out here enjoying the golf, trying to put a smile on people's faces today.
See the target line there. It's a little bit more left than you think here, unless you can hit a little draw and gather it down the slope. Bogey at the first hole, Billy Horschel, and a couple of pars. There you go, exactly what he had in mind. He's worrying if it might be a bit too far left, but it often, oh yeah, it is just on this occasion, but look at that, that's a peach of a lie he's got.
68 in the opening round for Billy Horschel, the same score for Rory McIlroy. Matt Fitzpatrick coming in off the back of a 69 on Thursday. But it's Søren Kjeldsen and Viktor Hovland who was a part of our featured group coverage on the opening day, in tied for the lead on 12 under par. 3-shot advantage over those chasing currently. Fabrizio Zanotti, James Morrison, Marcus Armitage, Francesco Molinari, a bit of a course specialist here at Wentworth, a winner previously, of course, Thomas Dietrich, and Matthew Jordan, who's just coming into a nice little bit of form. Of course, now the tournament has been reduced to just the 3 rounds, Jamie, so makes it a little bit more of a sprint, doesn't it? Is that going to change anything in terms of how the players are going to approach this?
Definitely, yeah. Throwing darts today, having a go at this golf course, lots of low scores, only 3 rounds now. The course is there to be shot at.
Score that's going to jump out for you there, Min Woo Lee, 10 under par, 62 today, and that was with a par finish.
Yeah, I was about to say there, Kit, you could get very excited. He had a couple of eagles on the back 9 as well, and if you're getting onto that 17th tee and you're 10 under for the day, of course you might think about the magical 59, but wasn't to be, but still a superb round of golf.
Bogey birdie finish there for him, sorry, my mistake, but still incredible nonetheless. A 62 with a bogey on the card. And as we start looking down the leaderboard here, these are guys that, if they're heading out on the course this afternoon, they know they need to put a score in, with the lead at 12 under par right now and just one more round to come tomorrow. And there is Rory McIlroy in a tie for 38. 4 under par, 3 holes played. Gold star next to Rafa Cabrera-Bello's name as well. That denotes that he has won a Rolex Series title. This, of course, is a Rolex Series event, the 4th of 5 this season.
Easiest hole on the golf course today, this 4th hole. Look at all those birdies and eagles. 10 eagles, 62 birdies today. Not a surprise off this front tee. Just the 1 bogey. That feel like a treble. Good tee shot from Horschel. Fitzpatrick's okay as well. Pin's back right. It's an awkward little pin, actually. You can't miss it right, can you, Mark? It's middle of the green, really, and putt up the hill.
Yes, yeah, missing it right would leave you a tricky little chip shot. No, I'm not sure whether Rory made it out of the thick stuff and onto where the spectators walk. If he has, that's a good break for him.
Decent record for Matt Fitzpatrick in the Rolex Series events. And he's been incredibly consistent on the DP World Tour over the last few years. He's 3rd in the rankings right now, of course, has that US Open victory under his belt. He's been in the top 5 the last 3 years as well, so he's turned himself into a real elite performer week in and week out.
Yeah, he certainly has. His performance in the majors as well. His worst position was 21st in the Open Championship. We know what he did in the US Open. 14th in the Masters and 5th in the US PGA as well. So brilliant season in the majors for this man. He's really put his hand up amongst the elite. Got a great caddy on his bag as well. It's all looking good for Matt Fitzpatrick, and he's put on about 25 yards as well. That helps, Mark.
How do you do that? I mean, I know he's been using a speed stick. He says pretty much that's what he's done. But I mean, I'd love to find even 5 yards, Jamie, wouldn't you?
take 3. He looks the same frame. There's obviously a few more muscles lurking under that shirt than we can see. A bit more speed, a bit more control within the core.
Yeah, he's just a superb all-round player, Fitzpatrick. He can control the flight so well. And of course, having a world-class caddy like Billy on the bag, well, that is like the 15th club, really.
He's trying to just cut that a bit. I think he's just come over it a little bit. Steady, steady, steady. Well, all depends on the lie. Looks all right on TV. Chased on that for Fitzpatrick. Perfect position for Horschel here on 4. There's not much rough on the golf course this year because of the dry summer we've had. It looks like he's got a peach of a lie here, Horschel. Flag on the right. Just over 200 yards to the flag. Be a 5-iron.
Quick shout of 4. You heard Billy Horschel talking to it, and he has flown the putting surface. Bit of a flyer there, perhaps?
Yes, unusual out of the wet grass, all the rain we've had to get that fly. Now, what about this one, Roy?
Well, there you go. The great Walter Hagen said, if you're going to miss the fairways, miss it where the spectators walk. And look what he's got, a peach of a lie. Clip it off the top. Now, Twizzler the club. Does he like it? Middle of the green. Oh, better. Better than that. Rory. Top class. What an iron shot from McIlroy.
Off that wet lie, yeah, got to be so precise, and he was, McIlroy. Got to get the ball first, and he did. Dead straight, he hit that. And distance to perfection.
And what a lovely spot to putt from as well. He's left himself probably the easiest putt on the green where he is. So are we about to see McIlroy kick into gear?
Well, hopefully we are, and if he does and gets himself into contention, he'll be looking for a first Rolex Series victory. He's never had one. Not too many things missing from that man's CV. Right now, a Rolex Series is possibly the only thing. That and a Masters. Went out and had a little look at the players getting ready today, and I was amused by the juxtaposition. You had Rory McIlroy right next to Matt Fitzpatrick. Rory McIlroy had a launch monitor down next to the ball. Matt Fitzpatrick had a cardboard box just outside the ball. So a bit of old technology and a bit of new technology there as they were warming up for today's round.
Well, as Jamie said, 10 eagles. We might just be about to see the 11th from Rory after that brilliant second shot. 64 birdies. It's really a par 4, in all honesty, for these players. And there is Horschel through the green. Depending on the lie, could be a tricky little chip for Billy. 35 years old now. Still top 15 in the world rankings. And a great supporter of the DP World Tour, Billy Horschel.
He's a good exponent of the short game. 8th in strokes gained around the greens on the PGA Tour in the last full season.
Well, it helps when you're one of the best putters in world golf, which this man is. So you can chip it to anywhere, really. You know you're going to knock it in. But he does have a very good short game. It depends on the lie through the green here. Greens are soft, and he's coming up the hill, chipping into an upslope, so should be able to get some stop in it, Mark.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, oh, I know, it's away already. Doesn't waste any time. He's hit a sort of high lob shot. Well, we'll see his putting now, because he's going to have a right to lefter there. Almost caught us by surprise there, Kit, didn't he, how quickly he played it?
Well, it's nice to see, isn't it? Matt Fitzpatrick's a pretty quick player as well. Rory McIlroy doesn't hang around too much, so they'll be wanting to get on with things this afternoon, and Fitzpatrick ready for his third.
Coming up the hill. Oh, it's right on line. It's right on line for Fitzpatrick. Tap-in birdie. We'll all be trying that method over the next few days. I certainly will.
He's used that for quite some time, hasn't he? Left below right here, and of course there's no chance of getting flicky with the right hand doing that, is there? And it keeps the chest and the arms and the body turning beautifully. You know, he started off probably using that as a drill, I'm guessing, Jamie, and then thought, hang on a minute, I quite like the feel of this.
Well, it's a practice method, isn't it, as you say, to keep the hands out of it, keep that left side moving and the body. And he did. He said to himself, do you know what, I'm going to use this in the tournament, and I think it's worked quite well.
Shows quite impressive strength of character, doesn't it, to take that out, because if you hit a couple of dodgy ones with it, you'll get some funny looks, won't you?
But I think once you get used to the feeling of doing it, I don't think you're going to hit too many dodgy ones. The dodgy ones come from when you get too handsy. Short game is not about the hands. You've got to keep your hips turning, your body turning, and keep yourself connected to your chest and your rib cage.
I concur.
Fitzpatrick did tap in for his birdie.
Pretty quick putt, this, Kit. Should come a little bit from his right. It's in a little bit of a bowl there, so could, the way he's lining that up, might actually come back the other way. Yeah, didn't come back, did it? Disappointing for Horschel. Stays at 1 over if he knocks that in. And with the 3-round tournament now, you've got to get your skates on. I always think you want to be within, if you're within 5 of the lead going into the last round, which will be tomorrow, I think you've got a good chance.
Of course, we've seen a 62 today from Min-Woo Lee, so there's low scores out there. The conditions are beautiful, very little wind, very soft conditions, and well, in all honesty, Billy Horschel's putt was, as Jamie said, just a little tricky, but this one, there's no great complexity to this.
Yeah, you can't ask for a better leave here for McIlroy, just below the hole. I think it might go a little bit right to left, but not a lot. It's a perfect putt for him.
Yeah, it all depends on the pace, because he's coming back up the hill, so he can afford to be a bit more aggressive. So I think he's got just right side here, just right edge and decent pace in it. Absolutely fabulous eagle from Rory McIlroy.
The Northern Irishman moves to 6 under par. 7 under is what Jamie Spence needs to get to minimum. As we have another look at the approach and the way he just picked that off the turf there.
If your iron plays on today with the soft greens, you're in. Just a case of how many putts you're going to hole.
7 under would get him within 5 of the current lead, but if he keeps doing that, he'll go a lot lower. What kind of number do you think is possible for Rory McIlroy out there? I mean, I know we've had the 62, but what would he be happy with in these conditions?
He'd be looking for 6, 7 under here today, minimum, I'd say, for McIlroy. That'll put him right in the mix.
Soren Kjeldsen and Viktor Hovland, the men at the top of that mix at the moment. Superb 64 today for Soren Kjeldsen, just the one top 10 for him so far this season. Fabrizio Zanotti is 69, 9 under par total. He's a player that was on my radar, having a look at some outsiders at the start of the week. 4 top 16s in his last 8 starts. Eddie Pepperell, a man in form as well. Great to see him back playing well, Mark.
Yeah, great character, and I mean, obviously, you know, he won the British Masters, a superb player, Eddie, and then he just had a little bit of a slump, lost his way, never lost his humour or his personality, and that's a great thing. And right now, back on form, good to see.
We were with Tyrrell Hatton and Jon Rahn yesterday afternoon in featured groups, of course. They've added 69s and 68s respectively for a 6 under par total. So just outside where you think they need to be for contention, Jamie?
Well, you can win from further back with 19 players within 5 of the lead. It's going to be pretty bunched at the end of the day. So this is the 5th hole. Flag on the left-hand side. Always more difficult of the pin positions here on the 5th. Going to take on the 2 bunkers in front and to the left. It's quite a narrow little ledge there where the pin is. But it'll only be 7 irons, maybe a little 6 for the players here. Tee tucked back into the trees. Never easy to line up here, I found, Mark.
No, I always found this, as you say, absolutely spot on. The back right flag's an awful lot easier than this one. Also, you don't get quite a clear view of this flag up on the left side.
Well, he's had a wonderful season on the PGA Tour. You can see the men that have had stroke averages under 68.7 for a season. McIlroy this year, Vijay Singh in 2003. Tiger Woods, just the 8 different occasions.
We talk about stats, but there's the one, the stroke average. It's something that I used to look at through my career. But under 68.7 is quite incredible. For Tiger to do it 8 times, it's not a surprise, but it is a surprise. That's incredible. Can't go wrong with that stroke average, Mark.
No, I was just trying to. You started me thinking now if I ever broke 70 on a season for stroke average, and I doubt I did. Anyway, green clear. Rory about to fire, looking for a similar iron shot to the last hole.
Yeah, very good shot from McIlroy. Under the hole again. Avoided the slope. Thought he just leaked that a little bit further right than that. It would have fed down, but it's fine there.
Birdied this hole yesterday and another great look today.
Yes, the second hole in a row, he's left himself probably one of the easier putts on the green as well. He's coming up the hill a little left to right, but super spot to putt from.
Go. Go. Go.
Yeah, just got that a little bit heavy. Ground just a little bit for the ball. Quite sandy, the tees as well. So maybe a bit of sand on the club face or something. Looked all right. He knew straight away.
Yeah, the striker always knows. And as you say, Jamie, just not got that 100%.
Nice to see the sun shining here at Wentworth. This great championship. Horschel needs to hit a shot. He's not really hit many so far.
Yeah, that's much better. I'll give him some confidence. Yeah, all of these great players are never far away from a run of birdies, and that might just be the start for Billy there. 2-time he's won on the DP World Tour, 7 PGA Tour titles to his name.
Very relaxed on the range. Had a little chat with him because his normal caddy, Mark Fulch, is still in America, couldn't come over. So while I was there, he FaceTimed him to have a little chat with Fulch, woke him up actually. Sorry, Fulch.
Well, our man down there on the ground is Warren Humphreys. Good afternoon, Warren.
Afternoon, Kit. All very nice out here. Good to see the crowds in good mood, good humour, enjoying the golf. Really trying to get behind Rory.
How are the course conditions down there? We've had a lot of rain this week, but it looks like they're just drying out a touch.
Well, if you saw the big gouging pitch marks they've made on the green, even though they're still 12.4 on the stimp meter, they're still flying along. I mean, it is like throwing darts into these greens, which the players will enjoy. Fitzy's come up short, but he's got a grassy lie, but the way he chips shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Yeah, lovely warm applause for the group, particularly I think McIlroy. You've got Fitzpatrick, US Open champion. I mean, this is a fabulous group to. I'd say they'll be taking a huge percentage of the gallery will be out with this group.
The first appearance on English soil for Matt Fitzpatrick since winning that US Open as well, so plenty of support for him, as well as Rory McIlroy, of course, and Billy Horschel's popular in these parts as well.
Yeah, very much so. Very popular three-ball, huge galleries. Now Fitzpatrick, he won't muck around with this. It's a bit left to right. It's a case of visualise where you want to pitch the ball, be hitting it low. You don't have to hit the high. Great view of this, the way he keeps that left wrist together. Warren?
Yeah, and it's definitely going to run out, Jamie, because he's pitching onto a slight downslope. As I said, it's a sort of a grassy lie, so a little bit harder to get that absolute zip and bite that you get if the lie was tight. But the fact that he's got so much room to work with, you got the feeling he's lining this one up like a putt.
Yeah, you just get a feel he fancies this one. Suits his eye. Well, just needed hitting for Fitzpatrick.
Well, it's always nice to have another putt for a birdie after you just made one for an eagle. So his confidence should be up a little bit here, Rory, having missed a couple of early putts over those first couple of holes. Should break left or right, but when you have a close look at it, you just wonder whether it's going to break as much as your first glimpse. So it should be just a fraction outside the left edge. Uphill, just give it a little tap harder than you would normally.
It all depends on the pace as to how much it breaks, and he's just grazed the edge. It was left to right. It was a super stroke. It really was. You pick your lines, Jamie, don't you? Commit to your lines, make a good stroke. You're not going to make them all.
That's all you can do, set the ball up your line. Thing is, when you're putting uphill like that, you've got to hit quite firm.
Yeah, for everybody watching at home, when you're putting up the hill, the firmer you're hitting it, the less break it will take. It's a simple lesson, but one to remember.
Billy Horschel with a really good look for a two here to get him back to level par for the day, 4 under for the tournament.
A little bit slippy this one too, Kit, as it comes down the slope a fraction.
Brilliant putt from Horschel. That'll get him going. Back to even par for his round. Having bogeyed the first. Few chances to come now.
Well, Jamie mentioned earlier he's a great putter, and this one is a good cup and a half, 2 cups outside the left, and it was never anywhere else. It was perfect pace, perfect line. Matthew Fitzpatrick to the right there doing some press-ups on the green.
Maybe that's how he got his extra distance.
Well, he's got down very low, and he's checked it out, and he's seen Rory from the same line, and that was almost a formality for him. Nice and firm, left half.
Flag out now, I see, for Fitzpatrick.
Well, there wasn't really anything scientific to that in the first place. I asked his putting coach, Phil Kenyon, about that just after he won the US Open, and he said it just kind of happened by chance. He was putting poorly a couple of years ago, decided to leave the flagstick in, had a good day on the greens, and then thought, well, I'll leave it in for a bit now. So it's very much what he fancies on each individual putt. So it is the second round of the BMW PGA Championship, the fourth Rolex Series event of the season, reduced to a 3-round tournament and a very tasty leaderboard as things stand. Francesco Molinari with the birdie finish. He's 10 under par, just a couple back. Thomas Dietrich as well. 4 birdies on the back nine so far for him. That par 5 18th still to play. Of course, the Belgian still looking for his maiden DP World Tour win.
Astonishing, isn't it, when you talk about Dietrich? The golf swing is just sublime. Got everything in his game, and yet he still hasn't picked up a trophy. Maybe it's going to be over 54 holes at the BMW PGA.
It's a stunning leaderboard, isn't it? Fleetwood just starting out his round. He's right in contention. Rasmus Højgaard, we'd like an eagle on last.
Rory McIlroy 6 under after the eagle and the par the last couple of holes. Connor Syme, a player that's been showing great promise and form in recent weeks. 5 under par, and Adam Scott, another of the superstars in the field. 10 of the top 30 players in the world teeing it up at Wentworth this week.
Yeah, good times for Scottish golf with Callum Hill, Connor Syme, Ewan Ferguson, 2 wins on the season, very nearly 3, with the second place at Maiden Himmerland last week. So great times for the young Scottish players, dragging each other along. That's what you need.
Plenty of good golf this morning, and we can have a little catch up with all of that great action.
Viktor Hovland, get his round going. Birdie at the third. Putting beautifully, Hovland.
Big swinger at the fourth, right to left. How about that? High up on the slope, down to the hole side. And that's great judgment. A very tricky putt indeed.
Well, Jon Rahn was struggling a little bit on the greens yesterday, but no problems for him here. He rattled this one in for a fantastic birdie on 6.
All pars for Rahn, then he gets to the 11th. Just a little flick. He had a great drive down here on Thursday, another one today. And just great control. Should have been an eagle. Just a birdie. Great stuff from Rahn.
Long range eagle try at the par 5 12th, and that is how close he came. How did that miss?
Viktor Hovland, we had a long stretch of pars, got to the tee on the 14th and produced that again, so nearly going in.
Rahn to putt first. They surrounded this hole. Looked like it was missing left, but he grabbed a piece of it for Rahn.
One hole ahead, Tyrrell Hatton. Birdie off the right and never anywhere else. A nice birdie for Tyrrell Hatton.
And the 16th. Viktor Hovland, this was for his birdie. Yeah, he doesn't miss those. Super putter, Viktor Hovland.
Front edge at the par 5 17th, down the hill. Jon Rahn, little chip right to the very hole side. Tyrrell Hatton actually, both wearing similar colours.
Here is Jon Rahn on 18 to finish things off. He had a bit of trouble on that 18th hole in the opening round. But a birdie to finish there for his 68.
And Hovland just tapping in for his 68 as well. Tie for the lead, Viktor Hovland.
Well, superb play from Hovland. Best not to mention the trousers. Obviously a flock of seagulls passing by.
McIlroy on this 6th tee. 3 wood. They love it behind the tee. He's looking a little anxious. No need. Brilliant.
Go on, Fitzy.
Horschel has already played. Warren, where did his tee shot end up?
Well, a little short of where Rory's hit it in the middle of the fairway, so 2 really good shots up to now. Bunker down the right, 288. Don't want to go in that one, especially with the right flag today. There's a bunker left, which Fitz, I'm sure, won't even look at. Got to be down the left side a little bit today.
It's a bold play with the driver for Fitzpatrick. Not too bad there. Yeah, that's fine, sitting up. There's a lot more room down the left there, you think, on 6. Pins back right as well, so he's got a good angle there, Fitzpatrick.
Oh, lovely to see the sunshine. And, well, what a treat. They love this the second it left the club face. Look how that head stays down. Look how he stays behind the ball. Beautiful, high. Probably one of the highest trajectories in the world of golf, actually, Rory. And, well, it's almost a gasp from the crowd when he hits these shots because, well, they've never seen anything like it. And when you stand next to him, you see it for real. It's super impressive.
The softer conditions suit him quite nicely this week as well, Jamie.
They certainly do with his power. As Mark was saying there, when you get close to the players at the top end of the world rankings, and particularly thinking of McIlroy when he hits the ball, it's something else. I remember watching him Saturday Open up at St Andrews, and it was just a delight to watch him on the range. He was hitting all the shots you want, low ones, high. Oh, it was quite a clinic he was giving before he went out.
You know, I mean, we played all our lives, Jamie, and we played on tour for many, many years. And you stand there and you know you're a decent player, and then you look and you think, yeah, I was a decent player, but I never hit shots like that. And it's the truth. You have to be honest with yourself. Yeah, you know, you were a fabulous putter. We got around, we shot great scores, we won tournaments, but there's just something so very different about the sound and the quality of the strike when Rory hits it than pretty much anybody else.
Have a little look at where their tee shots have ended up on this 6th hole. 11 birdies on it today. A couple of them have come from the left-hand rough where Fitzpatrick is. But McIlroy and Horschel in the ideal position on the short grass.
So, from what we're seeing there, it's probably going to be Fitzpatrick by a very small margin to play first. Warren is down there. Had a look at the lie, Warren?
I have had a look at the lie too. It's not too bad. The rough is pretty thick around there, but he's found an area where it's not too bad at all, but the ground underneath the ball looks a little bit squelchy. So he'll have to make perfect contact for it to fly the way that he wants. Otherwise, it's all tickety-boo.
Just turned 28, Matt Fitzpatrick. Born in Sheffield, of course, a proud Sheffield United fan. Billy Horschel is caddy, a Leeds fan. A little bit of Yorkshire rivalry there.
Billy Foster's caddy for him, not Billy Horschel.
Very good point, yeah.
But you're
Billy
close.
Horschel's a West Ham fan.
He is a West Ham fan.
Yeah, he's a blade. Not an owl, he's a blade. Hallamshire Golf Club, they'll all be watching. I mean, well, how proud they are there of him. You know something, I was born 400 yards from the gates to Hallamshire Golf Club, where he played all his junior golf, born and bred in Sheffield. I played a lot at Hallamshire Golf Club, played a lot with members there. Beautiful golf course on the side of the hills. Can get pretty windy there as well, and I often look at the way Fitzpatrick plays so well in the wind and controls ball flight, and that's a part and parcel of where you grow up.
doesn't have a Rolex Series win to his name just yet, Rory McIlroy, but a pretty impressive average finish of 13th. Fitzpatrick and Horschel showing their men for the big occasion as well. I mentioned the football teams the players support there. Obviously, Billy Horschel, a massive West Ham fan, and he watches a lot of the games. He played in the Pro-Am on Wednesday, and he had Mark Noble, the former captain of West Ham, alongside him. I watched Mark Noble hole a fantastic birdie putt out there.
And there is that awful bag that he carries around with him. But he is a Florida Gator fan as well, likes the New England Patriots, loves his sport all round. Yeah, Declan Rice is here today, cheering on Billy Horschel, the captain of West Ham United.
I like playing at like 3/4 there.
So it's a big hammer.
Yeah, Rice and Noble both came down on the Sunday last year to watch Billy win as well, birdieing the 18th.
I wonder if he's tried jelly deals. Anyway, McIlroy. Can't be more than a 9-9 here for Rory to a back right pin.
You see the clouds above just drifting slowly from right to left. The flag's not doing an awful lot up there, so very benign conditions, and by Rory's standards, that's only average.
Just a bit cautious about going long there, McIlroy. Wasn't full tilt to that one, just trying to ease it in there, take the spin off.
Well, Fitzpatrick already played, flown it straight over the back of the green. Horschel just out with a wedge. Should be a green light flag, just a little right of the pin would be ideal. Spin it off the slope.
Oh my God, a chunk flyer.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a new term for me. I hadn't heard that one before. A chunk flyer. Normally a flyer is where you get grass between club face and ball in the rough. You ever heard of a chunk flyer, Jamie?
Well, I know what he means. It just took the spin off it, and it just got a little bit heavy, but he still got enough of it to get it going. It didn't spin on him. That's why the ball didn't spin backwards. But it's done well. In a good spot there on the green. Horschel.
Good company on a golf course. Billy Horschel, you can tell there. Rory bounce along next to him there. Little chat about golf, little chat about many other things happening in the world, I'm sure. And he's a great champion. Billy Horschel, defending champion.
I will need to move.
And he's always so positive about how much he loves coming over and playing on the DP World Tour. And we're more than happy to have him.
He used to watch this great championship when he was growing up as a lad. It was always on his radar. And he has really taken the opportunity to be a bit more of a global golfer over the last 3 or 4 years.
Well, they're both global ambassadors for the game, aren't they? In ever-changing times. Making sure he doesn't leave his tee peg behind there, Matthew Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, Horschel's 38 under for the 9 and a bit rounds he's played on this golf course. Loves it here.
Confirmation of how the leaderboard looks right now. It's Saturday, but it is round 2 of the BMW PGA Championship. Tournament reduced to 3 rounds, so we'll finish up tomorrow. And massive points on offer, with it being a Rolex Series event. 8,000 DP World Tour ranking points, 1,335 to the winner. A win for someone like Søren Kjeldsen, who's currently outside of the top 120. Could make all the difference to his season, and at his sort of later stages in life, that would give him a whole new lease of life on tour and allow him to play for another 5 years.
Warren, has he got a shot here?
Well, this is not easy for Fitzpatrick. He's got the grass against him. He's only got to chip it about 10 feet in front of him, right on the very edge of the green. Then lands on a downslope and it's going to chase away from him. And when you're trying to play a delicate shot, just move it a few feet and you've got the grass into you. Very easy to decelerate. So he's got to get this spot on if he wants to get this one close. Ooh.
Yeah, it's interesting with that grill. Just thinking before he played that, normally you would throw the right hand underneath, but with that strong left wrist leaning, not easy to do that on those lob shots.
Yeah, on the upslope, exactly the same thought. It's not one you want to drive, is it? And if you notice, there was quite a slide forwards with the hips, and on that occasion, that technique probably not best suited, as Jamie said so correctly.
I just think it's a bit like tennis in a way, golf. I think you can use different grips for different shots. And I would sort of get him to be more conventional there, more players bunker grip really for a shot like that, but what do I know?
It's just more down to how he sees the flight, isn't it, more than anything. I mean, as you say, you'd never go in a bunker and play left below right, and as, in a way a lob shot is very much similar to a bunker shot, so it's amazing. We used to come and watch the golf. Now we watch the golf through our phones. It's good pace. I mean, he's had lovely pace on his putts, Rory, which is good to see. Just didn't quite see that extra little bit of right to left at the hole there. Broke quite hard at the top of the putt. But it's a nice solid start.
Well, he's been given the line, Warren.
Yeah, certainly has. I mean, uphill putt, it's one that he can be bold at, and this guy's got plenty of character, hasn't he? He won't back away. So it's very makeable, just outside the right edge. Sure, he would have watched Rory's ball die at the hole. Gives a player a good idea what's happening at the vital end.
Yeah, back-to-back birdies for Billy Horschel. He's right back on track now, the defending champion.
Love the way he sort of creeps up on the ball for putts, doesn't he?
You've got to hit them while they're not watching. That's the trick when you're good putters. And also good putters, once they're ready and they've got their line, they're over it, like Matt Fitzpatrick, boom, they hit it.
Yeah, chip to blame. It wasn't an easy chip, to be fair, but in the end it's going to be a drop shot.
Bit of a sleeper this hole, isn't it, 6? Since they've lengthened the tee, put the tee back over there on the east course, made it a bit longer. Plays over its part today. So just a disappointing bogey for Fitzpatrick.
Drops back to 3 under par. It was a bit of a roller coaster round for him yesterday. He's made plenty of birdies this week, 7 in his opening round, but 2 bogeys and a double bogey. 1 birdie, 1 bogey for him today as we have a little look at the 7th.
396 yard, par 4. Yes, a little bit left to right. And there's a big ridge in the fairway there, so you want to get down onto the bottom plateau. That affords you the best look at the green, and then, but when you do get to the green, it is a tricky one. You've got a huge ridge across the centre of the green. And when the flag's up on that back plateau, you don't want the ball spinning back down onto the bottom level, because that's very much 3-putt territory. All about getting that tee shot away and onto the flat if you can, down on the bottom section of the fairway.
All pars for this group here yesterday, or on Thursday I should say.
That's an interesting point that Jamie makes about holes being sort of sleeper holes where you actually get on the tee thing, well, it's not really long hole, it's only a drive and a wedge or a 9-iron, and actually this one is also playing over its par on the day, so they can jump up and bite you, these what they look like relatively simple holes, but you've got to play really good tee shots, and that's the key. Looks like a 3-wood, Warren.
Yeah, well, that would be a good club if you're trying to get into the hollow down on the left-hand side. You've got to be on the left today with the right flag. Anything going right half of the fairway, you get blocked out by the trees. Got to fly it all the way down the hill as well. Saw on the first day some players actually pitched it on the downslope and it's stuck there. Iron for Rory?
Correct. Good spot.
Yeah. I mean, he flies it so high, but he's got to pump this one down there. He doesn't want to stay on the downslope. Aim at the middle of the fairway and draw it to that left side.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's done, McIlroy. Beautiful shot. 260 with an iron carry.
Yeah, that's dreamland, isn't it? As very few players can fly irons so beautifully like that, miles down there.
Amazing how this fella, though, has put on so much length just by working on his speed and delivery, but he's retained the accuracy as well. Get the speed at the bottom of the ball, or bottom of the swing where the ball is.
Yeah, super tee shot from all three players here on the 7th. All on the flat. Have a look at McIlroy's coil. That's where the power comes from, everybody. Midsection, the back. That just unwinds and the club follows. Muscles on muscles these days. Rory McIlroy. But the back is so flexible, the upper back for McIlroy.
It's the athleticism required to do that, isn't that? We all know that we'd like to swing it that way, but there aren't many of us built and physically able to do it.
Yeah, it's natural ability, as well as a lot of gym work for Rory McIlroy.
McIlroy and Horschel walking down the fairway together. A bit of history in the Walker Cup for these two as well. They played together, well, against one another in the 2007 edition of the Walker Cup. Horschel actually got the better of Rory in the Saturday singles and the Sunday foursomes, but Rory got his own back in the Sunday singles. USA won by a point in the end at Royal County Down. And he's just had a call up to his first professional American team as well, Billy Horschel. He'll be in the President's Cup. Think he'll be a good match player, Mark.
Got a great temperament, hasn't he? He's this type of personality that's unflappable, and you wouldn't want to play him at match play because you're not gonna be able to kind of get under his skin a little bit. You're not gonna get the better of Billy with any gamesmanship, are you? No chance.
Well, and you know he can putt. You know he can hole anything. This is always a danger in match play. He was actually so disappointed, wasn't he, not to be at Whistling Straits, the American team, having won here. So good for him. He's come back, made the President's Cup team, and I reckon we'll be seeing him in Rome. If not, we'll have him.
Yeah, he won the WGC Dell Technologies match play last year as well, just to underline that prowess in head-to-head battle.
Awkward shot from here up to this green. Flag just on top of the ridge on the right-hand side, but never an easy shot to get the right club in your hand. Short, just going to spin all the way back to you. But all be flying straight at it. I think just a little bit past the pin if they can.
Well, interesting numbers, isn't it? All within a yard of each other, nicely on the fairway. And that slope, looking at them right in the face here, is that plateau that separates the green really in two. Got to be above that, as Jamie was saying. So they've got to be thinking, aiming it right over the top of the flag. You almost want to pitch it a couple of yards past that pin. Cannot afford to leave this short. Plays 5 uphill, so even though they hit it high, they've got to make sure that it carries.
Sounded great. Is great. What a shot from Billy Horschel, turning it on mid-round. You can just tell when they've hit a good one, and that was a really good one from Horschel. Just sounded pure, didn't it? Eyes just eyeing it up and down. Brilliance from the American, the defending champion.
Yeah, tied 4th here as well as a win. He absolutely loves the place. And he's just starting to heat up today.
Well, Rory on the range was hitting these pitch shots so high, Rory. Will get a huge amount of spin. It's got to go.
Just clings on to the top for McIlroy. Fitzpatrick pin high there as well, about 15-20 feet. So 2 outside chances for 3s, and I'll give him the other one. And that must be close.
I noticed you were quite generous with your gimmies yesterday or Thursday, Jamie.
I'm in a good mood. Body leads the club, keeps turning. Look at the width through the ball for McIlroy, brilliant.
He's made improvements through the season, hasn't he, on those sort of shorter range approach shots, if you like, the 75 to 150 yards. What is it that has enabled him to get better in that area?
It just looks a bit quieter. There's not so much speed through the ball. It's very difficult. All these guys are working on speed off the tee and for the long game, and then when you get to the iron play, it's not what you want from a wedge. It wants to be softer, less speed, but you've still got to turn the body. So he just softened it down. McIlroy quietened his movement down. You don't need that much hip rotation when you're hitting a wedge. Stays on it a bit more. Little bits help to make a big bit.
Great applause for the group as they get to the green. Just got that little bit of bounce in the step that you like to see from Rory McIlroy, hasn't it? Always a good sign.
Yeah, the energy levels are up today for McIlroy. Very important to get the ball onto this top level, as you can see. 22 feet just over for Fitzpatrick, under 20 feet for Rory, and a tap in for Horschel. See that big slope there? Managed to get it on top. Should be a little bit of right to left for both players, but our man's out there, eagle-eyed. He'll tell us, Warren.
You're absolutely spot on, but I wouldn't say it's an absolute tap-in for Horschel. I mean, it should be the way that he putts, but I know you wouldn't give it to me in a match-play
Never.
situation.
Never.
Yeah, I've heard that about you, Jamie.
Horschel's putt 3 feet 2 inches. He hasn't missed a putt from 3 feet or in all year.
It's that extra 2 inches, isn't it? Nice putts for the other guys though, just a little bit of break out the right, and for right-handers that's ideal. They can hit the ball away from them, they get a feel of pace, a little bit more suits their eye. So you should expect these to go close. And the one thing about Fitzy, he's always seems to have perfect pace with his putts. Must have really good visualization.
Tracking, it's tracking. Just a touch less pace for that, and it was in for Fitzpatrick. Good putt.
He's always been a good putter, hasn't he? A natural reader of the greens.
Yeah, you wouldn't say necessarily Rory's a natural reader of the greens. He's what I'd call a streaky putter. When he has the feel in the fingers, he can hold anything, but if he just doesn't get off to a flying start, sometimes you worry for him. But he's got a great chance here. Just needs to get a bit of momentum.
Kind of surprising in a way that Rory couldn't see that break. That was, from where he was, very makeable, and that's quite a misread there. Again, pace is good. The pace on his putts is superb. Yeah, slump of the shoulders there, just a little frustration. That magnificent eagle at the 4th hole, and really nothing else being made apart from that.
Is there anything in this for Horschel, Warren?
Nothing. Nothing in this, boys.
No mistake. 3 on the bounce for Billy Horschel. It was a bit of a scratchy start for him. Bogey at the first, followed by 3 pars, but he has found top gear over the last 3 holes.
Fitzpatrick just finishing up here on 7. Yeah, wraps it in. Even par for him for the day, 3 under for the tournament.
Well, it's been a great run, hasn't it, for Billy Horschel? So 3 birdies in a row. McIlroy, Horschel both at 6 under. But the target's been set by Søren Kjeldsen and Viktor Hovland. 12 under par the mark at the moment.
Yeah, plenty of English flags on that leaderboard towards the bottom of the first page. This event, 7 of the last 13 years, has been won by an English player. And a look at the 8th hole, the one hole where Rory dropped a shot yesterday.
Yeah, it's awkward tee shot. See that 270-yard marker, maybe play just to the right of that, but to be honest, most of them are taking it on and knocking it down the end, but with that flag tucked on the very front with the water in play, a must fairway to find here on 8. They've redesigned this over the years, taking the water down the side of the green on the left-hand side, big slopes on the right. It's a really good-looking hole, this 8th hole now. But you've got to find the fairway. Just having a wait up on the tee. Bit of a congestion point, this 8th. The 11th tee's right next to it as well. Use the same teeing area. Marco Nauser just behind them, who runs this event on behalf of BMW.
Well, Horschel's found his form. This was to get back to level par for the day on the 5th.
Yeah, that one was beautifully read, wasn't it? That was downhill and pretty quick. This one was uphill. He could be more positive, and again, perfect line, perfect pace. That's 2.
Yeah, and this is his best swing of the day here. Only a short iron, but even so, everything right in the slot. Staring it down. Nearly hold it. 3 in a row.
Yeah, they say a lot of great rounds start with a bogey. He did bogey the first, but right now he's got his eye in. Defending champion is on a roll.
What's it like to be a defending champion at a tournament?
Do you know what? It's a wonderful feeling going back, especially if if you win a tournament where they do go back year on year to the same venue. It always feels great going back when you're going back to a venue where you've held the trophy. It's a special feeling. It's great to get your first one. I always think the second one is the hardest, you know, and then after that, if you can accumulate a lot of wins, then that's what defines your career. At the end of the day, nobody ever says to you, how much money did you win? They just say, did you ever win anything, and what did you win? So it's lovely to win some trophies.
Driver out here for Horschel. Tee the ball down. He's going for sort of a squeeze cutter. Knock it over the corner of that hump. It's about 270 down there.
Do you think that's actually the right club, Jamie? I mean, with that front flag, it's so fiddly. If you take the driver, get near the water.
Well, I'm in agreement with you, Warren, but this is a modern way they play.
I'll tell you in just a minute what my thought is. It's quite simple, isn't it? Well, if that's it, it's the right club. You couldn't place the ball better.
Spectators behind the tee enjoying themselves there.
Yeah, I mentioned all the camera phones out earlier, but a few dark clouds creeping into the top of the picture there. That looks a little bit ominous.
3 wood. He's looking for exactly the same position, Rory, on that second plateau. Yeah, just a fraction left. That's not too far off being a great shot, but all depends on the lie down there.
That will not be easy. Yeah, to get it on the green, but trying to control it to that front pin. Very little green to work with there for McIlroy. As we look back from the behind the green up to the tee. Just an iron for Fitzpatrick. Different game plan. Easier game plan to execute. That'll still only be a wedge, maybe a 9-iron from there for Fitzpatrick.
Go, Rory. Good luck, Rory.
I can see the driver off that tee when the flag's at the back, because it's a long green, the 8. It's over 40 yards long, but when the pin's on the front, I think I'd like to be further back.
No change at the top of the leaderboard right now at the BMW PGA Championship. Still the 2 Scandinavians, Soren Kjeldsen and Viktor Hovland, 12 under par. Thomas Dietrich with that 65, just 1 shot behind Masahiro Kawamura, the best of the players out on the course. Kawamura, another player in sneaky decent form at the moment, and in his 2 previous appearances here at the BMW PGA Championship, a couple of top 20s.
Yeah, obviously likes it here. Kawamura has been playing over here for a number of years now. Very popular figure amongst all the players. A really good putter. Really good putter, Kawamura. So no surprise he's going well here.
Shane Lowry, 1 under par through 7 holes today, 7 under total. Another player with an excellent record here at Wentworth.
Even though it's the second round, they're jostling for position here, aren't they, with 1 round to go? All the players, just especially someone like Lowry, he's 5 behind. He'd just be trying to edge nearer and nearer. If he can get 2 or 3 behind, he'll be happy with that. Going into Sunday. Great performance by Eddie Pepperell, 8 under without a driver. He doesn't really hit a driver on this wet, soft long golf course that is Wentworth.
See the name of Christian Johannesson there. Another Norwegian who we'll be seeing plenty more of on the main tour next year. He's been playing predominantly on the Challenge Tour this season, done enough to earn his card for next year. Tied third last week at the Made in Himmerland to get in this week and making the most of it. Saw him chatting to Viktor Hovland on the range at the start of the week as well. So it'd be nice to see a few more Norwegians out on tour perhaps in the future. No doubt Viktor will be inspiring the youngsters watching at home. The sweet swinging Adam Scott as well. Saw Mathieu Pavon just stop on the range and watch Adam Scott hitting shots earlier in the week. Any players that got you stopping and watching when you were on the range in your playing days?
Yeah, too many really. Eduardo Ramiro is somebody I used to love watching because of the rhythm, and he just used to hit the ball a mile. And looked like he hardly hit the ball. The ball just got in the way. It was just a beautiful swing of the golf club, Eduardo.
I used to stop regularly and watch Jamie hitting balls, wondering if he'd actually get one on the club face at any point. It was always fun to watch.
Funny, I thought that of you as well. Fitzpatrick, 156, should be a 9-iron from there for him. Rory needs a lie. Horschel just a flick to this front pin. He'll be trying to spin it up, Horschel. One way behind Fitzpatrick, but, well, might be tortoise beating the hare here.
Normal 9.
Yep. Normal 9-iron.
What wind there is though, where is it?
If there's anything, it should be left to right, slightly open. There's no there really, just pick your target, be disciplined. 6 or 7 right, I think.
But you mentioned Lowry, look at that cumulative score previous 5 years there, 46 under Lowry, Molinari 42. Good day for Molinari today. Fitzpatrick eyeing up the flag. He needs to get a wriggle on. Yep. What we call a little bit of a sucker flag over there on the left hand side. It's teasing you. I think it'd be interesting to see what Billy Horschel does. He's only got 86 yards or so in, so he should take dead aim from where he is, but good control from Fitzpatrick, flag high. Now Rory's down the left side, obviously a little bit further than Billy, so
this is the shot. Yeah.
Well, he's on a roll. Horschel, he's just trying to pitch it just past the pin on the right and suck it back a bit. It's most lofted of wedges out.
Billy.
I think he got a bit frightened of that one, Mark. That was intimidating shot, even with a lob wedge in your hand.
It wasn't that intimidating, was it, though? We're going to give him 1 out of 10 for that. Sorry, Billy, 3 birdies in a row has been great, but that was not good.
Lie looks okay for McIlroy.
Looked like he had to go up and over the corner of the tree as well. So that is superbly done. Did well to control it, but of course you needed a great lie, didn't you?
Who's closest to the pin? Player that laid it back.
I'll have to get a tape measure out there. I'm not sure if Rory was a little closer than Matt Fitzpatrick.
It's close,
we shall find out.
It's very close.
It is very close.
I'd say Fitzpatrick played that stress-free. Those little flicky shots, just because you're closer, doesn't necessarily mean they're easier. Also didn't play a very good shot there, as Mark was saying. Rory's wasn't easy, he had to flirt with the trees.
We do talk about stress-free golf and, you know, having tap-ins for pars, not scrambling too much, giving yourself shots that are easier to pull off there. How much does that affect you as the week goes on, if you really are having to grind it and scramble it and stressing yourself out, if you like, when it comes to Sunday, if you've been playing stress-free?
Yeah, you want to make it as easy as you can and know when to fight the battles, take the tee shots on. That's not an easy tee shot to find the fairway with a driver on 8.
I'm struggling with this whole stress-free golf conversation, in all honesty. I mean, 524 events I played, and I don't think it was ever stress-free. I don't think I've ever had a stress-free round, Jamie.
Yes, you're an all or nothing man, Mark. There's no doubt about that. Horschel, well, he's got a tickler down the hill there, and they're equidistant. I think Fitzpatrick's half an inch closer, but let's see who plays last. They've changed this hole dramatically over the years. Just used to be the pond in front of the green. Now all runs down the side. Much more difficult now, this 8th hole.
We've been raving about Billy Horschel's putting. He's 21st in strokes gained putting.
Well, not all stats tell the story, do they? I remember speaking to Mark Fulcher, his regular caddy here last year. He said he's the best putter he's ever seen, and he's seen a few, especially from long range. He said he's amazing. That'll do for me.
There is a lot to be said for the eye test. What do you see? What's really happening?
Well, that didn't go to script.
As we know, he never misses inside 3 feet, and I think he's just about got it inside 3 feet there.
I hope you're right. It's a sneaky one there. Right, who's to putt next? Equidistant, these two. For the birdie. McIlroy to putt first.
Do you see how he kind of leaned back in his chair there with a smug look?
It's the happiest I've seen Jamie all week.
Ever?
But it is Rory to go first for the birdie. And he makes it. So Rory McIlroy moves to 7 under par.
Big putt that. Big putt that. Just missed 2 right to lefters on the low side comfortably. Another right to lefter in the middle.
Yeah, he needed something, didn't he? It was just kind of, he was just sort of like treading water in a way, wasn't he? And then all of a sudden now that will give him a boost. So McIlroy the first in the group to 7 under. Fitzpatrick, well, you got to be a little bit careful. There is a cut today. Well, actually playing the second round. Cut's looking like 3 under par at the moment. You can see they're tied 62nd. Oh, that'll help. There you go. So now we can resume the discussion as to which was the right play off the tee, both making 3.
Well, he doubled it yesterday, Fitzpatrick, so 3 shots better than that today. Walk that one in.
Yeah, Rory getting his own back on it as well after the bogey yesterday, having barely moved his ball for his second shot.
Well, that was hitting at pace by Billy. He'd be really disappointed with the quality of that pitch shot from 86 yards. I was thinking it was going to be 4 in a row for Billy. Yes. Hugely popular, isn't he? So, lovely birdie, but the game today started slowly, and then this. At the par 5, off the spectator walkway, clipped it off the muddy lie, and that is simply world class.
Yeah, what a start for McIlroy. 3 pars and then this eagle putt. In you go. That'll get you going. Get the crowd going as well.
Just a few moments ago, and not much breaking that, pretty much straight down the hill. And as Jamie Spence says, that is important for his momentum.
Yeah, he's just missed a few birdie chances, outside birdie chances, but not hit good putts. But he did there.
So that's the top of the leaderboard in the 4th Rolex Series event of this DP World Tour season. And a lot of good scoring out there this morning. Soren Kjeldsen and Viktor Hovland have got to 12 under par. All of these guys, though, well in with a shout going into the third and final round tomorrow. Those that have finished and those still out on the course, every opportunity to improve your position. Excellent scoring conditions. Barely any breeze, soft greens. Putts rolling beautifully. And as Mark said, there will be a cut, the top 65 and ties. Looking like that'll be about 3 under par at the moment.
It's a low cut round here. Wentworth got a chance of going to 4. It won't go the other way.
Yeah, I was wondering earlier, just when I was outside, seeing how good the conditions were, if there was any chance it could get to 4, and it's not beyond the realms of possibility right now.
Well, we saw just a few moments ago, Fitzpatrick at 3 under par was tied 62nd, so there's every chance there, as you can see. And right now there's your confirmation, 65 it is at the moment. So it is currently 4 under. Obviously that will ebb and flow during the afternoon.
I would be very disappointed if I shot 3 under par around here and I wasn't playing in the last round, to say the least. Tough hole 9. Back in the corner, Mark.
It's 449 yards, and the key to this tee shot is threading it between these bunkers. One on the left side gets pretty much the most action. That's the one where the players may aim and try to just feed it off that. 267 to reach that one. And then you've got quite a nice area down the right side there. You can be blocked out if you go down the right side. 315. Obviously an awful long way to that final bunker. And then once you've got the tee shot in play, it's a relatively straightforward second shot. Flag today, 3 from the right hand side, just in that front right corner. Few little subtle borrows, and obviously if you miss it right, then you're feeding off down towards that little penalty area down the right side. And it is the second toughest hole on the golf course today. Only 8 birdies so far.
Well, Rory on the tee with the 3 wood just as a few drops of rain start to fall out of the sky. That's not so good. Got to be down the left side of the fairway today with that front right flag.
Oh, who's an arse?
Pretty good position for Rory. Right on the very edge of the left-hand bunker. He'll have a good view of the green and the flag. Fitzpatrick out with the driver. He leaked it away to the right in the first round. He doesn't want to do that here, get blocked out by the trees.
Looks like it's sandy to me. Be very lucky if that's come up short, and the facial expression suggests not.
To be a driver all day long here for Horschel. Again, he pushed it a little bit right in that first round, and it's amazing how the trees down that right-hand side block out your view. So I'm sure he'll be trying to keep this a little bit further left today.
280 to carry the left bunker. It plays a little bit up the slope. Into the breeze. They love it. And so they should. Straight down the middle of Horschel.
Averaging 4.19 today, the 9th hole. There has been one eagle, and that was Eddie Pepperell, who holed his second shot here.
Horschel in prime position, but a bit of work for the other two. So there's been some great winners here at Wentworth over the years. A few surprise victories as well. Simon Kahn in 2010. Scott Drummond 2004. Anders Hansen's won here a couple of times. And then you've got the big names, Colin Montgomery, Ian Woosnam. Miguel Angel Jimenez, a winner as well. Rory McIlroy, Luke Donald back-to-back in 2011 and 2012. Francesco Molinari 2018, Tyrrell Hatton 2020. Is there a type of player that particularly suits Wentworth, or is it one that...
Good ones is what I would say. Good ones. There's been some surprise winners. When Jimenez won, Ollie Wilson was in the playoff that year, and he just won last week. So I think it's a course that suits a player that hits the ball right to left. I've said it all the time. I just feel most of the holes go that way, and it just helps your eye off the tee. So you do see some of the same players come back and win. Obviously, I know what Mark's going to say. Montgomery hit the ball left to right, but he was a little bit above that. He's just put his mic back down.
No, what I was actually going to say, it suits a player that hits the ball straight, pitches well, and putts well.
Just tests all your game, doesn't it? You've got to be right on your game this week.
You haven't necessarily got what that illustrated there when you gave all of those names and some surprise winners. It's not a photo fit. There's not a photo fit golfer that can be champion here. It's it tests all aspects of your game, but it can also be a shorter hitter that pitches well on the week, putts well. Historically, these greens have not been easy to putt on or easy to read, Jamie, have they?
I never could read the old greens here. They relayed them. Yeah, they're difficult greens to read here, no doubt about that.
I think one of the things that struck me about the list of previous winners is you don't have to be a bomber here. So many courses and setups these days, you have to hit the ball at a certain distance. And that doesn't really appear to be the case here. You just have to be sharp in every area. And even if you're, as you say, a little shorter off the tee, but still razor sharp in the rest of the game, you can do well. But there's where the tee shots are for Fitzpatrick, McIlroy and Horschel. It looks like Fitzpatrick and McIlroy have avoided the bunker.
Yeah, it just depends on their lie and their stance. Down the left-hand side, distance not a problem to get to the pin in front right. What are these lies like for McIlroy and Fitzpatrick, I wonder? I think Fitzpatrick carried the bunker. There's a bank of heather just over the bunker there, and you don't want to be in that. There's Rory's, that should be okay. I think he's standing all right. Yep, he's fine.
Look at the DP World Tour rankings right now, and it is Rory McIlroy who sits the top of them. Already tucked the FedEx Cup title away this year, looking for the double. Horschel will be playing first from the fairway, though.
Well, that looks a good swing as well from Horschel. He's eyeing it up just like he did on 7. Super shot. Can't be right at that pin. Lord falls away, so really good shot. Lots of smiles, him and Gareth Lord.
He said he needed to find a shot when he was stood on the 5th tee. He did there, and it just seems that one good swing, finding the centre of the club and the birdie, has kicked him into gear.
He did find that heather bank. Unfortunately, Fitzpatrick. Ball jumps out there. Plenty of green to work with for Fitzpatrick. Yeah, you just need one shot to get your round going at times. This was very difficult. Wedge or wood, they say. Out of the heather. I don't think he did either. McIlroy. Didn't come out on him. I think he's found the front bunker for McIlroy. Just never come out of the light. Sometimes when you buy the bunkers there, the sands come out. A lot of sand under the ball. I think that was the case there for Rory. A wry grin.
So this is my second most difficult hole on the course today, and getting a little glimpse of why there. That heather just over the bunker causing problems for Fitzpatrick. Rory from a slightly sandy lie, as you say, potentially. But Billy Horschel with the opportunity to make a 4th birdie in 5 holes.
Difficult tee shot, Kit. 3 brings in the right-hand bunker, driver brings in the left-hand bunker, and it's narrow, much narrower for the driver. The way this hole's shaped now with the bunkers, tree on the right-hand side, and the second shot's one of the most difficult on the golf course. Can't really see the green. You know it falls away on the right-hand side. You can't see the bunker that Rory's in from back there for your second shot if it's not plugged. Chance to take another look at Fitzpatrick's chipping, so I'm looking forward to. I like people that are different in aspects of the game.
You mentioned changing the grip for different shots, and I remember watching him at the Open earlier this year, and when he needed the more lofted flop shot, he did go back to the more traditional grip, but we didn't see that on the occasion where we thought he might play it that way earlier today.
We haven't got a choice because the right hand has got to go underneath, and the wrist will fold up. I think he's got plenty of green to work with here. I think he'll play this how he normally plays them. Left below right, and keep the left side moving. Depends on the lie though. Depends on the lie.
Look at the 3 routes to where they've ended up. Well, Horschel playing the hole exactly as you would like to. McIlroy's always just been slightly out of position, and for Fitzpatrick playing from that heather, well, there's no future in that stuff. And he's now got a tough job to get up and down, but he does have a lot of green to work with.
Yeah, just walking forward and having a little think about where he'd like to land. A lot of players will count their paces, so they've got a number in mind to the landing spot. Had to be a little steep on that and let it release. It's a poppy release shot, and he's done it absolutely superbly. The lie, you saw the lie just before. There's a little bit of grass behind it. That makes you immediately know the lie determines everything. You're not going to get any spin on it, so you've got to play the ball to release. And well, as you said, Kit, a lot of green to work with. That helped him, but he still had to get the right landing spot, the right amount of release, and looks like he may well scramble his par 4. There's the left below right action, and we talked about that already today. If you were doing it the other way around, you'd still want to retain the angle of your wrist in the same way, but it would be the other wrist, obviously. So yeah, it was good stuff. Nicely done.
Good lie for McIlroy. Should be able to spin this. Yeah, he was a little bit worried about it. Anything past that flag was going to go down the bank. Just a little bit of decel there for McIlroy out the wet sand. Just got to keep the speed up, keep that club face moving, take the sand out, and it just halted. Understandably so, though, where that flag is.
Yeah, as you say, no future beyond it, was there? And that gets inside your head. I do think that's an area of McIlroy's game that's improved hugely over the last few seasons. His bunker play's got better and better.
Yeah, it's a big part of the game, bunkers. Horschel for the birdie. Left to righter. Good try. It's a pin position here on 9 that you never see it there, except when this championship comes. They always find a sneaky little pin, and this is the one today on 9. A little ridge on the right-hand side they found. You take 4 on the tee and run to the 10th, I know that.
Yeah, Rory would do exactly that as well. He would take 4 right now, not hit this putt, obviously. Important putt he made for the birdie at last. He doesn't want to give it straight back here on the 9th, so I mean, every single putt is important during the week, of course, but a little bit of marshalling there, just a few people milling around behind the hole. Nothing worse than somebody on your through line moving around. Left or right of a player is never going to bother them, but behind them or in front of them on the sight lines is always going to be a bit distracting. Just a hair of left to right on this, Jamie, I think. Yeah, beautiful. Absolutely perfect. What a great up and down from the bunker for Rory. Chose to hit it straight and firm.
Yeah, perhaps that putt as important as the birdie one before it for his momentum.
It was a good straight firm putt from McIlroy from the right.
Sorry, can you he chose the right line, straight and firm. Is that what you're trying to say? You just got your words muddled.
Exactly. It was an important putt for McIlroy. Three par fives on the back nine to look forward to.
So the other players have tapped in for their pars. But they're going to need to get a little bit of a move on in this back nine, and it is a back nine that's playing a little bit easier than the front. 7 of the 9 holes on the back, averaging under par today. It's only 13 and 15 that are over par, and the 10th now that they're coming to is a beautiful little par 3, 16 birdies on there today. That's averaging 2.96. So an opportunity for these players to make a move up the leaderboard now, as we see Rory McIlroy tied 16th as things stand. Rasmus Højgaard, he and his twin Nicolai, hugely exciting talents, Mark.
Yes, absolutely. Future of DP World Golf, obviously, and they're going to be Ryder Cup players together in the future. There's no doubt about that. What a day it was for Min Woo Lee. How about that? 10 under par. He was 10 under par through 16. We thought it could be something even more special, but he just played the last couple of holes, the par 5s, where you might pick up shots in level par, but still, great day. Jamie's favourite little par 3 on the course.
Yeah, it's a beauty. It just sits lovely, doesn't it? Real picturesque par 3. 184 yards today. Thread your tee shot through the pine trees. It's an accessible pin today. 22 on, 3 paces from the left. It's easy to knock it over that bank on the left-hand side. You haven't got much of a shot from there, so pin high right's a good place to be. Good place to putt from up the hill. Never easy to judge the wind off this tee. It sort of swirls around on you, but there's, fortunately for the players today, there's very little of it, as you can see. There's nothing in the tops of the trees. Very mild day here at Wentworth today after the rain we've had all week. Much needed rain here in the south of England. We've had a drought, believe it or not. All set fair though for the rest of today and tomorrow, we hope. McIlroy on the tee.
Yes, those darker clouds that we saw creeping into the picture a little earlier don't seem to have lingered around for too long.
So the back 9 underway for Rory. Oh, little jump of the knees. I think she's left it out right. Oh, that's okay.
One of these, Bill.
You know, by his standards, obviously, like it, a normal shot would be half as close again. In all honesty, just, you know, aware of that left flag and didn't want to miss it left. Looking for a back 9, something like 3 under, even 4 under par, Rory, and then he's going to be right in the thick of things tomorrow.
Yeah, it is a flag to be wary of, guys, isn't it? You do not want to miss this left. The ground on that left side will be horrid. So right of the flag would be the ideal shot for Fitzpatrick.
Similar for Fitzpatrick. That's okay there, 20 odd feet below the hole.
think they've been wary of the rain. They've cut all the flags in the high portions on the green. This one away on that left side, so anything right of the flag, you've got the uphill putt. If you miss it left and you're chipping onto a downslope, that's an absolute no-no. So they're bound to be a little bit wary, bound to want to miss it right, if anything.
Seven-iron for Horschel. Birdied this hole yesterday. Oh, it looks like he's going to birdie it today as well.
Really a tee shot that suits the American's eye.
He's hitting some great iron shots already today, Horschel. This is probably the best one of the bunch. Brilliant stuff from the American.
Well, we've talked about how great Billy's putting is, and the fact that he doesn't very often miss from that range, so we're not going to quite concede it, but it's almost a certain birdie for Horschel.
I reckon Jamie would concede it.
Oh, I wouldn't give him that one. There's a bit of break on that.
Brilliant fans here this week. Someone there wearing the West Ham shirt, no doubt supporting Billy Horschel.
I wonder who our producer supports. Just outside London, Wentworth. Absolutely packed all 3 days here. Great to see the crowds.
Yeah, sell out, and that's what you'd expect. When Rory comes to town, they do tend to sell out. He's a needle mover in the game of golf. Billy first to the green, accepting the applause, and that's, well, very much a reward for the quality of the tee shot there. As you can see, it's a little longer, just a fraction. You can't give him that, it's 3.5 feet. But it's looking like his 4th birdie in 6 holes, should he make that.
So look at where those tee shots have ended up, of course. Horschel in pretty close, but a little bit of slope to deal with. Someone's made an incredible birdie over from the right-hand side of your picture there. One of the 16, we say you can't short-side yourself. That must have been some shot to hole it from there. And we think that was the 62-man Min Woo Lee.
You see the black ball next to the red ball is exactly what you'd expect. If you miss the green over there and that boggy ground, you'd expect to make a bogey. So if Min Woo Lee did, if he was the person that chipped that in, then wow, that was special.
Warren Fitzpatrick and McIlroy putting from relatively similar positions. How do their putts look?
Yeah, they look like they've got a reasonable chance. I mean, both of them are going to break from right to left as they come up the slope, and they've got to be pretty positive with it. I think Rory's will break a little bit more than Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick is more directly up the slope. So they've got about a ball and a half right. Do you used to measure things by a ball and a half or a cup, or did you just see a fleck on the grass?
No, I like that whole concept of a ball or a cup, or yeah, 2 cups. Yeah, that was kind of how I saw things. Jamie, you?
Yeah, a bit of everything really. If there's a definite sort of different coloured grass halfway up the line, I'd like to focus on that. But yeah, any of those 3, Warren, will work.
Yeah, I always just trace a line from the hole back to the ball and try and hit it along that. Got to go.
Oh, he had it, didn't he? He had the line to perfection. In a way, that can help Rory. Just seeing that ball come up short, just think, oh, it's a little bit slower than I thought, and give it a little bit firmer hit.
just wonder whether Rory will wait. There's some players teeing off the 8th hole very close to where he's going to putt, so I suspect he'll take his time looking at the line here. Just let them go ahead.
Yeah, he's just looking over to that 8th tee. Doesn't want to be distracted by the sound of the ball or a clap or whatever, so he's ready to go. Slow putt here for McIlroy.
He's going to go now before Cole starts hits. Wants to get on with it.
How did that miss? That really was a superb stroke up the hill. It just ran out of steam a fraction and swerved across the front of the hole. And well, there would have been such a huge cheer, and that's why he was waiting. He didn't want a huge cheer to put off the players on the other tee. That's great etiquette.
You shared your disbelief, Mark.
We see the ball there, it's probably 5-6 inches past pace, and we always say 9 to 12 inches is perfect pace, and if he had had that extra roll of the ball, that would have tumbled in.
There's a little bit of movement here, just right of centre.
So 4 birdies in 6 holes for Billy Horschel, and he moves alongside playing partner Rory McIlroy into a tie for 16th on 7 under par. And let's have another look at that brilliant tee shot that enabled him to do it.
7-9, 184 yards. Just a brilliant shot. He's just dialed in now, Horschel. Look out, back 9.
Matt Fitzpatrick not wasting any time. He's already tapped in on the green for his par as well. And it's a brisk pace of play from this 3-ball. When they get the opportunity to get up there and hit it straight away, they're not hanging about, are they?
No, they'd be around in about 3 hours, I think, these 3. With no one in front.
BMW PGA Championship leaderboard, and it's a cracker. A tournament that so many UK golf fans, it's the first one that they went to. Speaking to the players this week, so many of them came to it as children as well. It's so important to have events like this, isn't it, to inspire the next generation.
First tournament I came to was the PGA Championship. However, that was at St George's back in the day. It was the World Match Play that used to be played here at Wentworth, and they moved the PGA Championship here. Great move as well, great course for it.
So a short step off the back of the par 3 10th, and you get to the 11th tee, and it's an uphill dogleg right to left. Of course, all of those bunkers are a factor, but once you get the tee shot away and into the fairway, it's a birdie hole, no doubt about that. Flag today, very kindly on that right side. 4 from the right. Well, I think that's straight down the middle. Swinging well now, Billy.
Yeah, made one of his 2 bogeys in yesterday's round on this 11th hole, but I think birdie far more likely than bogey at this stage, the way he's playing and after that tee shot.
Yeah.
Has Rory got the driver?
Yeah, he has, Warren.
Oh, I thought for a minute he had the 3, but I couldn't believe that. I mean, this is my favourite tee shot on the whole of Wentworth. It's beautiful. As they play downhill, you can see the 4 bunkers either side of the fairway, and it just asks for a high drawn shot to be hit, which is right up McIlroy's alley, and just give it an almighty thump.
Is it just sliding too far right? No, he's okay there. That's absolutely fine in the first cut. Saying just a little bit under it. Well, it really is. When you're hitting the ball as hard as this with as much club head speed, it's literally fractions between arrow straight and just 5 or 10 yards right.
Fitzpatrick's ball already on its way. Oh, and that not hopping out there makes a huge difference, doesn't it, finding that thicker stuff?
Yeah, but it'll only be a short iron from there for Fitzpatrick. This is the start of his back nine. He shot 4 under on the back nine, 4 under on the last 8 actually yesterday. Started here with a birdie for Fitzpatrick, so needs a lie there, but it's doable.
I wonder actually if Fitzpatrick is the fastest player to actually get over the ball and hit on the DP World Tour. In fact, probably in the world of golf. He does not mess around. He gets a clear picture on it and he just aims, points and fires, and it's a very fast 3-ball, as you guys mentioned. I don't think you get many faster players playing together.
Ryan Fox is pretty swift, isn't he? Renato Paratore doesn't hang about too much. Well, let's see how these players played the 11th, 12th and 13th holes yesterday.
This was Fitzpatrick. Yes, this was the start of it for him on the back nine. What a smooth wedge shot that was. Lovely swing from Fitzpatrick. Beautiful spin control, stiff.
In the bunker, right of the flag at the par 5 12th, Billy. Catching a nice big chunk of the hole, but was going a little bit steamy pace-wise.
Matt Fitzpatrick just slightly out of position on the 13th. Relying on that chipping action. Not that up there safe to save his part.
Disappointed not to hold it there, Fitzpatrick. Has to get the putter out. Yeah, you can get it going on the back nine, no doubt about it. 11, 12, 2 par 5s at the end. Depends where the flags are, really. 16's tucked away a little bit today. 14's gettable. Lots of 2s there today.
Nice and tight, this DP World Tour rankings race at the moment, isn't it? We're going to get an exciting finish to the season, Mark.
Yeah, that's what we like, a really close race to the title. So the players walk off the elevated tee, down the path, and now they're starting to climb back uphill a little bit. Billy, ever animated, chatting away. I like him. He's always got an opinion on something, Billy Horschel.
The ball positions, you can see it will be Matt Fitzpatrick to go first, then Billy Horschel from the fairway, McIlroy just from that first cut. Can any of them add to the 19 birdies that we've had on this 11th hole today?
Well, it's okay for Fitzpatrick. He's right in the edge, semi-rough, first cut of rough, but ball's lying really well. May have to get a little bit steeper at it, but with the wedge in his hand, won't worry him too much. Shot all the way uphill where that flag is cut. It's just a little plateau to contend with, so he will need to pitch it all the way up to the flag, even coming from this lie, or it'll spin back down the slope. It's a clump, little clump of rough behind the ball, but it's Horschel to play first. .121, so just a smooth gap wedge. Pitch it past the flag. He's been good with this club so far today.
Great balance. Oh, now the spin. Come on. Keep coming. That's unlucky. Any amount of spin, that was right down to the hole side. He just landed it in the apron of the green. Slick little putt there down the hill.
I was saying there's just a little clump behind the ball which may mean that Fitzpatrick will just have to get a little bit sharper at this to get at the back of the ball. So it may just jump on him.
Yeah, I think that grass made a big difference, didn't it? You could see how hard he went at it, and yeah, just pulled it a fraction. Maybe not his best shot. Not happy with himself, is he? Mind you, he's only literally a few inches from having a decent lie.
116 for Rory. Perfect lie. In fact, the ball came back a foot off the tee shot. This will come in from a great height.
Oh, yes, brilliance from McIlroy. Crowd love it. The rhythm of that swing was a delight from Rory.
Let's have another look. Yeah, say the crowd. And yes, indeed, right over the top of the flagstick for Rory McIlroy. What are your favourite memories from playing here at Wentworth, Mark?
Well, they always, because obviously it used to be played at a different time of year as well, and it was such a lovely time of year to come. But it was just the atmosphere more than anything. It was always, as I say, it was a golf course I never really mastered, and I would have loved to have had a few PGA Championships where I was in contention, but sadly not. You have your courses that you like and the courses that you don't quite play as well around. But I just love the atmosphere here. Always had great crowds, always had great champions, always had great players coming. And right now they are really warming to the golf that Rory's playing. Looks like he's going to get to 8 under par should he make that. Billy Horschel also with a chance to get to 8 under, so there's going to be some fireworks, I think, from this group on the back nine.
Would get McIlroy to 3 under par for the par 4s this week as well. The other two players in this group playing them in level path so far. Four feet 3 inches for Rory McIlroy, Jamie.
Well, it's not quite a gimme. There'd be a little bit of break on that for McIlroy down the hill, but 9 out of 10, I'd say he'd hold it. Maybe 8. Rather be below the hole, but great shot from McIlroy. Good shot from Horschel as well. It's always been a birdie hole, this 11th. Fitzpatrick not happy with himself, but he's still got an outside chance for his 2. 3, rather. What's this one do, Warren?
Well, it's a little bit left to right, isn't it? Just wanders across the slope and then down into that little hollow where the flag is cut. He's so precise, isn't he? The way he was lining that ball up. Tries to be so precise in everything that he does. I tell you, I don't think I've ever been here at Wentworth and been surrounded by a crowd that is so joyous. Every green, there's a lot of laughter and good humour. And I think the players are going to feed off that.
Get in, get in.
Not quite going his way at the moment for Matt Fitzpatrick. Three par 5s in the last 7 holes, however.
Yeah, 1 under par for his day so far, but we've seen so often around this golf course you can absolutely catch fire over that closing stretch and turn what's looking like quite an average day into a very, very good one.
Well, this one's a little bit glassy coming from the back of the green down the slope. Just a little hair from left to right. Wouldn't want to leave the hole.
The brilliance on the greens continues for Billy Horschel, the defending champion. And that birdie puts him just 4 behind.
Definitely going to be a factor going into the final round, you would think.
Nothing in this, chaps.
Yeah, converts that excellent approach shot, Rory McIlroy, and keeps on pace with his playing partner Billy Horschel, also moving to 8 under par. The crowd are absolutely loving it out there. And this is the approach that's got them fired up.
Yeah, just a wedge for McIlroy, but it's the rhythm of the shot that's impressive. The distance control. Wonderful stuff from Rory. There were a few thousand at the start of their round. You can treble that now.
Things really starting to heat up now for our afternoon featured group here at the BMW PGA Championship. McIlroy and Horschel moving to within 4 shots of the lead. For Matt Fitzpatrick, 4 under par. Might just be looking over the shoulder a little bit with the cut looking like it's being at that mark, but of course, great scoring opportunities still to come.
I think he's looking up rather than behind him. The form he's been in, Fitzpatrick, but have to be careful. 12th hole, first of the par 5s on the back 9. There's 3 of them. Those trees, you can knock it over those pretty comfortably. Little gap in between them. You really want to hit a little bit of right to left. If you hit it too far left, you can get blocked out for your second. Bunkers down the right. And you turn right to left towards the green. Sits slightly above the players. Flag front right today. Guarded by those 2 bunkers. It's a real scoring opportunity for the players.
5 eagles, 60 birdies today. Just 3 bogeys or worse, averaging 4.32. So you would expect this group to eat this one up.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gift, 12. Especially the length these players hit it. This is where you can really start to open up on the tee shot. You can, previous hole 11, you sort of get your driving revved up, but then when you get on 12, you really want to pound one down there if you can.
Well, both these 2 players are coming into this hole off the back of birdies on 11.
As Jamie said, it's just a 3/4 swing and it's gorgeous balance. And the soft conditions really suiting the fact that Rory hits it high and he's in an aggressive mood. Well, we talked all day about the putting of Billy Horschel. That was not easy. That was downhill and at least a cup of break from the left-hand side, and he made it look absolutely simple. And that is 5 birdies in 7 holes for the defending champion. Making a move.
And he needs to on the DP World Tour rankings as well. 111th this year. He finished 2nd on the list last season. Of course, the win at this very event going a long way towards that.
.312 yards to the bunker down the right, but if you aim at that and try and hit a strong draw, that would be the ideal shot. Almost a double dogleg this one, right to left.
try and get down a little bit more and go in front of it.
Well, Horschel is level with the ditch that's just a little bit to the right of his ball. Rory will be aiming at that right-hand bunker and trying to hit the strong draw off that. That bunker is certainly in his range.
Well, that is a crowd pleaser, isn't it? That is a towering tee shot. 182 miles an hour ball speed. And arrow straight. And as good as it gets.
Oh, can he get past McIlroy's tee shot? Put on some length, but not that much.
Yeah, 7 miles an hour less ball speed. It was a great hit from Fitzpatrick, but yeah, if Rory decides he wants to unleash one, I don't think there's many in the game catching him.
You've got to try though, Kit. You have to try.
Of course. And all of these players trying to get their hands on this prestigious title and add a Rolex Series victory to their CVs. Guido Migliozzi, well, it's been a quiet year to 18 months for the Italian, but with the start of European qualification for the Ryder Cup team in Italy, he will be desperate to find some form, and he has done here. Rory's part of our feature group coverage, of course, Mark. Earlier in the week, he made a comment about that Ryder Cup team, that there's 7 established guys he expects to be there. That means there are 5 spots to be filled. It's going to be a little bit of all change for the next Ryder Cup team, isn't it? A bit of a transitionary period for Europe.
Yeah, that's for sure. And the interesting thing is you've got 3 spots on the world points list. You've got 3 spots on the DP world points list, but you have 6 captains' picks. And then that leaves Captain Luke Donald with a lot of options, which is great. I think it's a really good way to go for him. And as you said, there's bound to be a lovely balance of experience and youth. But look at the youth coming in. You mentioned Migliozzi there, how much would he love to be there, but his game is starting to trend in the right direction, and he would be a great Ryder Cup player, as will the Højgaard twins. So we're going to see a fantastic Ryder Cup in Rome.
And you need that little mix of youth as well, don't you? The rookies in there that bring that bit of excitement, Jamie, as well as the experienced old heads.
Yeah, you do. It's always the way. It's a blend of players. I just quickly wrote down 7 names. I think they're the guaranteed 7. Rory, Rahm, Lowry, Hovland, Fitzpatrick, Fleetwood and Hatton, I would think, are the 7. Some good Spanish players at the moment. Adrian Aus, one of them. Rafa Cabrera Bello played some good stuff at Hazeltine. He'll be looking to get back in the team.
Well, there's a name just came past there on the leaderboard, the Belgian Thomas Pieters. You don't think he will have a great chance of being in? I would love to see him playing.
I suspect he's number 8 if you were going to increase the names on the players you'd expect to be there and be the backbone of the European side over the next few years, as we look at those 3 decent tee shots and where they are.
Well, it's a good tee shot from Billy Horschel. Left himself 222, and it's strange when you get down to the ball and you look at the green. The green is now elevated, surrounded by some very deep bunkers. The trees beyond the green are set back quite a long way, so visually it looks a lot further than 222. So it's a bit of an optical illusion. But again, they're going to have to carry it all the way there. Horschel out with the iron at the moment. It's going to have to be a big hit with that. Absolutely still out here, but the air is a little bit on the heavy side. It's not like a summer's day. Plenty of moisture still in the air. They're having to wait for the green players, only just beginning to putt, so they're going to be a little bit of a while before they can play. But the crowds behind Horschel coming down the hill, they are mahoosive. I mean, they are absolutely pouring it in their hundreds of thousands.
Quite a vociferous crowd out there as well, Warren. We've had plenty of whoops and cheers on not just the putts going in, but some of the tee shots as well.
Well, I think it's been a very sad weekend, as we all know, but, you know, when the public are out here now, I think they're grateful to have a little bit of enjoyment, and they're reveling in the play. A little bit of sunshine out here. It's a little bit of relief from the weekend, I think, but they are in fabulous spirit. Certainly it's the best I've known it for a long, long while. I've never seen crowds as big as this, ever here. It's unbelievable. I think it's also the Rory effect. Now, really, everything he does, there's little mini cheers going round, wishing him well, trying to get him pumped up. I bet you guys are enjoying it.
Well, you enjoy tee shots like you've just seen, don't you? 311 yards with no run from McIlroy. That was sensational. Long way back, as you said, Warren. There's 232 to the flag, so it's a big hit.
It's a big hit with an iron. I mean, you do have to fly it all the way there. That's a very steep bank short of this green, and those bunkers are very steep, and he hit it in the right-hand bunker in the first round. Horschel, he won't want to be there again.
I missed it. Go hard. Go hard. Go!
Did well. It did really well. He's got himself an eagle putt. He didn't think that was getting to the green. He got it just a little low on the club. Mishit it slightly, but still scrambled onto the front.
.216 for Fitzpatrick. Just a nice 4-iron.
Trying to cut that in, Fitzpatrick, and just pulled it a fraction, squared the face up too much. Not a difficult chip from where he's left that.
Well, Rory's got 196. He works on 195 for a 7-iron, so I guess he's got 7-iron in the hand. And that's how to reduce a par 5 to like a short par 4, so he's thinking of climbing all over this flag. He'd love to make an eagle here. He can make use of the par 5s round here at Wentworth. It's such a big advantage.
I'm going to say, can he capitalise on the brilliant tee shot? That looks like it's right. Yeah, just... Oh, he'll be frustrated, and as you can see, very annoyed with himself. A golden opportunity to get it in tight and make an eagle, make a statement. Well, it depends on whether he's plugged or not in that bunker. If he's plugged, it's awkward. If not, Jamie, it's still a very makeable bunker shot, very easy bunker shot.
Well, he should get up and down. I think he went up a club there and just eased up on it a bit. He's just trying to hit a little six. Does play a little bit uphill there. Because it wasn't the full crunch from McIlroy, which needed to be from that distance with the 7. So sometimes when you're in between clubs, that's when it's difficult. Especially on a shot like this into 12. It's quite a demanding shot. Green's just a little bit above the players. Just depends on the line out for McIlroy.
Matt Fitzpatrick will be chipping, trying to get up and down for his birdie in a tournament where he's got an excellent record. 3 top 12s in 6 starts. The worst of tied 47th in his debut here in 2016 as well. It's a place you would think would suit Matt Fitzpatrick pretty well, and the results certainly indicate that.
6 eagles, 61 birdies at this par 5 12, 520 yards, which Rory McIlroy has just, well, we think with a drive and a smooth 6-iron it might well have been a 7, but he's in the bunker down on the right hand side. Fitzpatrick, as Kit says, a pretty easy chip shot, all the green to work with. And Horschel, well, he's got a nice makeable eagle putt to come, and it's been a sensational few holes from him. He's 5 under par for the last 7 holes, so he's got an opportunity to be 7 under for the last 8. Should he make it? That's some run of golf, Kit.
Yeah, and I'm not going to put it past him at the moment either, the way he's putting. And we've seen some beautiful chip shots from Matt Fitzpatrick as well, so how's this looking down there, Warren?
Well, because it's placing, you know, Fitzpatrick will have a perfect lie and on a slight upslope. A lot of green to work with, pitching onto a downslope, green going away from him, so he can let it run and release. Rory's got a perfect lie in the bunker, so he'll be disappointed his ball is in sound, but he's got a shot that he can play. Left down below right for Fitzy, so expect this to come out low and chasey and runny.
Get in.
A little heavy-handed there from Fitzpatrick. Wide apart. It's inside the cup, but only just. Rory needs a lie out of this bunker. Has he got one, Warren?
He's got a perfect lie. Sounds a bit wet. He's a long way below the level of the green, but he can get plenty of height on this. Face of the club wide open. Get through this with a little bit of speed. He's to pitch it about 4 or 5 feet short the hole.
Absolutely wonderful stuff out the sand for Rory McIlroy. That should be enough to secure the 4 for him and get him to 9 under par.
Club face wide open, and as you can see, retaining the loft beautifully through the hit and given a good lie. It wasn't a complicated bunker shot, but he's playing those so much better now.
We have had a putt hold from very close to where Billy Horschel's is. What's the read, Warren?
Well, the good thing for Horschel here, it's uphill to the hole, so he can be really positive with it. I don't think it's going to move a lot. May just come a little from his left. And this is the one he can give this a run at the hole. Yeah, it stayed pretty straight.
Yeah, difficult putt to read that one. Up and slightly over the slope. Pace was excellent. He would have got away with dead straight probably. But it's a tap-in birdie, simple birdie. And this has been a superb run of golf from Billy Horschel.
Yeah, 6 under for the last 8 holes, and now the defending champion within 3 of the lead. And a little bit longer for birdie than Matt Fitzpatrick would have been hoping for.
Confidently hold from Fitzpatrick. Needed that just to lift the spirits as much as anything. Been a frustrating last hour for him. Easiest hole on the golf course. You want to make sure you're birding it as well.
Yeah, if you don't make 4 here, you do feel like you're losing ground to the rest of the players. Bunker shots are there for Rory. No drama at all with a putt. So even though the second shot wasn't his best, he still walks off with his birdie 4. McIlroy and Horschel locked together at 9 under par. It's a fun group to watch.
It is a very tidy looking scorecard for Rory McIlroy. He's not dropped a shot today, just the one bogey for Fitzpatrick and Horschel each. And Soren Kjeldsen and Viktor Hovland have made plenty of birdies and eagles today, locked at the top at 12 under par. Great to see Marcus Armitage there on the first page of the leaderboard as well, a real character. 9 under par, 3 back after his second round, 69. I remember covering him on his very first year as a professional on the third tier PGA Euro Pro Tour. He's worked his way up the levels through the Challenge Tour. Now a winner on the DP World Tour. And I know he loves playing in front of the home crowds, as does Andy Sullivan. Needs a strong finish to the season. Just a 72 for him today, though. Just a little bit of the heather you can find out there on the golf course. We saw Matt Fitzpatrick have a bit of trouble with that earlier on, but Billy Horschel on the 13th tee now, the man on form on the course.
Yeah, difficult par 4, the 13th, dogleg right to left. Carried that bunker, needs a lie, not sure he's got it. He's up the hole for Horschel. Stay behind it nicely. Got to be down the right-hand side to have a shot into the green.
Yeah. You're absolutely right, Jamie. For that front flag, front left, anything down the left half, not only do you bring that bunker in down the left, 317, then you've got really no angle to come to the flag and tough to get it over those trees. So right half of the fairway for Rory. Bunker down the right won't worry him at all. He won't even see it. Starting way right. Go.
Well, looks like he's in the thicker stuff for Rory. There down the right, 13. Young man's got a great view of him there.
He's tall for a youngster, that lad, isn't he?
I wonder whether Fitz will go down the left side and try and cut it back into the centre of the fairway. It's another way of playing the hole.
So all three players down the right-hand side, and it is playing tough today, this hole, the fourth hardest on the course. Just the 9 birdies, 15 bogeys, a couple of doubles or worse. It's been a hugely enjoyable group to watch. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of this round so far.
Doesn't get any better than this. This is the second shot at the par 5 4 for McIlroy on the boggy ground where the spectators have been walking. And a high towering iron shot into the perfect spot on the green. Couldn't leave yourself a better place to putt from. And this is what he did. Up the hill slightly right to left. And he's out of the blocks with an eagle 3 at the par 5.
And Billy Horschel was 1 over par for the round when he got onto the 5th tee, hit an excellent tee shot into here and completed the job.
At that point, that just got him back to level par, but it didn't take him long to make the next one. On the next green, a little bit of right to left and smoothly done.
Well, when you've made 2 on the bounce, why not add a third? Superb approach in here. He's eyeing it up and down, and that's why.
couple of pars would follow for Billy Horschel, but this is McIlroy at the next hole for birdie down the hill. Quite a fast putt that back towards the water, never anywhere else. Important birdie for McIlroy.
Same hole, and Matt Fitzpatrick, who'd birdied 4 and bogeyed 6, poured this one in to get to 1 under par for the day.
So into the back 9, and business as usual for Billy Horschel. Take a look at this at the par 3. Almost a tap-in birdie, and he would make that for his birdie 2.
Well, McIlroy, having turned in 32 and parring the 10th, then hit this approach into 11. And he would, of course, hold the putt for the birdie.
Well, no doubt the biggest gallery on the golf course by miles watching this stellar group. And Billy is delivering another birdie. 5 in 7 holes.
And we've seen 12 birdies and an eagle from this 3-ball through 12 holes today. But they're all going to have their work cut out to make birdies from here. All 3 down the right-hand side, Warren.
Oh my goodness, guys, I don't like this. This is an absolutely horror, ugly lie for McIlroy. I took one look at it first and I thought it's plugged. It's kind of nestled in a bird's nest lie, and the rough around it is really thick. I'm not sure. I mean, about 100 yards in front of him, he's got a ditch to carry. I mean, if he gets this out and gets it anywhere near the green, he's got muscles where other people shouldn't have muscles. And this is where the work in the gym really starts to pay off. Fingers crossed here, fellas. Down slope, thick lie. He's got to give this a massive crunch. Ooh, just made the ditch.
A mistake for McIlroy.
Well, he's done well, Rory, to get it on the fairway. It did carry the ditch, but it's okay.
Well, that was sheer muscle power, wasn't it, to get it that far?
Yeah, got away with that. I thought that was heading for the ditch with the trajectory it came out on.
You know, on a downslope, really thick. And it was all of his power, all of his might to get it over that ditch, and, well, he still has a chance to get up and down from there. Better lie for Horschel, Warren.
Yeah, much better line, 172. He should be okay.
Good shot, Billy. Good shot, Billy.
Down, down. Oh. Wow.
Just hung up there in the rough. Doesn't look to be lying too badly, though, and we'll have a fair bit of the putting surface to use.
Fitzpatrick's on compacted, wet ground, ball just a little bit above his feet, but otherwise he's get a clean hit at this.
So just onto the front edge. So Matthew Fitzpatrick must have looked very good from behind. The crowd were excited. It was arrow straight at the target, just half a club short. We saw the brilliant shot of Rory earlier from where the spectators walk, which can be quite boggy and squidgy. So you're not always going to get the perfect strike. And as you can see there, definitely ball first, divot after. Was not a bad shot at all from where he was. Great to see all the youngsters there in the crowd. And how inspired will they be by watching these superstars play?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if one or two of those find their way in the field at this great championship, perhaps sometime in the future. Just thinking back to what a wonderful shot that man in your picture there, Matt Fitzpatrick, hit on the 72nd hole of the US Open this year. His caddy Billy Foster plumb bobbing it from the fairway bunker on the left to see what line his player could hit it on to get it past the lip, the tongue of grass that stuck back into the bunker. Foster said he'd never ever done that in a bunker before, but it worked, gave Fitzpatrick the perfect line, and he pulled off one of the shots of his life. Quite possibly the shot of this season so far. So Billy Foster writing a few bits and pieces down in his course planner.
Well, awkward shot for McIlroy here really, because he's below the level of the green, 42 yards to go. Can't see the putting surface, the front section where he's playing from. So he'd like to throw it up to the hole, but you get the feeling he's got to land it a little bit short and get it to skid on before it puts on the brakes.
He does put on the brakes just past the hole. So a chance for McIlroy to save his par, to stay at 9 under.
Oh, it's a superb contact, isn't it? Just the right angle of attack, not too shallow. Nice connection there. You see once again how he holds the left wrist angle, holds the loft open, plenty of spin on the second bounce, and very well executed by Rory.
Superb camera work as well to show the trajectory of the ball. You could almost see it spinning backwards through the air.
This is not a pretty lie for Horschel. Ball sitting down in the grass. He's near some sprinkler heads, but he's not standing on them. They're not in his way, and I don't think it interferes with his swing, so the way he's standing at it looks like he wants a ruling.
Yeah, I think I heard him say he had called a ref warrant.
Yeah, I think half of that's because the ball it's sitting down. Fitzpatrick's going to play a little bit of ready golf. He's going to go. And this is going to break a fair bit from his left to right. I love the way that he gets on with the game. He doesn't waste any time. He's got such good visualization. He knows exactly how this is going to come off the blade. Settle.
Flag left in for that one.
Yeah, it makes sense on the long ones, doesn't it? Leave the flag in. A bit of work to do there for Fitzpatrick, a bit longer than it looked on that other camera angle. Ready golf should be called Fitzpatrick golf, I think. He reminds me of our old pal, Brand Jr. He was the quickest in his day. He used to hit it before your ball got halfway through its flight.
The quickest I ever saw, chaps, was Dale Hayes, Alan Henning and Graham Henning, and they were all playing together in the last round. They had all three balls in the air at the same time. Rory going to go ahead now down the slope, and this is going to turn. Rules official man turning up. Is he going to wait now, or is he going to go? This one is slippy. So down the slope, outside the right edge. Got to be perfect pace here.
That's a superb up and down by Rory McIlroy. That putt was not easy at all, especially when all of the green is in shadow. You know, you've had lots of putts in the sunlight, and then all of a sudden they're very difficult to read when you've got that dappled sunlight. And that's a key moment in this year's championship for Rory.
Is Billy going to be getting any relief down there, Warren, or is he going to have to play it as it lies?
He's got relief, got the ball in his hand already, and I tell you, this is the break, a huge break for him, because he's going to go from a shot where he would have very little idea how the ball's going to come out to one now where he should be able to control the flight of the ball and the roll on the green. So a huge, huge break. Still got to play the shot, mind you, but this is so much easier now than what it was. Very quick down this slope.
Yeah, just took off on him there, Horschel. Maybe got a bit of moisture on the club face there, and he just shot off on him. No spin at all. Knew it straight away.
Quick, these greens, even with all the rain and moisture we've had this week, they're about 12.5 feet, maybe just a touch under on the stimp meter, and you get yourself above the hole, and you've got to be pretty delicate.
Yeah, there's plenty of slope to factor in on these greens here at Wentworth. Big putt coming up for Horschel.
It's a little bit surprised, Jamie, that he hit that chip shot so quick. They're normally a really good player. They look around the hole, they know where to leave a shot if it doesn't come off the way they want to. I wouldn't say he's left it in the easiest spot for him to hold the next one. Don't know whether he felt that he had to get on with it, rush the shot a fraction, but this is now left to right breaking down the little hill. So again, delicate.
So all that positive momentum that Billy Horschel was gaining, and a second bogey of the day just puts a rather abrupt stop to it and drops him back to 8 under par, 4 off the lead.
Yeah, good putt from Fitzpatrick for his sport. Sneaky little one, that. Just the 2 under, but chances to come. Bill Fitzpatrick.
So second bogey of the day for Billy Horschel. He also had a bogey at the first, as did Soren Kjeldsen, but he went on to shoot a scintillating 64. It's got him tied with Viktor Hovland, one ahead of Thomas Dietrich. Francesco Molinari as well, the 2018 champion here. All of these guys well in contention though for the title. Of course, this year's BMW PGA Championship reduced to 3 rounds. So the third and final round will be played tomorrow. Minwoo Lee, 10 under par 62 today, 76-62. 14 shots difference from the first to the second round.
Yeah, it's extraordinary, isn't it, from Minwoo Lee. 14th hole. 30-odd feet from where they are to the green, up there. Gettable pin, though, in that right-hand location.
Yeah, 176 to the whole place, like 187, and the crowd around here, it's like a Ryder Cup crowd. It's unbelievable.
Just missed the slope, that one, for Rory. Just a bit pumped up.
I hope you can get all the noise that's going on down here, fellas. So much hooping and a hollering. Last thing you want on this hole, though, is to come up short. Very easy to spin this one all the way down the hollow. Got to pitch it past the flag.
Well, hopefully that just rolls back onto the flat for Fitzpatrick and doesn't plug in the bunker. McIlroy's going to have a pretty slick putt from up there on the top tier, so, well, so far, nothing to really cheer about. Is this the moment?
If you can pitch it into the plateau past the flag and get it to spin down the hill, there'll be some noise if it should go in for a one, pick up the car. They'll erupt.
He's hit some great iron shots today, Billy.
Just a touch long of the flag, but he will have another chance to putt for birdie. And the crowds out there are absolutely huge, aren't they? I'm just racking my brains, but it's a major championship crowd, it looks like. I can't remember seeing crowds as big at a regular DP World Tour event before.
Well, they're sellout crowds. I mean, 25,000 tickets per day have been sold, and you've got to think that of all of the people in here, this is the group they want to watch. This is the group they're following.
There's even some bubbles in the air for Billy Horschel and his West Ham following fans. And I can hear the chant of irons, which has absolutely delighted our producer as much as it will Billy Horschel. And often you get one or two very top popular players, of course. Rory McIlroy always draws the crowds. Matt Fitzpatrick, the Englishman, now a major champion. But Billy Horschel's getting almost as much support out there as the two home players.
Well, this group is a focal point, isn't it, this afternoon for everybody to come and watch. And it helps when there's some concession stands as well around this green. There's a big stand behind this green as well. It's an amphitheatre, this 14th green. And of course all the noise echoes through these pine trees. It's producing a wonderful atmosphere out there on the golf course for these players to play, and they've got to keep themselves calm though. They're used to it. But they're 10 deep.
You know, I think they thrive on it, particularly Rory McIlroy, who was, during COVID times when the crowds were not there, was a lot quieter than he is now. It's amazing as the crowds have come back in, McIlroy's golf has got better and better. He feeds off the atmosphere. He is a player that loves to play on the big stage.
When you're playing, how aware are you of the crowds out there?
It's what you play for, it's what you practice for, isn't it? You want to be in the big tournaments, you want to be in front of the crowds. As Fitzpatrick just goes, doesn't he? Look at that. Made it look so easy. Good clean lie. He's a great bunker player, so it didn't really scare him. He had no fear of the shot. And that's a par 3, a scrambling par 3 for Fitzpatrick.
I've had quite a look at Rory's putt. I'm not sure I'd want to putt it myself because it's a double breaker. It's kind of left to right initially, and you think it's right to left, but so quick as it goes down the plateau. This is not an easy one to read. I think that's a polite way of saying I'm not sure where this is going to come from, fellas.
We were getting those vibes.
Yeah.
It's okay, you can't read them all.
No.
It's not easy when you can't get in there, Warren. I know how you feel.
Well, you can get in there, but when you look at it from behind, you just think, if he sets this too far left, it's going to go left. You know, if he's expecting it to come back, he's got to get it perfect pace as it just dips over the hill. So you can be made to look pretty silly if you get this one wrong.
Yeah, we saw his putt birdie putt from Jon Rahn earlier from below the slope, and that went 2 ways. It was only about 10 feet, so this probably got about 4 directions of travel to be made here for McIlroy. It's a quick one.
He's probably got to give it the pace of about an 8-footer. I think he'll take that. He has to take it. He'd be happy with it.
Yeah, pretty good putt from McIlroy. Tiptoed it over the slope. Got it past the hole, that's important.
Well, Horschel's putt definitely is a right to lefter. It's one of those that the more you look at it, the more you think it's going to break from right to left because it's quick. Quicker putts turn more.
Oh, just ran out of steam. I mean, it's not a putt you can be bold with, it's not a putt you can race at the hole, but he would have liked the look of that. Pros don't mind the right to left breaking putts. So he stays at 8 under par. Yeah, I think he knows. He saw the putt just fine, and it didn't need much more, did it? It was just another roll of the golf ball in pace. He would have had it. It would have been his 7th birdie of the day for the defending champion.
Good putt from Rory. Keeps him 3 behind the lead. You have to think he's going to get closer over these closing stretch of holes. A couple of par 5s amongst them, a couple of difficult holes as well. 4 good tee shots, and I think he might tie the lead.
That lead right now stands at 12 under par. Plenty of players within striking distance going into Sunday, though. Can McIlroy climb any further up that leaderboard? James Morrison in there as well on 9 under par. He had a second round 62 in Denmark last week. Thought he was missing the cut after a poor opening round. Checked out of his hotel, changed his flight, suitcase in the car. Second round 62. Can I have my room back, please?
And what a great hole. 15 is 453 yards. Used to be a bunker down the left, take that out. They put a penalty area all the way down the right-hand side. Then it swings around slightly, ever so slightly to the right-hand side. So left half of the fairway of the tee is ideal. There has been an eagle here today. And the flag in a pretty good spot. Back centre, really. Back right. But it's always been a great hole, 15.
Well, I hope he's got a 3-wood in his hand.
He has.
Yeah, there is a ditch that crosses the fairway a long way down, out of bounds left and right. This is one you have to fully commit to. Started it left.
Finish right. Trying to hit a cut. Maybe overdid that a little bit, but that's fine there for McIlroy. Might have to cut his second shot a little bit around the trees, but that's fine.
Well, if you do that, then you're using the whole fairway up. It makes it a bit wider. If you aim down the middle of the fairway and drift it a little bit right or left, makes it narrower. Water down the right, or the ditch down the right. So to start it left is probably a little safer. Cut it back onto the fairway.
Different line at address for Fitzpatrick. Feet a little squarer. and also very good indeed.
Got to say, this hole is so much, or this fairway, so much easier to hit when the fairways are wet and soft like this. It's when it's hard and bouncy, really becomes an absolute devil. Never quite sure where the ball's going to ping to once it hits the deck. Horschel's driven the ball very well today so far.
Looks good for Horschel. Is good. Bogeyed this hole yesterday, so he wouldn't have been looking forward to that tee shot. There's always something in the back of your mind when you've played a hole poorly the previous day. Horschel giving Rory the full chat about this hole, and there's lots to talk about. It's one of those tee shots, Mark, that you think about before you get there, I think, at Wentworth.
Yeah, one of the strong holes on the golf course over the years, 15. It's always one where you make a par 4, you walk off and you're very happy. It can be a card wrecker. Out of bounds down the left, there's a ditch down the right, and out of bounds over there as well. Softer conditions, as Warren was saying, make it easier to hold the fairway. But all three players have found the short stuff, and they can think about a really good second shot and try and set up a birdie. Third hardest hole on the golf course. It's playing at 4.16, and there's been 10 birdies, and there has actually been an eagle on this hole today.
Yeah, Minwoo Lee had that in his 10 under par round, not surprising. 2 eagles on the back 9 Minwoo Lee had on 12, and the unexpected one on 15. 62 blows for him.
There's a lot of smiles in this group between Billy and Matthew Fitzpatrick and Rory. They're enjoying it, the crowd are loving it. It's as good an atmosphere as I've seen.
How much did your playing partners used to affect you when you were playing, whether you got on with them or not, or pace of play especially?
Quite a bit for me, no doubt about it. I'd like to play with somebody who gets on with it. When you knew you were playing with a slow player, you just had to plan for it. But ultimately, it's just down to you, really. You've got to play your own game while you're out there. Most of these guys all get on with each other really well. These three in particular. That helps. Helps when you're all playing well.
It's amazing how often you see that, isn't it? Everyone playing well, and vice versa. Sometimes when it's a bit of a slow start for a group, you can drag each other down.
Looking down onto this fairway, all 3 shots in super spot. 200 yards to the 191 for McIlroy.
Well, I think they'll all be delighted with those tee shots. Finding the fairway, just looking at the green, seeing the players walk off, so they'll be ready to hit any moment. Fitzpatrick, first to play. He's got 200 yards, so could be in between clubs here. Big 6-iron for him, or a soft 5. Hits a 5-iron. 207. So he might have to take something off it. His 6-iron, he works at 193, so it'd be a little bit short. Always awkward when you're in between clubs, but it plays a fraction downhill. We'll know by the practice swing. That looks like a smooth practice swing, not a full out hit. So maybe going for the soft one here, a middle of the green. Just a nice gentle shot with the 5.
Well, he's holding the finish nicely. Generally, that's a good shot, and it was a good shot. Terrific shot from Fitzpatrick. Got it past the hole with the 5. Got himself an uphill putt. Super shot.
Billy Horschel. That's a similar thing for him. I think he may go with the 6 though. 199 all up to the flag. Want to be a little bit left of this pin and going right. You're left with a fast putt down the hill. Almost a little bit short and left too is never a bad miss here.
Well, setting up left. Double crossed it. It's in with somebody's sandwiches. That'll be all right. Chip up the hill. That's your worst shot, you're okay. He was aiming for a cut, didn't come.
190 all up for Rory. He's left a few out to the right. Sometimes when he's been going with short irons, doesn't want to miss it right here with this flag.
Well, that's a beautifully balanced action, isn't it? Just half a club, 3/4 of a club short. He's absolutely befuddled. In the air, he thought that was great. He's so strong, isn't he? A lot of work over the years on his physical fitness. That's a part of the game that all of these modern day professionals take very seriously. And to the top, it's just textbook. And there's no outracing of the bottom half or the top half. Everything is synchronized and in harmony. And even in real time, it looks like it's slightly slow motion, such as the beauty of the balance and the rhythm of the swing. Makes the game look easy. Probably one of the most naturally gifted players I've ever seen, Jamie.
Yeah, he's just got it, hasn't he? Can't believe that one, though. Hit it straight at it. Just a misjudgment. Just never went for him.
You know, he hits it so high, doesn't he, through the air, that sometimes maybe just a puff of wind, it doesn't take an awful lot just to stall the ball, and he thought it was great in the air. A little bit frustrated, but he's got a big curly right to left putt to come. But as you said, if he can get his tee shots away at 17 and 18, there's still a very good chance that Rory can get himself either within one shot or in a tie for the lead.
Absolutely, Mark. He can reach both of those par 5s in 2 shots. Not easy, though, the tee shots the last 4 holes here on the West Course at Wentworth.
16, another good scoring opportunity, though, if he does, as you say, get the tee shot away.
Yeah, difficult pin there at 16, so you want to leave yourself with a nice yardage. Pin tucked on the left-hand side with a big bunker behind it. 17, one of the most iconic tee shots in world golf. It's one of those shots that certainly I used to think about halfway around the back nine. I'm sure these are thinking about them as well, but chances at the end of the round here, no doubt.
So Horschel well out of position over on the left-hand side.
Well, you've got to say this is a pretty straightforward shot that you're going to get here on this hole. Decent lie. He can get the back of the ball with the club all the way uphill, so he can be bold. He can pitch this quite a way up the green.
Not bad there for Horschel. Bang on line. It was tracking. What's he got left there? 5.5 feet. I always think if I can lay down in that putt, how far would it be? And I'm just over 6 foot, so I think it's about 5.5 feet.
You've got special shoes on, Jamie. Gareth Lord Screening the ball for Billy Horschel, standing in for Mark Fulcher, his usual caddy, having to stay over in America. Of course, hugely experienced. Gareth Lord spent a long time on the bag for Henrik Stenson.
Well, it's a birdie putt for McIlroy, but really you take 2 putts. Difficult putt across the slope here at 15. Going to have to aim a long, long way right for McIlroy. Big swing. Good putt. Really good putt from McIlroy. Out of position with his second. Took no chances with the putt.
No, as we said when he was stood on the tee, it's a strong par 4, it's a good par 4. If you make 4 fours on this hole during the week, admittedly 54 holes, so 3 fours this week with the reduced tournament to 54 holes, that will still be good. You will not lose shots against the field if you make 4s here.
Great to see the demographics of golf changing. More and more female players getting into the game, and plenty of women out here watching their heroes in these absolutely massive crowds.
You know, I guess in Fitzpatrick's mind, he wants to make really 3 birdies in the last 4 holes, and that was a good opportunity. Yeah, he was distracted. I think he had a little word with somebody on the left side of the green there. He'd still feel in touch at 8 under. That would be kind of in his mind a target from where he is now. Maybe 7. How far back do you think 12 under leading at the moment, Jamie, you can go down that leaderboard?
Oh, I always think 5. 5 behind, you've got a realistically good chance, especially on the way the course is set up. There's been some 62s and 3s. This is a par putt for Horschel up the hill. Tried to bang it in there.
So after that scintillating run of 6 birdies in 8 holes in the middle of the round, that's now going to be 2 dropped shots in the last 3 holes for Billy Horschel.
He knew, didn't he? He knew just how important that putt was there at 15.
So back to 7 under par, and that is right on the fringes of Jamie Spence's 5 shots off the lead going into the final round. Nice to see some sunglasses on the spectators, shielding the eyes as the sun comes out. It's been a rather overcast week for the most part. Good weather forecast now and for the rest of the weekend.
Still a little bit of break on this. He's got to keep this on the right edge. There you go, nicely done. So 3 holes left to play for the feature group.
We were speculating about where that cut would fall a little earlier. It is still at 4 under par right now. 68 players at 4 under and better. 5 under, well, there's 52 there, so unlikely it goes to 5 under. But right at the top of the leaderboard, it's Kjeldsen and Hovland still at the top. With so many players in contention here going into tomorrow. I mean, any one of these guys on the first 2, 3, maybe even 4 pages of the leaderboard is going to feel like they've got a chance with those rounds in the mid to low 60s out there.
You get the impression that Rory has really enjoyed coming back to the DP World Tour. There's a wonderful buzz around Wentworth today, and I have to say that it's a McIlroy buzz.
Short par 4, this 16th, 383 yards. Those two bunkers, something to aim at for the players to be hitting irons. Rory to go first. Oh, you want a gentle draw, but maybe not that much. Hang on. Yeah, that's okay. Just held on to it a bit. Used to have the bunker down the left-hand side, they moved it across to the other side.
Crowd like it, and they're absolutely right. Couldn't place it better than that. I quite like that bunker down the left side, Jamie. I remember that one. It caught a lot of players, didn't it?
Certainly did. Especially with the trees all the way down the left. And there's a ditch down there as well. Now, Horschel needs to get back on the bike. 2 bogeys in his last 3.
Show me the money, Billy!
Fantastic tee shot from Horschel. Got his supporters out there. He's a popular figure in world golf.
Oh, Rory, those last two.
So Fitzpatrick and Horschel in the fairway. McIlroy perhaps just in the first cut of rough down the left. There have been 15 birdies on this 16th hole today, averaging 3.93. But as Jamie mentioned earlier, a tricky pin position. It's been a highly entertaining match to watch with plenty of good golf this afternoon.
Great shot early in the round. McIlroy par the first 3. This is on the par 5, 4th hole. Pushed his tee shot, he didn't push this one. What a shot from McIlroy. Hold that for an eagle.
And this is how he got that eagle, just outside the right edge. Bit of movement from right to left. And that got the crowd going, didn't it?
Certainly did. Great shot from Horschel here on the 5th, the par 3. Dribbles it in the front door. That got his round going.
Next hole, same result. Leaning on the putter, read it perfectly. That was back-to-back birdies for the American.
Hadn't finished there, had he? Lovely tee shot down onto the bottom plateau at the 7th. Flag all the way back on the top tier. Right there. Tapping birdie. 3 in a row for Billy Horschel.
McIlroy hit in the rough off the tee, played a super shot to here. Missed a few putts previous holes, but didn't miss that one. 3 under for his round at that point. McIlroy.
Same hole, and Fitzpatrick was level par to this point. Laid it back off the tee. Proved the correct strategy for him. Birdie got him 1 under for the day.
Well, Billy was the player in the group that had the irons dialed in, and at the 10th, the par 3, the picturesque little par 3, and how scenic was that? Cracking tee shot, 32.
And McIlroy, he can do it too. Just a smooth wedge into 11, up the hill. Little bit of spin, bit more and it was in.
Billy's reply down the hill, and never anywhere else. A plethora of birdies.
And that's where they are on 16. Rory still with 160 yards to go out of that first cut. Horschel and Fitzpatrick in prime position.
Just leaning a little there, McIlroy. Just down the right-hand side. Just missed the green, has it? Just off the green there. There it is, just above the bunker. You certainly don't want to miss it left, that's for sure, here on 16.
.127 for Horschel here, aiming at this back left flag. Can't afford to pull this one a little left, or there's a gully, so a little bit right of the pin.
That was a brave shot from Billy Horschel. Big bank there at the back of that green. Outside chance for his 3.
Shot of this.
1 yard closer for Fitzpatrick than Horschel, so he should be able to take dead aim as well. Will he be as brave as Horschel? I mean, that was some shot to go straight at that. You've got to be very confident of your numbers if you're going to do that.
He said be right to the ball as it was in the air, and it was.
Yeah, he's looking at 3 birdies to finish. That's what he's got in his mind's eye. And he set himself up with a great chance here at 16 of the first one.
Thank you.
Great time of the day. You can see that shadows just starting to lengthen. Early autumn, late afternoon, early evening. Just about 20 to 5 local time. The fans are out there basking in the sunshine, lapping up this absolutely superb golf that we've witnessed this afternoon. And I think we might see a grandstand finish from at least one of these players. I think there's something special still to come.
Important little chip shot to come here for Rory McIlroy. He does not want to not get this up and down and drop a shot here at 16. He wants to just chip this one, cozy it down nicely to the hole side with no drama, and then hit 2 of his best tee shots of the day at 17 and 18, and he could well be within a shot going into the final round.
Well, Fitzpatrick birded this hole yesterday as well, so if he can knock that 6-footer in, just under. Chance for Horschel as well.
Well, the ball's lying nicely. It's just on a little upslope, so as he comes into it, the club face might just dig into the slope. So just play a little pop shot here. Got plenty of room to work with, so you can run it all the way across the green, not much break. Caught in that bank on that slope.
I think the slight upslope there wasn't his friend. He'd like to have had a flat lie there and played the ball lower, and then it could release a little bit. Well, never easy off a slight upslope when the greens are this soft. Never quite sure how it's going to react, and he's left himself way more work than he would have liked here for his part. Exactly as Warren Humphries said there, the club got snagged just a little bit in the slight upslope.
Just waiting for the players to play off the 17th. Well, he's got a great chance here, but the ball will break. It's a ball, maybe a ball and a bit from the right, outside that right edge. If he tries to dive in, it'll be a little bit more than a ball. Hits it with a bit more pace, obviously less break.
It's a game of fractions, isn't it? Just grazing the edge. Oh, he wanted that one. He really wanted that one.
Rory up next, and if Horschel wanted it, Rory really wants this one. What is it, about 8 feet? Little bit of left to right in it. Can't afford to dolly this one. Got to hit it in with a bit of pace inside the left half. If he dollies it, it'll just fall away to the right.
Oh yes, that's a valuable putt at this stage in the championship for McIlroy. Now he can turn his attention to the 2 par 5s to finish.
3 birdies and the eagle on the card, but there's been 2 or 3 occasions where he's holed really good putts for par as well, hasn't there?
Yeah, they're the ones that keep the round going. You know the importance of that, McIlroy. Can easily reach the 2 par 5s to finish.
Well, I can't see much in this, chaps.
Yeah, I don't think so. Warren, similar line to McIlroy, maybe a little bit more pin high for Fitzpatrick.
Well, it's so much shorter, Jamie. I think there'd be so little break in this, the way he putts.
Yes, well done. Second shot deserved the birdie for Fitzpatrick. And it's McIlroy at 9 under, it's Horschel at 7, and Fitzpatrick sneaking up on them at 6 under par. And well, if we're working on the Jamie Spence 5 shot off the lead rule, he's getting himself into position here where he might still win this championship. This was a beauty, Jamie.
Yeah, it was at the right time as well for Fitzpatrick. He's looking up, he's not looking behind himself, and he wants to win this tournament. He knows he needs a couple of birdies to finish his round. Might even make an eagle. Currently 6 behind, Fitzpatrick.
Well, one man who did finish his round with an eagle is Matthew Jordan. 69 today, he's at 10 under par, tied for 4th. That's exactly where he finished last week in the Maid in Himmerland, so some timely form for young Matthew Jordan.
He's a good player. I mean, so many really good young players on tour now.
Tyrrell Hatton and Jon Rahn, part of our feature group coverage yesterday, Thursday afternoon, and again this morning. 6 under par with 1 round to go. And Billy Horschel, yeah, birdie finish for him. He could get himself to 9 under par.
th hole, what a hole it is, this par 5, 610 yards. No bunkers on the tee shot, doesn't need it OB. All the way down the left-hand side. Bail out as the trees on the right. Generally got a shot from there. You need to hit it past the 300-yard mark to have a sight of the green. Still can't see the green from down there. Those trees on the left overhang quite a bit. then from about here, it's all downhill to the green. OB left though, send a few balls over that beautiful hedge on the left-hand side. Pin tight left, runoffs left and right. Great hole.
Such an awkward tee shot, isn't it, with the camber of the fairway going from left to right and the hole turning from right to left.
Yeah, you stand on there, aim down the right, and you want to hit a draw, but if you're not quite committed on it, the club can overtake you and pull it out of bounds. So many great memories of this 17th in the past. Seems to be a pivotal hole in this tournament. Will be tomorrow, no doubt about that. And they're all a little bit anxious, I would say, even these great players on this tee shot.
It's playing under its par overall, but you saw from those stats there, it does have a sting in the tail if you get out of position. 9 bogeys, 4 doubles or worse, so you can make a birdie, but you can drop a shot as well.
It's made a fraction easier, this tee shot, by the soft conditions, the fairway obviously, because it cambers left to right. It's a little bit easier to hit it and not run off into the thicker rough down the right side, but what you feel you want to do is hug it down the left side and kind of steal a few yards, but it's only the very brave players that can do that, because as Jamie says, there's out of bounds lurking down there. I always found this the hardest tee shot on the golf course.
I think it's one of the hardest shots we have on the DP World Tour, always has been. It's a tee shot at 17. It's not as if you can lay up either. You can't exactly hit an iron off the tee if you don't fancy it and hit another one, because you just can't get around the corner for 2. So it's a shot really you have to take on.
Some big houses down the left side of 17, and there's a tennis court about driving distance on the corner, and I've served a couple of aces onto that tennis court over the years.
Just waiting for the group ahead to hit their second shots and clear the way. All 3 players 5 under par for the par 5s this week, and they've played 6 of them so far. But this is certainly the toughest of the quartet on this course.
Yeah, this one is for sure 17 at the West Course, Wentworth. Pushed this tee back over the years. It used to be 570, it's now 610. Warren, have you got any good memories of this hole?
Yeah, plenty of memories, not always the best ones, as we all know. The problem with this hole, it's, guys, where you want to pitch the ball, 15 yards left is out of bounds. And it's very hard to get away from that when you're standing on the tee. You know that's where you need to pitch it because the ground slopes left to right. And anyone who's a golf historian, and all these players who are playing here this week, they've all seen so many players over the years in this tournament, in the World Match Play when there's been play here. They've seen players at crucial times knock it into those trees on the left in your OB, and there's no time to recover. So they know it's pivotal. When you stand on the tee too, it's so elevated, it's inviting you. It says hit it down in the right hand half of the fairway, but with everything going away from the right, it is the most intimidating shot in the course. They talk about Hogan's Alley at Carnoustie on that par 5 on the front 9. Well, it's almost like a Hogan's Alley down here. You better rifle it in exactly the right spot or you're history.
Not really a tee shot that you like to be hanging around on either. You know, it's been a long wait for the 3 of them on that tee, and well, that's when the negative thoughts can creep into your mind. That's how the hole's played today.
And you can see the cluster of balls over to the right-hand side.
And further right of that, there's a nursery, turf nursery to the right of those trees. It's not the worst place to be on either. You're very
That's
unlucky.
where you go and have a good cry, Jamie,
Yeah,
if you miss it.
You're very unlucky if you hit it down the right, if you don't get some sort of shot though, Warren.
Yeah, you are unlucky, but you've got no chance of getting on. And those trees at this time of year too, I mean, there's plenty of leaf on the trees down there, so you get blocked out. You just want to be down the right half of the fairway. And even then, you've got a hanging lie, ball below your feet, to a blind shot going over the hill that turns right to left.
The caddies on the tee are trying to keep their players amused, and they're chatting away, telling the odd story, but because they realise the tenseness of the situation there on that tee.
So that's how things stand right now. Coming towards the end of the second round of this BMW PGA Championship, 12 under par, leading it right now. What kind of number do you think is going to be enough to get your hands on that beautiful trophy tomorrow evening, Mark?
Well, looking at the leaders at 12 under par, I'd like to say 16 would be a nice target, Jamie. I think you're going to go 17.
Well, I just looking, what I look at there straight away is Viktor Hovland. What's he going to shoot? The way he's playing, I can't see him shooting worse than 68, if I'm honest. The way he's playing today, so that takes you to 16 under. So that's got to be a number that I think everyone's going to have in their mind.
Crikey, that's the first time this week you've agreed with me.
I know,
I think
it's not good.
18, guys.
18?
18. Well, the course is ripe. Yeah,
winning's never easy. Winning's never easy, Warren.
I know, but one player, with so many great players playing here, one player is going to shoot 65 or 66 in the last round. In fact, in this tournament, in this championship, the lowest scoring round is the last round. So, average by a winner in the final round, 67.
Well, there are 11 players at 9 under or better as things stand right now. So if one of those goes out there and grabs one of the 62s that we've seen from Min Woo Lee today, that will take some beating.
Well, you never say never with golf, and that's a great stat there, a great statistic that Warren's come up with there, the average at 67. I still think 16, and well, Jamie thinks 16. Warren's gone for 18. Well, should we let you have 17, Kit?
Why not? I'll be the meat in your sandwich of predictions.
Fitzpatrick first to go.
I'm not sure he got that, but I'm not sure he wants it back either. Looked quizzically down at his club face, but that's absolutely perfect.
Do you know what happened with that guy? He got 20 yards a run. That's the first time I've seen a ball run on the fairway this week.
Well, he looks happy, and so he should be. Didn't waste any time, did he?
Rory's going to rip this.
Well, that's tight. That is tight. Silence. Absolute
Oh, it's
silence.
out. It's out. It's come out. It hit about 15 branches on the way down. I heard it. It was rattling like a pinball machine.
He's paid somebody. In the tree.
Well, there it is. Huge break. And a huge sigh of relief. That is a very relieved Rory McIlroy.
Well, you don't win tournaments by being unlucky, do you?
What a break. Oh, that looks a honey from Horschel. Yeah, one of the best drives he's hit today. Right next to Fitzpatrick's ball. Been a great atmosphere between these three all the way round.
It looks like the type of group you'd like to be a part of, wouldn't you? Make up the 4-ball. Look at the leaderboard right now. If you're wondering what's happened to Tommy Fleetwood, he had an opening 64. Well, he was 4 over par after 11 holes today. He's fought back really well, though. Birdies on 12, 14 and 16. So he's back to just 1 over par for the day. 7 under total. Tied 21st right now. And Rafa Cabrera Bello moving on to that first page of the leaderboard.
Well, they walk down the hill. It's quite an elevated tee at the par 5, 17th. Rory's just had a fabulous break there, rattling in the trees like a pinball machine, but he's out and back in the fairway. But I think he's going to have to hit a low hook from where he is if he's got any chance of getting close to the green. It might be even too tight for a snap hook, but we'll wait and see.
I remember a shot that Shane Lowry hit maybe a couple of years ago from a sort of similar position, and he just hit this beautiful low driving rope hook around the corner there. The camera work from behind, you could see the flight and the turn on it. It was absolutely sensational. I just wonder if we'll see something similar from Rory McIlroy now.
I'm not sure he's far enough up for that one. You've got to be quite a long way up to hit that shot. I've got to think it's be a good shot to get it down there on the fairway somewhere round the corner. We shall see. But he is there in one. That's the main thing.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is, you know, if it's hit the trees at the sort of end of its flight, I mean, he carries it an awful long way, carries it well over 300 through the air. So if it's sort of hopped out around that sort of distance, he might have a chance. But as you say, Jamie, it's such a severe dogleg from up on that left-hand side of the fairway. It's almost impossible to get enough hook.
And the dogleg's further down the hole than you think, isn't it? You might think you can squeeze a little bit out of it and get a bit greedy, but it's a good 360 yards until it starts to turn.
And with your slice kit, that's not ideal. Big smiles for McIlroy, so they should be. Rattling around in the trees, came out.
Yes, one of those moments, isn't it, that, well, if you can somehow fashion a 4, it might well be a winning moment come tomorrow. But there has been just a great atmosphere. They've been chatting all the way around. They've been putting the world to rights. And, you know, that is great to see those smiles.
I think Billy said to Rory on the tee when he hit his tee shot, he's paid someone to throw it out. And got them all laughing.
He's got a squirrel on the payroll.
Yeah, they're quite useful, those squirrels.
So it has got quite far down, McIlroy's ball, 316 yards. Is that far enough for the little ropey hook?
I think he's got a chance. Yeah, he's got a chance from there. Warren will be able to tell us better when he gets there, but he's definitely got a chance from there, McIlroy.
Well, if anything Warren did well in his career, he could hit a hook, so he'll be fully equipped to comment on this one.
Oh, I was definitely a happy hooker out here on the course. But I tell you, McIlroy's got to hit the snap hook of all time to get it round the trees on there. He's got to hook it 40, 45 yards. And if he gets this down towards the green, he's doing really well.
Keep it short and everything.
He still hit it past the other two on the angle.
Yeah, I saw the green.
Yeah, he's good.
He's good. Okay, sorry. You got it, yeah.
Billy's out with the metal wood. Can he reach?
Oh, I think he could reach. I mean, it's going to be a good hit for him. 277 coming down the hill towards the end here. Certainly, I would have thought, chase it on. Has to be careful a little bit about going left. Set it right, trying to hook it.
Very stern-faced, wasn't he? Really soft down there in the landing area. No run at all.
That was unlucky. Very unlucky from Horschel there.
Well, Fitzpatrick, I think, might try for a lower flight. Oh, this is so low. Let it get away. He was trying to use the chase, hit the low runner.
Yeah, you can see what he was trying to do there. So the low hook off that lie, but it's got ahead of it a little bit.
Talking about a low hook out with the iron. Really got to turn this one here, Rory, otherwise if he, because he's aiming in the right-hand trees, if it doesn't hook, he'll be in the forest.
Oh, he's got it moving. He has
this
got
is
it
brilliant.
turning.
Go!
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You're aiming at the right trees. You've got to really commit to that shot. This is full commitment. As Jamie said, he's probably got to hook this 40, 45 yards. And at this point, it's very easy to quit on the shot because you can overhook it. There's out of bounds left as well. And there you go, absolutely wrapping the right hand over, the club face turning over as well. And now at that point in the flight, it starts to turn over, and that was a cracker.
That was brilliant, wasn't it? So easy off those shots when you're trying to hook it that much, to pull it a bit and clatter in the trees in front of you, but none of it for Rory. What a shot.
Yeah, there are times in a tournament when you have to stand up, take on a high tariff shot and pull it off, and that's exactly what Rory McIlroy has done there. So the fortunate break out of the trees, but he's taken advantage of it with that second shot.
Well, you know, if he can somehow, and he's got quite an easy pitch from where he is, he's not in the thick stuff, he's only in the first cut. He's got a nice lie down there, get it up and down. It's like stealing 2 shots from the golf course. And how valuable might those 2 shots be at the end of play tomorrow? But won't mind seeing this one again.
Yeah, it was a great shot. Plenty of right hand in that. Strong club face. Important to aim right. It's hard to aim right. Just make sure you wrap it over. But he's got all the shots, hasn't he? It's not a surprise when he hits a shot like that.
Yeah, just right at the very end of where that ball lands, the fairway just cambers a little bit left to right. If it had cambered the other way, that might well have scampered towards the front edge as we get a huge reception for Rory.
Yeah, 25,000 fans in here today. There's probably 10 or 15,000 of those with this group trying to desperately get a good view. And you can see the hordes there in the background, the photographers, the journalists, the cameramen all following. It's been like the Pied Piper out there today, Rory McIlroy. Will be Fitzpatrick, I think, to play first though, Warren.
Yeah, it will be. He's not got a bad lie. Grass is with him, but it's slightly across, so we'll have a tendency, I suppose, for the heel of the club to dig in. So he's a little bit below the level of the green. Needs to pitch this on the front edge and let it run out. Ooh, I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, the angle was against him a bit there, Fitzpatrick, but not his best.
Well, he absolutely speared it into the front of the green on the upslope here, Horschel, so he's been able to clean it. Again, he should be able to pitch this on the front edge, let it release out.
Better still. Out it does, into the hole. Eagle for Billy Horschel. And he leaps back to 9 under par. The defending champion does not want to give that trophy back.
But of course, the fact that you're cleaning and placing perfect lie the balls, clean. Look at this, checking, second bounce. Does it get any better than that? No, it doesn't. It's exactly how he saw the shot, struck it to perfection, and that is, well, just an amazing eagle from Horschel.
It's been a great watch this afternoon. High five. Low five. Gareth Lord. Here's caddy. Well, this is how Rory got there. Drive. Should have been out of bounds. Wasn't. Came out of here. Superb shot round the corner to here. Can he follow Horschel in?
Sounded good, didn't it? Sounded good. Just a beautiful contact. You could tell when he hit it right bang centre. And he wanted a different shot to Horschel. Horschel could get the spin. He couldn't. He had to let it release. And how close did Rory come to matching the eagle?
A world-class 3-ball, feeding off the energy of the crowds and giving them plenty to cheer, and this so nearly followed Horschel in for the eagle.
Yeah, I thought that was in, about 5-6 feet out for McIlroy. Super shot, Fitzpatrick for his birdie. Oh, everything but for Matt Fitzpatrick. Can't believe it. Stays at 6 under par. Well, Horschel's now only 3 behind our leaders, Kjeldsen and Hovland. McIlroy got this to go 2 behind with the very reachable par 5 18th to come. It's been a great watch, this 3-ball. Rowie?
You know, sometimes you put 3 great champions together and it doesn't happen, but today they've delivered, haven't they? It's been a wonderful watch. There's still a little more excitement to come as well as Rory tries to get to double figures. Well, he was lucky. There's no doubt about it. He was very fortunate off the tee, but he's capitalised on it. And he's got the birdie 4 on the scorecard. And with an eagle at the last, he can tie the lead.
No bogeys for McIlroy. Key stat that for him. Made some good pars on this golf course, McIlroy, as well as an eagle. And 4 birdies.
And confirmation that Rory McIlroy has moved within 2 shots of that lead. It's been at 12 under par for a long time. Soren Kjeldsen and Viktor Hovland out in the morning wave. But it's absolutely stacked on that leaderboard. More drama to come from Rory, perhaps.
Well, this is the tee shot at 18, 523-yard par 5. It's a left to right dogleg, and you can go over the corner of the trees if you want. Rory may well do that, and all the way down to the bottom there, sort of right to the edge of the fairway. But it's changed so much over the years. And you've got this dangerous second shot now with the water in front of the green. Not an easy green to find, but it is ultimately very birdieable. There's been 39 birdies and 7 eagles already today, playing 4.55, third easiest hole on the golf course, but the tee shot, Jamie's the key.
Yeah, it is, little slider. I think McIlroy probably hit the 3-wood. That seems to be his go-to club when he wants to find a fairway. He's got plenty of length. He doesn't need to hit the driver. He might hit a little cutty one off, tee it down a bit, but I doubt it. I think the 3-wood's the play for him. One of these 3 will make an eagle. There's a prediction from me on this hole. It's quite bold, isn't it?
I love a bold prediction, Jamie.
Yeah, well, there's one.
The one thing I've learnt, Kit, over the years is never bet against Jamie.
Mind you, they've got to hit the fairway. It's not easy. 2 bunkers down there. A lot of customers go in there. Difficult if you hit a proper strike to cut it too much, Mark, around that corner for these guys.
Yeah, it's 322, isn't it, to the run out there at the end of the fairway. So for McIlroy, it's a very soft driver, believe it or not. I know the conditions are soft, but he can fly the 3-wood probably 290 through the air. It's an interesting choice for him. We'll see Fitzpatrick, I'm pretty sure, hit the driver off the left bunkers there and slide it round.
We can see all 7 of the eagles have been made from the fairway. And quite a few players taking this hole on aggressively today, hitting the driver and getting it down as far as possible rather than the safer play and bringing the bunkers out of play with a 3-wood.
Yeah, if you do get it down that little flat bit before the ditch there, they're only hitting 5-6 irons. So that's your reward if you're brave enough. But I think there's a hold up here, the group ahead on this tee as well. Cabrera Bello and Dean Burmester.
Well, 1 hole left to go, but the penultimate, the 17th, gave us plenty of drama.
Lovely little pitch shot, bit of check on the second bounce. That was never anywhere else. It's one of those as a tour pro, when you hit it, you think, I've made that.
And he nearly followed it in. Rory. Super little chip from the semi-rough. Looked in all the way. Just the birdie, though, for Rory McIlroy. A fortunate one at that.
Well, they were always going to be waiting, weren't they? They're 3 of the fastest players on the DP World Tour. And they waited a long time on 17, and they're going to wait quite a while on 18 as well.
So I'll have a look through a few pages of the leaderboard here at the BMW PGA Championship, a Rolex Series event, so massive points available. And for players who are outside the top 120 or just fighting to maintain their card as well for next season, this is the time of the season when it does start getting a little bit squeaky for them. And a move this week could make all the difference. It could be career-changing, couldn't it? A good result in a big event like this.
Well, always the elevated Rolex Series events, huge prize money. I mean, what you'd love to have is one of those gold stars next to your name. That means you are a Rolex champion. That means you've probably won a prize fund of over $1 million. They're always over €1 million. And there you go, Min Woo Lee has a Rolex event. But how about that for Tyrrell Hatton and Jon Rahn? 4-star performances there, brilliant. Couple of stars for Lee Westwood, couple for Wiesberger. Matt Fitzpatrick has a star as well. Wouldn't you have loved a star, Jamie, in your career?
Of course. They're things that the players play for, and the caddies have a gold bib as well to recognise the fact that you've won a Rolex event.
Thomas Pieters there, he had a wonderful start to the season, winning in Abu Dhabi. A Rolex star for him as well.
67 players, 400 and better, cut top 65. That's a low cut round here at Wentworth.
Got it lowest ever.
Oh, it must be.
Yeah, these guys now at 3 under, looking like they won't be having employment tomorrow. Marcus Hellikilde, one of them, topped the Challenge Tour last season, a very impressive young player.
Doing all of these players, and Jamie touched on it earlier. They'll have finished their rounds earlier on and thought, okay, go practice, go home, maybe just relax a little bit, look forward to playing the last round and going really deep, going really low, and they'll be in shock because it is incredible if the cut is 4 under par.
Yeah, they'll be ringing up for their tea time later. What time am I off? When, next week? Yeah, it's going to be a very low cut here. Still might sneak to 3, but very doubtful.
Kiradech Aphibarnrat, who was in contention here last year. A nice little run in the Corn Ferry Tour finals over in the States last week.
Saw the name of Matt Wallace go past there, and he had a great chance to win it. The Omega Masters up in Cran-sur-Ciel, narrowly losing out in a playoff, and he'd lost his playing rights on the PGA Tour, but he has those back now because of the players that are not allowed to play. They've been suspended.
Ewan Ferguson, disappointing Wentworth debut for him, but a superb season with the 2 wins after graduating from the Challenge Tour. And now you can see Ryder Cup Europe captain Luke Donald, a 2-time winner here, but he won't be playing tomorrow, unfortunately.
Yeah, a lot on his mind for Luke Donald, a lot of work ahead. Big year ahead for him with Ryder Cup captain, get his thoughts in place, ready for those 6 selections that he'll have. And of course, Now, this has great memories, as you say, two-time champion, but he did win here to get to world #1 as well. So he's been there and done it, Luke Donald. Now he has to focus on the job of being Ryder Cup captain.
Well, Rory, 6 under par for today, 10 under par total. Let's have a look at how he's accumulated that fantastic score today.
Yeah, and it all started here on the 4th. 3 pars start his round. Par 5, 4th hole. Off a very wet lie, but what an iron shot. Brilliant shot. Brilliant distance control from McIlroy. It's an easy par 5, but you've still got to hit the shots.
Well, we wondered if that might well be his shot of the day. Such was the quality of the iron shot. The putter's been performing as well.
Went into the rough off the tee on 8. Chipped it to here. Lovely putt. Put him 3 under for his round.
He's held some good putts for birdie. This important as well, a par save at 9. That kept the momentum going, and he was out in 32.
Up the hill at the short par 4, 11th. Just a pitching wedge, an absolute dart right at it.
Here in 2 on 17, quite miraculously. This is for the eagle. It nearly was as well.
Simplest of tap-ins for the birdie. And he would head to the 18th tee at 10 under par, just 2 shots back of the lead.
His wedge play is definitely better, and he's found a 3-wood that it's his go-to club. McIlroy just slightly adding to his armoury.
And Mark, you've mentioned today his pace control on the greens has been excellent.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to be excited about in Rory McIlroy's game. Of course, he went to St Andrews there, and we all wanted him to win that Open Championship. It didn't quite happen for him, but he picked himself up. He went on to win the Tour Championship, the FedEx Cup, in some style. So rounding out the season on the PGA Tour with a brilliant win, and he's over here now, and he wants to add this title, this BMW PGA title, to an ever-growing list of world-class events that he's won. He has not yet won a Rolex event, as you were saying earlier, Kit, and that's a surprise in a way. So there's always something just to strive for. It doesn't matter how good you are, how great you are, and well, who knows, maybe he goes on to the Masters next year and gets the career Grand Slam, which obviously he will do at some point. I'm certain of that.
He was inside the top 8 in all 4 majors this year, so it was a superb performance in those, albeit just missing that win, which is so often what the career is judged by.
Yeah, just a little bit flat in the last round of the Open, didn't quite go his way. 3rd place there. Cameron Young and Cameron Smith just outdid him on the greens, really, on that back 9 especially. You'd like to have been playing with them, certainly with one of them.
It would have hurt that, wouldn't it, Jamie, not winning that claret jug for him. That was
at St Andrews.
At St Andrews, 150th anniversary Open Championship. It went so much to him, but I was so impressed with the way he picked himself up and carried on, and he's now finishing the season in style. I tell you what, this is some weight on the 18th.
We saw a little flash of the DP World Tour rankings there. All of that good play we've been talking about has got Rory McIlroy to the top of them, but Viktor Hovland is right there in contention in those rankings as well, and of course tied for the lead in this tournament. They went out together in the final group at St Andrews. And this man, he did win a major this year, the US Open, Matt Fitzpatrick. And let's have a look at his highlights so far today.
This was for birdie at 8. Laid it back off the tee, long way back at under 50 yards in, but knocked that one in. That was his 2nd birdie of the day. Did bogey the 6th.
Well, this was at the 12th. He missed the green left and long, but he pitched up to here.
And he likes the 16th. He birded it 1st round. This is just a beautiful, controlled, short iron shot to a difficult pin back left. Super shot.
This is the birdie putt. And he is 3 under par on his day today. Of course, he'd like it to be better, but it's not bad golf. And they're 14 under par between them. Horschel, McIlroy and Fitzpatrick, so it has been a great game to walk round with.
And joined by Shane Lowry on the 18th tee now. He, of course, playing the group behind. Tough situation this, isn't it? Such a long way, especially on the final tee. As players, what can you do to make sure you just don't lose that sharpness or focus with one hole still to play?
Well, you've got to take your mind somewhere else. This is exactly what they're doing, having a little chat. Don't look at the shot you've got too much. So you just want to go somewhere else, talk about whatever other sport or whatever activity you're up to that night, where you're going to eat for dinner, that sort of thing.
Yeah, just about anything. But these great players have absolutely no problem switching back on once they get over the ball. That isn't an issue. It seems a long time, doesn't it, since Søren Kjeldsen shot that round of 64 to get the 12 under. Hovland's been sensational this week as well with his round of 68. And, well, all of these players we're looking at here are still well in this championship. All will be dreaming of a stellar final round to claim this magnificent title.
OK, prediction time, chaps. I know we've got a few players on the leaderboard, Rory McIlroy included, Billy Horschel as well, who've still got a hole to play, a few of these guys with a few more. But looking at the way it stands right now, who's your money on?
Well, who do I think the most likely winner looking at that leaderboard would be Hovland, in my opinion. Only one bogey in his 2 rounds of golf. Looks like he's got the ball on a bit of string and he's a great putter, but it's wide open, I have to say. So I'd like to finish a shot ahead of him. Can I put it that way?
We've got some great names up there, but what chance a bit of a surprise winner?
Well, I have to say, this is the second time today I've got to agree with Jamie, because I think Hovland tee to green has been the best player so far over those first 36 holes. I think, as he says, one bogey, as Jamie says, has been tremendous. If I wanted to look for a surprise player who might shoot a low round and come through, I like Francesco Molinari, who's been quiet. He's been just sort of lurking around about. Had a great Open Championship, and Molinari obviously knows how to win here. So Molinari is my pick for sneaking through and stealing it.
Warren, after a long wait, they're ready to go.
That was some wait, wasn't it? My goodness. Well, they've got to switch back on. A couple of ways to play this dogleg left to right. Aim it at the bunkers and slide it off with a good strong cut, or be long and strong and bold and go over the trees on the right. I think Horschel will fancy the left or righter. Those bunkers at 300 yards. They're a good viewing point, but it's quite a wide fairway. I mean, it's probably one of the widest fairways on the course. It doesn't look so wide when you stand back on the tee, though, because the whole shape's left to right. You only see half the fairway.
Well, that was quite extraordinary. Come back into the flat of the bunker. Well, they've got to lay it up from there over the ditch in front of him. Probably 9-iron and then a wedge to the green.
Rory yesterday went over the trees, didn't he? Right. Thought he'd bitten off too much, but he got it so far down there. Has he got the big stick?
3 wood, Warren.
3 wood. He can still aim it right half of the fairway, though.
Daddy, chill.
It's on a great line.
What a shot that is. Oh, my goodness.
You can't buy those 3 woods.
They're the sort of shots you hit only in your dreams when everything is going well. Fitzpatrick, I'm sure, will definitely try the cut here. Aim it left, smash it.
Booyah! Nice one, Fitzy. Good one, buddy.
Yeah, good line. Tighter than I thought. Oh, steady on, steady on. Oh, my goodness me. He's just going to run off the edge there. Just okay. It's on a slight downslope there, so he will have the ball just slightly above his feet. Awkward stance maybe. And going over the water for the second shot, well, that'll test him. But what a joyous tee shot that was, that 3-wood. A joy to behold watching shots like that over the trees, high towering shot from McIlroy, and he's in the perfect position. That is a tee shot of Horschel. A little unlucky for the grip to slip like this, Jamie.
Yes, normally they catch that on the way down. But he knew it was heading left.
Billy Horschel was putting up a great defence of this title. Let's see his highlights today.
Terrific iron shot into this 5th hole for Horschel, and this really got him going here, this birdie on the difficult par 3, 5th hole.
Yeah, got an easy putt here for the birdie at the 6th, a little bit right to left but uphill. One that suits the eye and no problem, second birdie.
Well, he found the centre of the fairway on the very next hole, staring it down all the way. Superb approach, and he would hold that to make it 3 birdies on the trot.
Yeah, reached the turn in 2 under par. This is on 10, 7 iron. He was just dialing them in. Horschel in the middle of his round, straight at it. Kick in birdie.
Hadn't finished there. Nice second shot, just above the hole, but curly one down the hill for his birdie at 11 and never anywhere else.
The par 5, 12th. He gave himself this look for eagle. It wasn't quite to be, but that would be 6 birdies in 8 holes through the middle of the round for Billy Horschel.
Went quiet for a little while, made a couple of bogeys. We thought it was slipping away until he did this. Eagle at 17. Short game mastery. That's what great champions do, isn't it?
Well, Rory with a 302-yard 3-wood. Fitzpatrick just gone through the fairway. Hit it 326. Horschel in a bit of trouble, but he should be able to get that up the fairway. The slither of layup fairway up there, just right of that bunker.
Well, he's got no lie in the bunker, that's for sure, guys. In fact, I think he's going to do quite well to get on the fairway the other side of the ditch. It's actually nestled down in the sand, ball below his feet. He's quite near the lip. So I would say not a great deal going for him. You know, to get it on the fairway over the ditch, he's got to hit it 150, 160 yards, something like that. And out of that lie, he's got to pick it absolutely perfectly. This is no straightforward shot.
Oh, Billy, down.
Well, bunker to bunker by the looks of it.
Yeah, and you thought the first bunker shot was tricky. How about the next one going over the water?
Hopefully gets a better lie with his next one.
Well, after the most gorgeous tee shot, couldn't have put it in a better place. 206 all up for the flag. Ball a little bit above his feet and to a right flag. That's not ideal, but of course he should be able to aim this middle of the green, and if he wanted to, slightly cut it into the flag, but that's not his normal shape. A little bit awkward, slight downhill slope as well. Needs to keep his rhythm here.
snicking right. Oh, my goodness me, by the skin of his teeth. Just clinging on.
If I was Rory McIlroy, I might play the lottery this weekend.
Yeah, he was just having to hold one up there. Now, Fitzpatrick.
197 off a perfect lie. It's almost like on a T-peg.
Can he capitalise? Yeah, he can. Super shot right into the heart of the green. Had a better stance there than I thought he had. So we've got 2 eagle tries to come and a little bit of drama from Billy as well.
Trying to hit a little cut shot here, McIlroy. Didn't want to hit the 6-iron and draw it, so he's hitting the 5, just trying to hold it off. 6 was always going to draw into the watermark.
Yeah, you heard him say to Harry before he hit it that he didn't really like the shot. He wasn't quite seeing the shape of it, and in the end, I think when it was in the air, he thought it was just going to drop into that bunker. So he's had another good break. He had a great break at 17, break of the day at 17, bouncing out of the trees when it was heading out of bounds, but that has given him a realistic eagle chance now.
Yeah, there was a time when he'd be stuck with a little bit of a draw from that spot, but he's got all the shots now. Just trying to hit a little cut. You had to hit a cut into this green. Anything with the draw. It's heading towards the water. And you've got to ride your luck.
And that scene around that 18th hole as well. Fans 5, 6, 7, 8 deep, lining all the way down. A full grandstand behind, hospitality up the left. Not a spare viewing point. It's like a Sunday afternoon.
Well, he's left himself one of the hardest shots in golf here. 112 yards. Ball below his feet. He's got a perfect lie this time, but he has got a little tongue in the bunker just ahead of him. But this, he's got to be perfect. Absolutely clean.
Well, anything on the green would be brilliant. Long his favourite. Oh, he's just... Well, he's enjoying his time in the sand here. Oh, on the 18th, that's sand to sand to sand. What odds he holds it for a birdie?
Great reception for the 3 players. McIlroy striding onto the green, as is the US Open champion. It's holeable from there to tie the lead. McIlroy.
Well, in Thursday's afternoon feature group coverage, Viktor Hovland had an eagle putt to tie the lead at that stage, and he holed it. Rory McIlroy in the same situation with a little chip.
It's very unusual someone to be in 3 bunkers on the same hole, isn't it?
Well, the good news for Billy is there's not another bunker he can find. There we go. Here's the progress. There wasn't a great lie he had in that one, and that certainly wasn't what he planned to leave himself. 103-metre bunker shot from there, and that's where he's ended up now. Now, if he's got a good flat lie, this is not a difficult bunker shot. He deserves a flat lie. Oh my goodness me. Oh dearie me.
Plugged lie back towards the water, landing on a downslope. It's the stuff of nightmares.
Well, he can't. He's going to have to play right here with this shot. Might be able to go at the flag and stop it. That back bunker's where he's aiming.
Or would he be better leaving it in the bunker? Flop it just in front of him. The next shot wouldn't be too difficult. But or he could stun it into the bank. Try and play it for that grassy lie, but ooh, this is tough.
That's all he could do out of there, Horschel. What a shame. All the drama on the last hole. Finish in this manner. Very disappointing for him. Still hold the putt, I suppose.
Yeah, there are the made and missed putts on the 18th hole today. Not too much made from any real range. You can't get much longer of a putt on 18 to that pin position than the one that Billy Horschel will now face to save his par.
Gosh, you should have seen his face when he saw the ball plugged in the bunker as he walked up to the green. He took his hat off and he just couldn't believe it. Fitzpatrick going to go first, give Horschel time to read his putt and settle down. Slowish putt here for Fitz coming up the hill.
Brilliant finish from Matthew Fitzpatrick. Puts him 4 behind the lead.
Well, Jamie, you said he was looking for a birdie finish. Well, he's done it slightly differently, but still 3 under par for the closing 3 holes. And this sensational eagle on 18.
This is what great champions do, isn't it? Never anywhere else. Left the flag in. He wanted to hear that huge roar, and he got it.
It's a second round 67. Gets him to 8 under total, and he's in this tournament.
Horschel for the par. Go on. Go on. Oh, he had it. He had it.
It's a very good 2-putt from where he was, 68 feet across the 18th green. But if he comes up short tomorrow, how he will rue the way he played 18 today. 3 times he found the bunkers, and 1 in an absolutely horrible lie there by the green side. So it is a bogey 6 for Billy Horschel.
4 bogeys, 6 birdies, and that eagle on 17 all adds up to a 4 under par, 68, and an 8 under par total for Billy Horschel.
Well, what a roar there'll be if this goes in from McIlroy for the eagle to tie the lead on 18. Big right to lefter. That was awkward. Just popped out of that lie. Shot out.
It was quick as well, wasn't it? From where he was. These greens are not slow there. 12 feet 4 inches, the green speed, and that was one you could easily knock 4 feet by if you got too aggressive. And he's left himself enough to get him thinking here.
Thousands and thousands of fans wrapped around this 18th green, all praying that Rory McIlroy can find the bottom of the cup with this birdie putt.
Brilliant. The putter's behaved all day. It's been a really classy performance from Rory McIlroy. 65.
And that gets him just 1 shot back from the lead going into tomorrow. And what a fun 3-ball that was to watch, Jamie, not just because of the high quality of the golf we've witnessed, but also the camaraderie and the smiling faces and the fans as well.
It was played just in the spirit that we all needed, that 3-ball. Some great golf, lots of smiles, pats on the back. Huge gallery as well, must have enjoyed it. Put a smile on their face as well. Great afternoon's golf.
And This is a look at how the BMW PGA Championship stands, with most players through 2 rounds of this now 3-round tournament, and what a leaderboard we have. It's the Scandinavian pair of Søren Kjeldsen and Viktor Hovland sit at the top there with 64 and 68. And I think whatever happens tomorrow, as so often on a Sunday on the DP World Tour, we're guaranteed drama, aren't we?
Yeah, we've just had a wonderful afternoon, haven't we? Watching great players, entertaining, great crowds. It's been just wonderful to watch. McIlroy, Horschel and Fitzpatrick, and tomorrow is going to be better.
It is, as Jamie Spence said, he thinks anyone within 5 of the lead has a shot going into tomorrow. And these guys here at 8 under par certainly do. Thank you for joining us for featured group coverage from Wentworth. The day understandably started in a rather subdued atmosphere, but a plethora of world-class golf gave the massive crowds plenty to cheer. Rory McIlroy is right in contention, heading into tomorrow's 3rd and final round. But it's Hovland and Kjeldsen who lead the way on 12 under par. We're all set for a fantastic finish at the BMW PGA Championship.